My brothers and sisters in atheism, it is spectacular to see you all here tonight. Welcome, everybody, to Mega Bloodbath. Tonight, we're doing an open panel debate review of Michael Huemer versus Joshua Rasmussen on the question, does God exist? Now, I do want to mention this is the gentleman that Majesty of Reason, or Joe Schmidt, is very, very impressed with. And so I thought this would be a really good debate to review because, well, this is one of the guys that Joe was partially convinced by, right? And so we're going to watch through this debate, stop whenever there is something worth unpacking, and try to figure out what the arguments actually establish. Not just whether something sounds intuitive or which person we happen to agree with. And this is a really interesting debate because it isn't the usual setup where one person is defending Christianity and the other is defending straightforward physicalist atheism, right? It's definitely going to be quite the ordeal. Rasmussen is making a much broader physical case. His basic idea is that some kind of supreme or fundamental mind may provide the best overall explanation of reality. Things like consciousness, fine tuning, moral awareness, dependent existence, and why there is even a universe that's ordered at all. Huemer is skeptical that those considerations get us all the way to a perfect, unlimited, maximally powerful God, right? But he's not just saying everything is matter, the universe is brute, end of story, right? He's willing to consider things like a finite creator, a multiverse, and explanations we simply haven't discovered yet. So there's going to be several different questions tonight, and let's keep them all separate, right? So, does reality need some kind of ultimate foundation? If it does that foundation have to be conscious? If consciousness is fundamental, does that get us to God? Is a maximally powerful or unlimited being even coherent? Does fine tuning give us evidence for design? And probably most importantly, and let me swap this back over real fast. I'm not sure if I like this avatar thing we got set up here. Well, I'll try that again later. I'm not sure I like that look, right? I like this look way better. But yeah, and so the most important one though, right? What evidence would actually be enough to justify saying God probably exists? We're also going to spend some time on the problem of evil because we're allowed to look at consciousness, life, order, and morality and say a good God would be more likely to produce things like these. Then we also have to ask what a good God or what a God would be. I cannot speak today. What a good God would it be expected to do about suffering, right? So I'm not interested tonight in declaring somebody winner 5 minutes into the debate, right? I want to see where the arguments go, which ones succeed, where assumptions are being smuggled in, right? Where the alternatives that haven't been eliminated are, and whether either side actually gets as far as they think they do, right? And as always, this is an open panel debate review. So if you disagree with me, disagree with Huemer, disagree with Rasmussen, if you think I missed something, think somebody else missed something, or you have a completely different argument for or against God, just call in and make the case, right? Debate the argument, not the person. Keep it reasonably on topic. Don't overtalk everyone, right? Follow instructions. If I jump in, right? Don't overtalk me. We'll review the debate first, and after that, the panel will stay open for open discussion for a little bit. I think we'll be able to get through this in a reasonable time frame tonight. We'll be getting into this here momentarily. I do need to say hi to some people here. What's going on, Hizzle? What's going on, Bill? Doombased. Good to see everybody. Good to see you all. Thank you all for joining in. Quick update, and then we'll get into the intro music. So I have gotten a little bit more organized. I got a video scheduled for tomorrow before the open panel. We're going to do an open panel tomorrow talking about some of what we went over today in this debate. This is actually a really good debate. I pre-listened to this just to get an idea of what was going on, right? And I think this is going to be a really, really good discussion tonight, actually. This is a really good debate. I really enjoyed it. And I think you all will as well. I think this should be really good for prompting discussions. I do have to go to bed early tonight, people. I don't know how late I'm going to be up. I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 hours tonight. I do have to go to bed early. I got to do some dad stuff in the morning. So, I do have to get up early. So just a heads up, people, don't expect me to be on all night. I will be getting off early. We did get some debates scheduled. I don't know if you guys have been looking at the what I've been putting up, but we did get some debates scheduled. We got 3 so far, and I'm working on a few more, and I'll be continuing reaching out to people trying to schedule some. But we have Leo Phileas versus Catholic Thinker on September 5th at 8 p.m. CST. And then we have David Palman versus Dr. Kirk on September 10th, 8 p.m. CST. And then we have Austin Sims versus Made by Jim Bob on September 18th at 8 p.m. CST. So we've got 3 mega bloodbaths scheduled for next month that should be spectacular. I hope you are all excited. I am putting a ton of work. I know you guys only see the shorter streams, but I promise you, behind the scenes, I am committing extraordinary amounts of hours that you don't see and you probably will never see, but I hope you appreciate it. We're getting some good debates scheduled. I'm cutting up some good videos, providing some good commentary on them. Sorry about that. Y'all had to cough for a second, but I am very, very excited. This is going to be a fun upcoming month. You guys should all be pumped up. We've 3 good debates. We've got more in the works. It's going to be exciting. You guys should get pumped up. Now, tomorrow, like I said, is going to be an open panel discussing some of this stuff a little bit more in detail, right? We're going to be talking about an infinite God. Just so you all know, I saw a comment on the infinite God thing. Infinite God is just saying like it's all powerful, all knowing, all everything, right? It has no limits, right? It's not actually saying like it's infinite spatially or anything like that, right? The infinite is used differently in the metaphysical God claim context, right? So when if you hear infinite tonight or tomorrow in regards to God, generally that's not talking about like a numerical or a spatial infinite. So just keep that in mind. But this should be a good and fun fun and educational show tonight. Let me go ahead and get this song going. Doom Bass, Bill, Hizzle, Missing Mod. I know, Doombase. I know the feeling. We got Frosty. We got Batnator wins in chat. That's Minar. Minar reports in chat asking to stop by. I put the link in chat if you want to come up and help review it. Cussing is not allowed in the panel, and there's a few banned topics. So I just want to confirm with you in the back chat before pulling you up on the panel. But you're welcome to call up or call in Minar if you like. Zill, good to see you too. Robin. Darth Gently, Dave Gar. Yep, gonna be a rude awakening for Manar, considering we're all respectful now. Yep. Great point, Dave Gar. Great point. The freak, he wants me to wear eyeliner. Weird. What else? Griff. Hey, Griff. And then Ryan Murphy. DeFreak likes eyeliner a lot, I guess. He's saying he's going to put Sharpie on as eyeliner. That's weird. You do you, though, bro. You do you. If that's what you think you got to do to do whatever you're trying to accomplish with that, man, that's you, man. I'm trying to figure out what to do for the poll, though. Bear with me. Did this debate prove God? I think that's a good one, right? Yes. No. You know what? I did mess up here, though. I had it pulled up and I had it started at the appropriate time, but I guess I I exited out the window. So bear with me for just a second while I get this corrected. I don't know where it went, to be honest with you. I had it pulled up and pulled off to the side, I thought. My apologies. Bear with me for 2 seconds. Get this set up on 2x speed and we'll get going here. I did put the link in chat if you'd like to join us. You just click that link. It is pinned. This is an open panel debate review. So if you have an opinion, feel free to share it. What's going on, Hayden? Hey, 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 hey. Is Minar banned? I don't think he's banned. I'll check real fast. I don't think he's banned, though. Let me double check. I don't see Minar on the ban list. So. All right. So I got the debate pulled up here. So they debated, does God exist? Now, neither of them hold my position, right? And I think there's a lot of atheists in chat that might be like, why aren't you reviewing like an atheist physicalist, right? Well, this is an interesting debate, and I think some very good talking points were brought up during this debate. And so, as we go through this, we'll be stopping, we'll be addressing the points, we'll be trying to reframe some of what they're saying if anybody has trouble understanding it, stuff like that, right? This should be a little bit educational and a lot of fun. Looks like we've got Minar calling in tonight, so I'd love to review this with Minar. I think he would be an excellent partner to review this with. I've been good with. I cannot speak tonight. I've been stumbling over my own tongue all day. I've been good friends with Minar a long time now, and so I'm excited to have my good buddy pop up here and have a debate review with him. I think it's going to be spectacular. Hayden says Madara is permanently banned from reality. I don't know about that. That's a funny joke. That's funny. But Hayden Walton, they said. That's funny. Now, Minar is awesome. I like Minar. Gaming minus asks, do you have any idea how to deal with morality? Try to be what you think is a good person. I don't know. There's a bunch of different opinions people have on morality, right? I don't think there's like a fact of the matter though that anybody can verify anything on, which is why there's such split opinions on morality, right? It's all like intuition and argumentation, right? And so just try to be good, right? Try not to like hurt people and things, I guess, and like I don't know, don't steal from people, stuff. Just be good, right? Be a normal, productive member of society, cohere with your society well, right? I think that's a good way to deal with morality, right? All right. Let's play. Menard's not in back yet. I was hoping he'd be up here by now. I'm going to go ahead and start the debate. Like I said, I got the link pinned in chat. If you'd like to join this, go ahead and click the link. Would love to have you up on the panel for the debate review. Also, there is a super chat to start off the night right from Missing Mod. Thank you very much, ma'am. Greatly appreciated. Let me play the Dogman call for you. That's right. We got the Dogman call going off. All right, let's get into this video. And thank you very much, Missing Mod. Greatly appreciated. Actually, I need to add that real fast, and then we'll get started. Sorry for the slow start, y'all. Doing a lot today. I have been working nonstop today. Manar. All right, let's get going. Thank you very much, Missing Mod. Greatly appreciate it.
Respond to reality here. So, okay, well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm very excited to share this brief 15-minute case for theism. And I want to start by just giving you my big idea, which is that, in my view, theism provides a deep and unifying explanation of many things. And so the short idea here is that theism best explains the most. By this, I mean that theism raises the problem.
I just want to say there's a lot of people that say that theism best explains the most or whatever. It's the best explanation of reality. I have been talking to theists one-on-one or in panel for years about stuff, years. And I have not had a more coherent explanation than from some random video from like Brian Cox or some other major physicist, right? I'm just saying that at the start of the debate, and that's my opinion that it's more coherent or whatever, right? But you should go listen to some real physicists for yourself, right?
Probability of many parts of reality, not just small parts like what you ate for breakfast this morning, but large-scale areas of reality, such as the existence of consciousness, the existence of a universe in which some life forms could exist somewhere at some time, the sense of right and wrong, and many other areas of reality that are individually and collectively surprising. And I want to make a case that theism makes those areas of reality more probable than they would otherwise be.
All right. So this says theism raises the probability of many large scale areas of reality, consciousness, life suitable universe, moral sensations, and so on. So he's with all this is basically saying that theism means that you're more likely to have life, you're more likely to have morality, you're more likely to have a conscious mind, right? And I don't see how theism, the probability, or under theism that could be the case, right? I, but like we only have one reality. I don't know how they could even predict that. Maybe this is the only reality that, or only possible way that this stuff could coalesce, or whatever the right word is, right? Maybe in every instance of a thermodynamic universe, this type of stuff arises in some fashion or form because that's how chemistry works, right? Maybe they don't all work, right? But I don't see how that would best explain any of those or raise the probability of any of those any more than just like a standard thermodynamic system would, or how you could predict that, right? Because how could you know? He does. He Most theists argue for an infinite God, as in like all powerful, knowing all that stuff, right? All able to do whatever it wants. I would think an all whatever God wouldn't need the sentient life on planet Earth, or care about the sentient life on planet Earth, or even make a universe to support the sentient life on planet Earth. That would seem like an insane proposition to me, right? I would think that based off of the data that we have, the best explanation is the one that the sciences point to, which is probably some type of fundamental thing or a brute fact or an infinite regressive stuff, right? But whatever that fundamental state is, right? Doc Back says, "Oh my, I just joined, and of course the religious argument is crazy." Interesting point. Interesting point. Yeah, he says infinite God and thermodynamics don't agree. Right. Yeah, that's Kurt's Landauer limit argument, right? Also, there's a lot of people in chat now, so make sure you guys all check out the debates that are coming up. We did schedule a few debates coming up, so it should be a ton of fun coming up here in the next few weeks.
Individually and collectively surprising. And I want to make a case that theism makes those areas of reality more probable than they would otherwise be. So my general method is the method of a philosopher. I want to seek to understand reality. And my goal in this conversation with Mike is to see if we can get some greater clarity together about the nature of reality. I want to use universal.
I just want to point out my aim is to utilize universal tools of reason and experience. I feel like the scientific method is primarily driven by experience, and scientific progress is primarily driven by experience, predictions and experience. I feel like those would be two key tools that he should be bringing up and using to support his position with this claim here. Let's see what he does.
Tools of reason and experience in any kind of data that people can investigate for themselves. This is the kind of method that I think appeals to a more universal audience. It's the kind of method that Antony Flew, a former atheist philosopher, utilized as he was persuaded that
Anthony Flew, right? The former atheist, right? So let's see how they point to the scientific method and scientific progress for their belief. Let's watch.
non-theistic universe is not the best explanation. And so I want to see if I can bring forward the same kind of strategy in my presentation here. Okay, so this is the fun part for me as a philosopher. There are these puzzles about reality. And these puzzles, they do keep me up late at night sometimes thinking about them. Not just because I might be afraid of the puzzle and they're scary puzzles.
Oh, Hayden's saying it's too fast. Let me slow it down a little bit. I'm dropping it down to 1.75 speed. I'm only streaming for like 4 or 5 hours tonight, Hayden. So I put it at 2x because I'm trying to get through this tonight because I'd like to do just a standard open panel tomorrow. I'd like to be able to get through these reviews in one day instead of spending like 3 days on them.
But because they draw me into a state of extreme curiosity. These are puzzles for every truth seeker. So everybody watching this, whatever you get out of this exchange, I hope that you can get a feeling of curiosity about these puzzles, because these puzzles invite us to understand what kind of a reality are we really in. So first, there's this general classical puzzle, which is the question, why does anything at all exist? We could conceive of an empty reality, just completely blank. That would be a simpler way for reality to be, just empty. And yet there is something rather than just nothing. And this invites the question, well, why is that? And there's a puzzle here because you might think that anything that exists should have some deeper explanation in terms of something that produces it or causes it. But when it comes to existence itself, you can't appeal to some prior existence to explain why there's some existence rather than none, because that would be circular. You'd have existence making itself exist.
Okay, so this line of logic or argumentation or whatever you want to call it right now, he's basically trying to say you can't have an infinite regress. So metaphysical grounding is generally broken down into like three things that people I don't know if I'm phrasing that right, but like three things that people claim. So that's going to be infinite regress, brute fact, or necessary being, right? He right here is saying that infinite regress as a metaphysical grounding is not possible.
And so it's puzzling to see how we could answer this question. Another puzzle of reality has to do with specific things that exist. So, okay, things exist, but then why are there the particular kinds of things that exist? Why, for example, are there minds who can think and reflect? Why is there kind of material organization? I mentioned this in terms of a universe that's suitable for life forms. Not only is there consciousness and a universe suitable for life forms, but there's a specific kind of consciousness that includes a kind of moral awareness or a sense of good or a sense of value, a sense of bad, which is different than just a sense of cold or a sense of hot. So it's a very specific kind of moral awareness.
I feel like there's a lot of presuppositions involved in this, right? Because he's basically saying that minds, moral awareness, moral material or organization, which is fine tuning for him, are going to be pushing towards his position. But honestly, I don't see why minds would be more probable under theism. If you were an all powerful mind, why would you want minds that could ever rebel against you? That would not make sense, right? Especially if you wanted to be worshipped and you could see into the future and you would know that if this thing that you created this thing, it would rebel against you. To me, minds don't make sense under that, right? Fine tuning, there's the puddle analogy. I don't know how good the puddle analogy, I'm like 50-50 on it, right? But the puddle analogy for fine tuning is something like when they're saying fine tuning, the hole was made for the puddle, right? They made, but when there's the response on the non fine tuning side to that is that the puddle filled in the hole, right? And so that's just saying like this universe ended up being the way it is because this is how the natural processes worked, right? It doesn't actually, it's basically saying that the fine tuning is just a bad way of looking at it, right? And so I'm like 50-50 on that, right? I don't feel like fine tuning is a good argument though. And then the moral awareness, there's tons of atheists and physicalists that claim some type of moral naturalism, moral realism, all sorts of different positions that don't involve anything supernatural, don't involve right or wrong or good or bad existing as like an objective entity or anything like that, right? I just don't see why any of those would be good evidence for a god. And especially back to the minds, moral awareness probably wouldn't be a thing if there was an infinite god. Why would an infinite god need other minds? The morality is for the other minds. It's between agents. If there's only one god, it wouldn't need morality, right? You guys get what I'm saying there? I hope you get what I'm saying there.
Of consciousness. There are principles of reason that suggest to us how we should think, inferences from one truth to another. Why do those exist in reality? There's also
Well, the principles of reason exist because we abstract from reality. So, for like the law of identity, we see that we have to be able to reference something in reality that's constantly there. Dog's a dog today and tomorrow, right? So, it's not going to change randomly on you, right? And so you need to be able to like reference that in a proposition, right? So the law of identity is going to be an abstraction off of like what we see in real life, and it's going to be prescriptive to the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic, and maybe other systems of logic that would use these, right? Same thing with the law of non-contradiction. Same thing with because like definitionally you can't have a married bachelor, right? And then oh man, I'm blanking. Anyways, you guys get what I'm saying there, right? Manar just popped up in the back and I lost my train of thought because Manar looked very interesting in the back. Manar, I'm going to type in the back chat here real fast. Go ahead and read the back chat, Manar, and just let me know you agree to that, and then we'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and pull you up. I like how he phrases the next one, though, mental power. I'm excited to see what he says about mental power.
The power of mind. It's not just minds exist like foam arising out of the ocean. Minds have a power to actually change the waves of reality. If you intend to do something, like you can intend to move your hand, then your hand moves. How does that work? Why does that work? There's also...
That's interesting. He's calling like your ability to move your hands and move your body around mental power. That's definitely an interesting way to look at it. That's just your brain sending signals through your body. That's crazy. So he's looking at this like from a totally dualistic perspective. He's saying like not only does, well, maybe I'm wrong in this, but if I feel like he's saying that the soul is like solving the mind body problem or whatever they have, right? Whatever they think it is. And then oh man, this is interesting. So he's going into like the soul for that, right? And then Da Freak with a super chat. Thank you very much for the support, Da Freak. Da Freak says, a pre-free Manar protection. Manar, you got $4 in protection on you already, and thank you very much, Da Freak. Greatly appreciated, sir. You got $4 in protection, but I need you to confirm to what I said in the back chat there. I put a couple messages in the back chat. If you can't confirm those, I'm not going to be pulling you up, man. It's new rules.
What I call the modal abundance of consciousness. This is a more technical idea that grows out of my work on the nature of counting thoughts. So I have a mathematical argument that there are more possible types of conscious states than there are possible types of non-conscious physical states. And if that's true, that suggests that there's something about consciousness that spans the possible landscape. And there's a question, why is that? Why does
I don't see how there being more possible, even if we grant. So this is a problem that we've been having for a few weeks when we've been like listening to these arguments. So even if you have Manar, I see in the back, you got to read the back chat, man. But even if you have a billion possible mental states and a million possible physicals, like standard physical states or whatever you want to call it, I don't see how that could possibly point to what he's trying to get to with it, right? Like there is a bridge there. Just because there's a lot of something doesn't point to some random conclusion. I think we saw this in the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, where she was like seeing random things and like, oh, this means this means this, and drawing really interesting conclusions there. And we got Manarin back. Let me get him pulled up here. What's going on, Manar? Is that you? Cool. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Kelly? What up? What up, Darth? What's up? What's up, my student Hizzle? And what's up, everybody? Nice to see everybody in here. The little student. The little nerd, the nerd here.
Let's not call people that. You do.
I'm
right
just
now?
saying. Hey, the lost mod.
Let's be respectful, Minar. Come on.
It's just hilarious. It's very nice to meet everybody here. I love your chat. Your chat is a bunch of nice people.
They
And
love
yeah,
you,
man.
Minar.
Yeah, man. We were just watching Andrew Wilson.
Hey, let's not say stuff like that. Come on, dude. We're reviewing a debate right now. Do you want to review the debate or what's going on?
Absolutely. I would love to review this debate with you. I just wanted to lay one thing, because you were talking smack about Candace Owens a second ago. I just wanted to lay one thing,
the reasoning. We were talking about the reasoning last week, and so a lot of these people in chat are here every day, and we're reviewing the videos and stuff. And so I was just referring back to that because I was saying it's a similar jump or like a leap of faith, because he's missing a bridge from how does there being a billion mental states in less than a billion mental whatever other states, more mental states don't automatically bridge you to this claim that he's making, right? And so that's all I was saying with that.
Yes. I'm on some Bedouin.
Hey, let's not say stuff like that. Well, I know it's a joke, but let's not joke about that stuff.
Okay. So, no, I was gonna say I was on some Bedouin mushroom.
He's not. Let's not talk about that. Come on, we're talking about the debate review.
Oh, I see what you mean. No. But yeah, no. Yeah, I just think that there's a weird thing where there's a divide between the left and the right now, and it's being exasperated. So I just wanted to say, as an intro to myself, and hi everybody, my name is Minar Reports. Please be careful of the social divide between left and right on social issues. Be wary of that. The elite want to divide you guys and stuff.
Dude, come on, let's not go. Dude, we're talking about this debate right now. Come on, dude.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's talk about the debate.
All right. Did you want to comment on anything you've seen so far? Are you ready for me to play this and comment on the
I'm absolutely ready. If you want to explain to me maybe a summary on what you really like, but basically I really like the guy's hair. Yeah.
He looks to me like that guy, like Stifler. Doesn't
Yeah. I agree. Just like he grew up a little bit with a longer forehead. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, he looks like Stifler from all those 2000s movies, you know.
Somebody says on my channel, you look like queso, like I don't know.
Oh, that's a nice compliment.
Yeah, like melted cheese.
That's very kind of them. Thank them very much for that. I'm sure they can hear me. All right, let's get back into this.
Consciousness expand the landscape of what's possible. And then we can organize a lot of different elements of reality into a large-scale meaning in terms of a narrative structure. So there's a sense that when you do something, what you're doing isn't just going through a sequence of consciousnesses that are unrelated, but you can describe plots, tension, some kind of conflict, some kind of development through that conflict. There are episodes and questions and puzzles that create meaning, and questions about whether there is meaning, which itself creates kind of meaning on a meta level. So there's a question about why this exists in reality at all.
That is such an interesting way to look at the world.
No. Can I ask you something?
In a moment, I gotta say, so he is looking at the world in such a majestic way. He's like, not only does this language that we created, and languages, Minar, mute yourself when you're not talking, please. I can hear you typing. But he's like, not only does this language that we've created and has evolved, I can mute you, no worries. Language that we've created that's evolved over however many years, right? Not only does this thing that allows us to describe and ask questions and understand things allow us to, well, ask more questions about reality based off of our experience, it's definitely pointing to something grand. That's basically the argument that he's saying here, I feel like. I don't feel like that is very strong at all. All right, now let me unmute Minar. Minar, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't comprehend what he's saying at all. It just almost doesn't make any sense to me. He's trying to say that it's amazing to contemplate about meaning, and even to contemplate about what meaning is. And I'm like, what? Is that what people sit down and contemplate about? Or are people contemplating about how to get things done and how to solve and how to have solutions to problems? I mean, I don't know what this guy is sitting there explaining. Hopefully he'll give us some examples on some of this claims that he's making.
Right.
Yeah, I can't relate with this guy at all. But let's hear a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, and he pretty much shares your position. He's just a Christian, so I thought y'all would agree with more, but that's cool that you disagree with him and you look at the world more like us, or like an atheist. So that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
So to help us to think about this puzzle, we can consider different theories. One kind of theory, we could call this a mindless explosion theory. The idea here is that reality consists fundamentally of some mindless particles. Now, let me be clear, this isn't the only theory of reality that would be non-theistic. There are many, and part of the challenge here is...
That's your theory, right?
Which theory?
That's your theory, no?
This is a straw man of...
Sorry, what was your theory? That the world...
straw man of...
Yeah, your theory is the... your theory is that the world willed itself into... I thought your theory was that was a probability.
I'm saying that this is a straw man, the way he's presenting it. It's actually called...
Sorry, what?
Well, I say that he is...
He's presenting it very smartly. He's saying it's... you don't believe... you can't even believe that the universe willed itself. That's outside of your own theory. It's an unwilled creator. It's a probability stick. It's a random probability. It's an unwilled, unpersonified creation. And that's actually your claim. Your claim is it's a random event or a series of events that created.
So the underlying statement that reality consists fundamentally of mindless particles is false. So this is a straw man.
So I don't understand.
It's going to be.
What did he straw man you about? He said exactly. He presented your position, I think, so accurate. I've never heard that this accurate before. He said your position is that the molecules and the cells.
Why are you?
Can I just finish? Can I just finish the claim?
You are over talking me every time I try to respond to you, Manar. That's not all right. So he's saying that reality consists fundamentally of mindless particles.
Yeah, unwilled, mindless. That means unwilled.
That's false.
What does that mean? What is it false?
He doesn't even understand the other position. This is a straw man. It's going to be like a field or field.
Mindless is a synonym word. You understand? What does it mean? Define it.
You asked me why, and I'm trying to respond.
But you have to define it. Define what mindless is to him.
There's not a like a will with it, probably.
Yeah, unwilled. Yes, unwilled. Like an unwilled. Like, not only does it not have a will, it wasn't willed in the first place. That's your position.
Hey, Manar, you're peaking really bad. Can you turn your volume down like 30%?
Sorry, I'm peaking because you're telling me I'm wrong, and then you're agreeing with what I'm claiming.
That was more saying you're on my panel right now. Can you turn your volume down 30%, please, so that my audience doesn't have issues with your volume, please?
Synonym. Yeah, let's continue.
Can you please turn your volume down a little bit?
Where? How? Okay, I did.
Just go to your mic and turn it down a little bit, or stop yelling. But anyways, what you were laughing at, I was saying that he's saying that reality consists fundamentally of mindless particles. Well, that's not exactly true. It's going to be like a field or a wave function or something like that, probably. And then the mindless portion, minds arise within the universe. So this is like a straw man. He's saying it like that, as that's like something weird, and he said the mindless explosion theory instead of just like the Big Bang theory, right? This is a straw man of the position, Manar.
No,
it's not. He doesn't understand the position, and he's putting up like his weakest understanding of the position. He literally called it the mindless explosion theory.
Yes, sir. So I think you're misrepresenting his position. He's saying that this is mindless particles, as in the particles themselves have no will of what they're doing. They're just doing they're being caused, and they're determined. Their outcomes are determined, and they're just performing the determined outcome of their causation. So they're creating the effect of the causation. So, for example, he's saying these random particles that are sitting there inside the molecules and the particles inside of the atoms that are sitting there, they don't have a mind and projecting upon themselves what they're supposed to do. They're actually mindlessly interacting with one another and creating the space and these and as an outcome of these interactions that they do, that are mindless, they're random, actually.
According to
you, it's random.
According to quantum physics.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me, by the way? Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
But no, I don't understand how he's misrepresenting your point when he cannot say, I've never heard it be represented more clearly. He's saying that you believe in a mindless particle theory, that the particles are created and caused randomly, and their effects are determined, and that once their effects have the outcomes of their determined.
It's not random.
Explain the difference.
Probabilistic. It's a different word than random. They have different definitions.
Let's continue watching.
Without cause. There is random stuff in the universe, but in general, the universe is probabilistic. Especially
no man. Let's continue.
Macro scale, right? The
random does not.
Probabilistic.
Yeah, random is not synonym.
You do need to turn your down now.
Random is synonym to.
Are you okay, man? Is everything going okay?
Your chat is fucking hilarious, but I can't stop.
Hey, don't say that. Come on.
Sorry. Your chat is amazing. I love it so much. Let me turn my volume down.
Are you okay, Manar? Is everything going all right for you, man?
No, man, I'm happy. I'm so happy. I think you are just not very consistent, I think, with your own positions. You're making claims that he's wrong, and I'm just seeing it how you're seeing it, I guess.
I'm trying to make my point, and constantly through two different parts here, you have overtalked me and then laughed maniacally for no reason to something that's not even that funny. You're intentionally laughing, instead, like you're forcing yourself to laugh
hilarious.
In like a really creepy way, rather than just engaging, and it's really odd. And I really like you to engage with me like I'm another human being, instead of the way that you're engaging with me currently, if that's okay, Manar.
That's fine. I will engage with you.
Let's get back into this.
I just the mindless projection of the mindless particles. Let's continue this.
It best explains all the different aspects of reality in the best way, in the most unifying way. But for focus, let me focus on this salient theory, according to which there's just a mindless foundation, and from that foundation emerges particles. What does this predict? What can we learn from this? Well, this theory does not itself predict that there be any conscious beings in any meaningful narratives, ever. Some philosophers, such as the philosopher of science.
I'll let him make his point on this in a second, but I do want to say that the Big Bang Theory, it's part of the universe. That there's sciences, thermodynamics, natural processes, right? There wasn't a prediction back then that would have been made, and even if God was real in either theory, right? But the theory does lead to thermodynamics. It does lead to minds. It does lead to all of this stuff. And this is often pointed to with the mathematics by people claiming fine-tuning that say the universe has to be the way it is or there couldn't be life. So when I see this and they're talking about this theory, this is a straw man, because this is not only, this is misrepresenting it, but this is also not a response to any of the stuff that's going to be presented or is presented by physicalists. You have any thoughts on that, Manar?
I mean, I'm not understanding. What do you disagree with? I don't get it. You said you don't disagree with it because it's not what the consensus of the physicists is. But what is the part of it that you
I
don't disagree?
never said that.
But that was the conclusion of what your statement was. So, like, can you be a little bit more specific? What is he saying that is wrong about your, like, how is he strawmanning your position? I'm not understanding this.
Because if he's claiming the Big Bang Theory, that leads to thermodynamics. Thermodynamics leads to life.
Right. And everyone believes, sorry.
would be a
Thermodynamics do
prediction
not
of the
lead to
model.
life. Thermodynamics
That
is
would
not
be
a
a
model of
prediction.
life.
What I'm saying is that would be a prediction of if you can if you can do math and understand that the universe is fine-tuned in such a way that it requires the constants and everything to be that way, then, and you're using the Big Bang Theory and you're doing an internal critique, that's going to be contradictory. And so you're going to know what they're saying there is false, because it does lead directly to thermodynamics. Thermodynamics leads directly to life, Manar.
So, how?
It's entropy. As entropy increases, life can arise. There's clusters of stuff that's able to get together and interact.
Or entropy is the causation of thermodynamics, just an explanation of what happens to closed systems of energy in our universe that is influenced by physics. That's all it is. Thermodynamics is not a causation or an accusation or a prescription for life. What are you talking about? Thermodynamics is just a description. It's a description of the properties of what is happening to these energy systems within the closed and isolated system of energy. Whenever something is closed, what is happening to the energy within it? That's all of it is a description of it. It is an isolated system. Your universe is an isolated system. You know what a definition of isolated system is? You can't even interact.
You just called it a closed system, and then I corrected you, and I said it's an isolated system.
But isolated is closed.
Hang on, let me finish my statement. Then you realized that it wasn't a closed system and it was an isolated system. So you said yes.
You are mentally ill.
You asked me don't accuse people of that. And then you asked me the definition. That's 2 strikes. You asked me the definition of isolated system, and now we're here. Please.
Yes, calm down. Yes, so I said that it's an isolated system, and I said it's a closed system because an isolated system is a closed system that does not interact with other systems, so closed that it cannot be detected by other closed systems of energy. Isolated systems, all closed systems of energy are isolated because they're not interacting with one another. That's what I said. All closed systems are isolated. But really, definitionally, what an isolated system is an undetectable system because it's so closed, it's isolated. It cannot even be found. That's how close it is from yours. Like, that's how far it is from you. That's what an isolated system is. So yeah, our universe is an isolated system because it does not interact. Energy is not coming within it and outside of it and it's not dripping out of it from anywhere. We don't see a leak of energy or an immense amounts of energy coming into our system. So it's completely isolated. We don't see interacting with other systems of energy. They talk about different galaxies and stuff like that, but we don't see that interacting with one another. And everybody has their own kind of gravitational force.
You know very little about Manar.
What are you talking about? This is the consensus of all science. This is what we know. What you are talking about is stuff that they're trying to discover 10 years ago. They just started. What I'm talking about is stuff that we already knew. And this is the science of the ages. Like, this is physics. You know, like the Big Bang, meaning we don't disagree on its existence, right? You just think that thermodynamics explain life, and I'm just not understanding how that is.
And 1 second, Brian in the back, I see in the back, I just put a note there. You want to confirm that? Also, if you could, please type something in the YouTube chat or send me a DM on Discord.
That's great. That's great. But you made a claim that within entropy and within thermodynamics we can cause life. You need to expand on that. Like, you need to
entropy leads to life. And
what does that mean?
For the
Entropy
Well,
leads to
if you're just going to interrupt me, I'm not going to be able to answer you.
Well,
Bernard.
how
if you're going to interrupt me and talk, I'm just going to stop talking.
How?
Right?
How? Like how?
Enough, I'm just going to remove you, right? So
You
do
know what
want me to
entropy
respond?
is? Okay, go ahead. See it. Explain how.
Yeah. So the energy in the system is basically able to coalesce as the entropy rises, right? This is the usable energy.
So when entropy rises, is energy rising?
Oh my god, dude! I'm just not going to answer your questions if you're going to interrupt me. I'm trying to explain like something for like 40 seconds maybe, and I get like 10 seconds in every time.
I'm just trying to ask a qualifying question. Go ahead, clarifying question.
If you interrupt me again tonight, I'm removing you from the panel. Do you understand me?
Okay, that's a little bit harsh, but yeah.
Okay. So entropy is going to be increasing as time progresses within our system, right? And so we started out basically no entropy, and we are at a lot of entropy now. As entropy increases, the stuff is going to be basically like evening out in the space. I don't know how better to describe that simply. But with that, the temperature is going to be evening out within the space, right? But within this system, there are the entropy allows energy to coalesce in a way that like planets and suns and stars form and chemistry happens, and this chemistry is a part of the thermodynamic system. And as this chemistry is happening, it allows organic molecules to form early life.
That's you begging the question. Now I have to ask you.
Replicating molecules.
Yeah, now you just begged the question. So now I gotta ask you.
Okay,
how do these self-replicating molecules make themselves? Now I gotta ask with entropy. Like you just keep begging the question.
Abiogenesis.
How? How do they do it with biogenesis?
I don't know. I don't know.
You just keep begging the question. You just give me another title. You give me another you give me a new new definition.
Hypothesis. RNA world or probably something like that. Or abiogenesis is a hypothesis, but RNA world or something is probably going to be it.
So here,
there's
if
a few of them, right, that have a lot of evidence.
So in thermodynamics, if we define entropy, which is going higher, actually it should be, so it's increasing. So that means so what is entropy? Entropy is the randomness and the random movement, I guess, or the random, interactions that happen within, like basically the energy levels are the. What is entropy? Can you define what entropy is? How do you understand entropy? Is it a randomness increasing, or
it's a increase in disorder with the system, I believe. But I can pull up. I think that's the definition. But let me.
So how is that possible? How in a closed systems? It has to be a decrease.
It's a measure in the randomness, disorder, or spread of energy within a physical system. So I was there. Boom.
So entropy should actually increase or decrease? Randomness increase in the system or decrease?
It is increasing.
So it increases because what? Because the space, because the energy is...
Because the system is moving forwards.
So the space is expanding within it, so there's more space, so the random events happen more?
I didn't say space because the system is moving forwards in time. Because there is stuff reacting and moving and all that. The entropy is increasing. It's not...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the energy level increases.
No. The energy level... So the disorder is basically the energy getting locked up, and it's no longer like free accessible energy, or however they would phrase. I don't know how they phrase that, but it's like an increase in randomness within the system, or disorder, or maybe not randomness, but disorder, or whatever.
So,
right?
So if an increase of randomness and disorder in your system,
not randomness. I corrected myself. My bad.
It's okay. It's okay. Increase of disorder in your system and random events happening in your system can lead to life. Have you
I
been
didn't
able
say
to?
that random events lead to life.
You said higher entropy. That's your whole argument.
You just don't listen to anything I said. When did I say? So random events are like quantum fluctuations. Those happen. Those are experimentally confirmed. You accept that quantum fluctuations are a real part
random
of reality,
events.
right?
No, random events are probability stakes.
So you don't accept that quantum fluctuations are random and uncaused?
I don't know what quantum fluctuation is. I just know that a random event is an event.
Energy in space. It's literally defined as a random change of energy.
Okay, all I know is a random event is an event that was caused
randomly, right? Uncaused.
Yeah, there's a probability percentage on it, and there's of every event that could happen.
Random.
And one event was chosen by
them. There's no probability. If it's random, it's just random, dude.
Yes. For example, when you let me ask you a question. Okay, if that's true, then when you when you flip a coin in the air, it's only calculated if you
flip a head. And is it head or tails? You're asking me if that's a random event?
Yeah, you're acting. Event. That's what I'm saying. A probability. Yeah, but isn't it random that it went on heads or tails? There's a probability of it being on 50%, but that still does not tell you if it's going to be heads or tails. That's a random event.
No, that's a probabilistic event, but that's not analogous.
That's what. So that's not what random is.
I'm about to remove you. So. That's not analogous to a quantum fluctuation because quantum fluctuations are random and uncaused.
I don't know what quantum fluctuation is. You introduced that to the conversation. I don't know. I was explaining to you what randomness is to me, and randomness is having a probability stake and an event happening based on that probability stake. It could be either or. It could be heads or tails, but one of them is going to be randomly landed on, but there's a probability stake. There's always going to be a probability stake for everything. I don't know what you're even arguing. There's a probability stake for everything. A probability stake that you're not going to eat tonight, even though it's very low, but there's going to be a probability stake you're not going to eat tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, prove there's a probability stake for
even though it's extremely low.
Random.
Yeah, they're not random because if I flip they are random because if I flip a coin, I don't know if it's going to land on heads or tails. I can't tell you if it's going to. I cannot tell you. I cannot be accurate at calling heads and tails. That's a random part. It's happening. The probability stake occurring is the random event.
Well, and there's Hazel says in chat it can decrease in certain systems. Yeah, and I believe life slows it down too. Like there's some things that will like slow it down or speed. Like it's slower and faster in different parts of the system, from my understanding.
I understand what you're saying. The random particles, I guess, they move faster and they create a little bit different systems over time. You're not observed that. You cannot show examples of that, and it does not explain anything about the life. The life causation that cannot be explained with just saying give this rock enough time for it to become a bird. It's impossible. There's something that is over the rock that has to be inside of the rock. That has to interact with the rock on a molecular level. It has to be inside of it cellularly. It cannot interact with it outside of the cellular level. That means it has to be genetically and DNA inserted there. That is life. Life is DNA information that is inserted within the cellular level of these beings. It cannot be interacted with outside of that. You see what I mean? A rock is not a rock because there's no cellularly and can never become a living being because cellularly it cannot.
Let me repeat back to you what you just said.
This is ridiculous.
You said a rock is not a rock and can never become a living being.
Yeah, a rock can never be a living rock because cellularly it cannot have and interact with the living organisms that are necessary for its existence and movement and interaction with the real world. You cannot. It doesn't matter how much time you give this rock. The only thing that will interact with it is outside of it. Cellularly, it will never ever be able to dictate a change in the genetic construction of this rock. You can never do that.
Oh, hang on. I missed a super chat there while we were debating. I apologize. I got to get this pulled up. I'm sorry, Missing Mod. I was debating there.
I love the Missing Mod.
My apologies, Missing Mod.
The Missing Mod has a lot of money. He needs to come donate money to my channel.
My apologies. I was paying attention to the back and forth there. Missing Mod said, "Take back my protection." Great point, Missing Mod. Mod said, remove the other $2 of protection. Thank you very much.
What's happening?
Appreciated. Missing Mod removed your protection that you had. You had $4 in protection potions that are gone now.
All right, Missing Mod, you owe me $4 now, bro.
Thank you very much, man.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, let's get back into this. I feel like you're not understanding what I was saying, but this is also not very long of a debate, and I do have to do a shorter stream tonight, so I would like to cover as many of the points here as I can, because I don't...
Go ahead, man. I'm just not understanding.
Wow, this is loud. You got to calm down, bro. This is too loud. You got to turn your volume down, and you got to be somewhat normal when talking, because you're coming through and peaking very loud, and it is hurting my ears. Seriously, dude. It is excessive. I don't mind having you on the panel, but we have changed this is a serious
Allah. Okay, man. Okay, man. All right, I get it. Yeah, it's a serious platform. Yeah, boy, are you on? Yeah, boy, I'll come on. If you're on, let's have some debates. I'll come on. I'll have debate with anybody on your chat that's man enough to have me on.
Maybe tomorrow. Today is a debate review. If you want to hang out for the debate review, you're welcome to, and we can make some points around.
No. Okay. I do want to hang out for the debate review, but I want your chat to apologize to me.
I don't see anything in chat being said.
No, they need to apologize. They've been a little bit too hard on me, and they need to apologize.
I don't know if that's going to happen, but it's a very fair request. And there's a super chat from the Zucker. They ask, Manar, would you delay... I cannot read. Manar, would you debate Elka Bezon? He defeated Thorpe's and dominated the TikTok debates.
Oh, Elka Bezon, I'm gonna take out. Man, bring me Elka Bezon. Is he on right now? I'll come and take him out right now.
You think you could? I cannot speak today. You think you could defeat him in debate?
Listen, man. I have not. Have I been defeated yet? Have I lost the debate yet?
Literally every single debate you've been a part of.
Okay, so this is how you know this guy's a liar, because he just said I've never won a single debate in my life. That's what he's saying.
All right, let's get back into this.
Alexander Rosenberg have argued that it's just not even possible for conscious beings to think and form actual thoughts in a reality that's fundamentally mindless. And he's argued that therefore thoughts don't exist because in his view, reality is fundamentally mindless. But if thoughts do exist, then that leads to the question, how do they exist and why do they exist? And even if they could possibly exist from mindless foundations, there's a question of prediction and probability. It seems to me that a mindless first theory does not itself predict that there's any positive likelihood of there being conscious beings anywhere.
All right, so he continued with his point there. I feel like I addressed all of that prior just by looking at the thing there, but if anybody has any questions about that in chat, feel free to post them in chat. I'm happy to address them. I feel like Minar's in my discussion, though, addressed pretty much everything that was said there. Also, there is a super chat from Professor Hizzle. Thank you very much, sir. He says, mute Minar unless he turns his volume down to an acceptable level within 10 seconds of the super chat.
Yes, I'm going to fix my mic right now. The freak, you're a traitor. You are a traitor.
Does not call people that. I need to get a timer up. All right, I'm going to start the timer right now because I didn't start it when I did that because I needed to pull it up. But let's see.
This guy's face is intense. Yeah, kind of like your face.
Is it fixed or no?
Yeah, I fixed it 100%. I moved my mic a little bit further away from you too.
Can you just turn your let me see if this works. I'll just do this. Say something.
Hey, what's up?
All right, that'll work. All right, I got it. I got it, Hizzle. I got it, buddy. I turned him down 50%. All right, we'll get going.
Now let's consider a supreme foundation theory. So this would be an alternative theory, a version of theism. So on this theory, reality includes a fundamental reality having a supreme nature. And by supreme nature, this can be unpacked in different ways. I want to kind of leave open how we think of this, but I'll offer one maximality condition for sake of focus, which is that a supreme nature will entail a maximal consistent combination of classical great-making qualities, such as power, mental resources, kind of general state of goodness, and so on. So you could think of it as a maximally great kind of being. So the supreme foundation theory provides a deep and unifying explanation of many areas of reality. If there's a supreme foundation, if there's a foundational reality that has some kind of maximal mind, then that makes it more likely that there would be mind in reality, because the foundational reality already has within it the resources of mentality. It also raises.
He's going to cover a little bit more here in a second, but Hazel had said to actually make that a Minar, so Minar is muted for 5 minutes. The supreme foundation theory. This is definitely an interesting one. So he's saying a supreme nature, right? So like maximal everything, right? So maximally good, maximally powerful, maximal everything, right? All the stuff they claim great making properties, right? This is what a lot of theists hold to these days. Which Will? I see Will in the back. Is that the Will from Discord or what? I don't know if that's the Will from Discord or not. But if it is, send me a DM on Discord or you can type in chat. I've seen you in back a few times. But he says that the supreme foundation theory provides a deep and unifying explanation of many areas of reality, right? So the minds, material organization, moral awareness. He's basically just arguing that it provides all the stuff that he was talking about earlier, right? I don't see, though, why a maximal thing would need any of that. Like minds, material organization, moral awareness, mental norms, mental power, mathematical order, meaning. I just don't see why something so great would ever need any of that. That seems totally unnecessary. Oh, and they're saying thanks for Minar. Professor Hizzle. So the bands are I can write that. I need to write that into the rules. We'll start doing that soon. I need to write that into the rules, so where if they leave, they get muted or something, right? But I do need to write that into the rules. And then we got Austin and back. Is that Austin? Let me see. Hey, Austin.
Oh yeah, it's I.
Hey, do you have a PC?
I do not. I have a laptop and a phone.
Use your laptop for the debate.
That works even worse than my phone.
Oh. Well, we got to figure that out before the debate. Are you wanting to review some of this, or are you just trying to get it working?
I was stopping by to try and get it working, but if that's going to interrupt your flow, we don't have to do it right now.
It seems like it's working just fine.
Yeah, no, I can hang out for minutes, but eventually it will just kick me out of nowhere.
So what do you think about this supreme foundation theory? He's saying that it's the theory that there's basically maximally everything being that provides a fundamental explanation for all our reality, right? So I kind of addressed it earlier, but he's saying like minds, material organization, moral awareness, mental norms, mental power, mathematical order, meaning. Do you think that something that was all powerful or maximally powerful and had all those great making properties would need any of that?
No.
Why would it care about some random humans on planet Earth 14.5 billion years into the duration of the universe out in the middle of nowhere in space, you know?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It would be kind of like if ants or if elephants walked extra slowly to make sure they never stepped on any ants. Like, because it's so large compared to us, it's so huge. The fact that it would be concerned with one little planet and one.
No, it would be like a solar system caring about an ant, probably.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Like, what in the world?
Yeah.
There's so much more going on. And oh man, so much more going on. Sorry for the interruption.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, I have a hard time envisioning why an all-powerful entity of any kind would care about us worshiping it, would be invested in our behavior at all. It makes zero sense to me. If something is omnipotent, it doesn't need you to worship it. And if it's not omnipotent, then why bother?
Right. I honestly, based on how the world is, I don't think there would be a being worthy of worship like that, right? Just because, like, I think a problem of evil is a real thing. How could anything that makes everything have to have these, like, horrendous lives in nature and then just to reproduce, then move on, right? Like, do you think that's something that's worthy of worship? Think about all the mice in fields just on Earth. Imagine all the other planets that have life on them, that have even more crazy life combinations, right? All the different life that just doesn't make it early, you know, and lives a horrible early life, right?
Yeah, think about all the microorganisms. Think about the little paramecium swimming around and struggling to exist, completely unaware that they are just like these tiny little things living on our faces.
Right. Well, they don't have consciousness so much. I'm not sure they're suffering like a lot of
That's
lives.
correct.
I'm not sure the problem suffering exactly applies to those, but I don't get why it would make conscious organisms or want to make conscious organisms or even unconscious organisms. Why would it want to, or I guess I don't know what the right term is, but organisms without consciousness, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so that would definitely qualify for things like a paramecium. They have responsiveness to stimuli, but it's not quite what you would call intelligence, even though the field of science that studies that is ironically called cellular intelligence. It's not exactly intelligence and self-awareness like that. It's just another name for interesting patterns in the way they respond to stimuli.
Oh, you got 4 more minutes, Minar. I got you muted for 4 more minutes. That's the duration on the timer there. Oh, he dropped out. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, Minar. All right, you ready to get back into this?
For sure.
Raises the probability, I think, of there being a kind of material organization. When I witness my kids make drawings, I notice that as they get older and their minds develop, the drawings that they make display more sophisticated organizations. But if I see a drawing of a face on a piece of paper, I don't expect that face to exist without any kind of mental background or any kind of intelligence behind that. Now, to be clear, my kids can use materials to produce their material organization. They can use pens and pencils and create even machines that can facilitate their intentions. And this use of materials is itself a kind of organization. And so it seems to me that the Supreme...
I don't think that there is anything in any of that would suggest anything beyond people or things doing stuff, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like these guys are looking at the world like this like totally wondrous thing, and then extrapolating from like supernatural presuppositions or something to get to the. I don't know. Like, I think the world's cool, but I don't know how else they're getting to these points. These people talk about it like this like super grand and amazing thing. Yeah, I think it's amazing too, but I don't talk about it like that and then infer that there has to be a mind behind it all.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense to me. And also, there is a super chat from Frosty. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated. Frosty asked, was Bernard not wearing a shirt? No, he was wearing a shirt. Throwback, right? And then end times gospel, when you see the abomination of desolation in the sacred atheist place. Not sure what you're saying there exactly, Frosty, in the second part, but thank you very much for the support, sir. Greatly appreciated. It's all right. I was getting ready to. Menar's a lot to handle, right?
Yeah.
Highly, much more likely that there be some kind of material organization. This is the kind of thing that is interesting to minds. Also, if it's a supreme foundation, it's not just a maximal intelligence, it also has that kind of general goodness built into its nature. So it's purely great through and through, not just along one dimension, but purely and uniformly across its whole nature. And this would suggest that there is a more likely explanation of the existence of moral awareness or awareness of value. as well as mental norms. I mentioned principles of reason, mental power, mathematical order, meaning, and the story structure of reality, and so on. I'm pointing to.
Oh, and I don't think I addressed the story structure of reality claim he made. That story structure real, or I think I said that it's like the way he's looking at the world, but that's wild to me. It's like he's thinking about it like this story is being narrated by God, basically. That's how he sees it. He thinks this is like, I don't know if he's an idealist, but he's looking at it like an idealist would, right? Where it's like this is the narration of God's idea of reality or some weird position, right?
Yeah, no, that is basically the viewpoint of a lot of believers. We look at it like we're biological organisms that developed on a rock and became aware of the universe. They look at it like they're main characters in a celestial drama being played out
Right.
for God's entertainment.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, they're like, this is evidence for that. I mean, first off, when we're looking at evidence for stuff, evidence is generally not like, I interpret it like everything is a narration in somebody's brain. That is not generally what we're going to think of evidence. I mean, it might be like super weak evidence because he said it or whatever, or thought it or whatever, but I don't think anybody at all would accept that as good evidence. And this is Joe Schmidt's guy. This is the guy that Joe Schmidt looks up to and said was part of the reason for his conversion to Catholicism. And I am hearing weak, not convincing argumentation. If anybody in chat is being convinced by this, feel free to let us know. But I am not being convinced or swayed. In fact, I think that when he's saying this stuff intuitively, just based off of my knowledge about the world, I'm thinking he's wrong about most of this stuff. And the stuff that he's saying about maximal, why would a maximal being ever need any of that? Ever. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a hierarchy of evidence, and some evidence definitely better than other evidence. Like, there was a time when if I asked my son to take the trash out, he would take the trash out, and I didn't really need any more evidence than asking him, "Hey, did you take the trash out?" And he grunts back to me, "Yes, I took the trash out." But at a certain point, he realized he could just tell me, "Okay," and then just keep doing whatever the hell he wants, and I'll leave him alone. And sometimes he gets out of taking the trash out that way. And if I ask him, "Did you take the trash out?" he'll grunt yes, but he didn't actually take it out. So now I need better evidence. Now I need to actually walk to my front window, open the curtain, peek out, and see, is the trash bag still in the trash can or has it been removed? So both of those things are evidence. My son saying he took the trash out, that is evidence, but it's way weaker evidence than looking out the window and seeing the trash can actually empty. I hope that was a useful tangent.
Right, right. And Entropy Matter says, to be fair, we heard him talk for like 3 minutes. You're going to hear him talk a lot more if we can get through this. I'll try to let him talk a little bit longer here.
Do a few examples to just illustrate the general argument here. So here's an open challenge for all the truth seekers. The challenge is, give a more unified theory, more unified than the Supreme Foundation theory, that successfully predicts or makes as likely all those many different areas of reality. All right, so this is kind of the first.
All right, I think this, I said I was going to let him talk longer, but this open challenge is kind of nonsense. He says, give a more unified theory. I feel like he specifically chose that language to try to point out that they're looking for a unified theory in science. That looks like that's like specifically chosen language to me. And I don't think he's providing a unified theory. His God position didn't provide any unification of the forces other than saying that it does it, you know?
Yeah, I agree. This didn't. I don't think this unified quantum behavior and gravity whatsoever. It's, I almost can't imagine how you would do that without a buttload of math. So if you're not crunching numbers, you're probably not even getting close to that.
Right.
Or at least doing some kind of geometry.
And then Zill says That's right. Zill made a dogman noise. He said, protection for the peanut butter guy, Mr. Jif Skippy. Okay, I got you. Mr. Jif Skippy. Gotcha. Yeah, all right, let's get going.
All those many different areas.
Oh, I did forget to mention, so even though there's no unified theory, we still have theories. We have models and theories, and we can math stuff, right? And so even though there's not a unified theory, I think that this is like a what's the word I'm looking for? This is like a loaded question or a loaded challenge, right? Because I think he set this up to where he could probably reject anything he wants, right? Because there's no predictions. There's nothing that he has that his God would predict that you could test. And there's no way to tell how likely it makes it at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and it is the case that we've explained a lot of the universe with the theories we have with Big Bang cosmology and gravity and quantum. What we haven't done is found a way to relate quantum to gravity. We just don't understand why these things seem to behave differently. And we can explain a lot. We haven't unified those things, so we can't explain everything yet. But theoretically, if you unified them, you could literally explain everything. What would be interesting is to see if that means we live in a deterministic universe or a universe in which free will exists. And I think it smacks of determinism.
After thinking about this, I think you could literally just present the this open challenge. I think you could just present lambda CDM and you win.
Yeah.
Like, read that for a second. Wouldn't you just presenting lambda CDM win that?
I would think so, yeah.
How would lambda CDM not? So lambda CDM is a standard model of particle physics, and it predicts and allows you to understand much of reality to a very, very high degree and a very, very high. It's very accurate.
The movement of planets, the movement of particles.
I don't think he can do any of that with his position.
No,
with his theory. So I think he would be, because he's not going to be able to claim quantum physics if he claims a God. You know what I mean? Because quantum physics says that not God is fundamental to reality, basically, in not so many words, or way more words. It doesn't say a God exists, right? It doesn't explicitly exclude God, but it's just never anything that's ever been a part of the question with reality, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of rank psychologism going on here where he subsumes our paradigm by explaining the mind itself. But that, I don't know, that's iffy.
He goes into some interesting stuff here. I listened to a bunch of this earlier. He goes into some interesting stuff here.
Yeah, that approach would only work if dualism was viable. I don't think it is.
All right, you excited for these? Oh, hang on one second. Let me hide this guy in chat real fast. All right. Anyways, let's get back into this. Oh, what were you asking?
No, nothing.
Oh, gotcha. Let's get back into this.
All right, so this is kind of the first stage of my my case, which is an argument from raising the probability and making it more likely that there would be all of these things through deep and unifying explanation. Here, I want to focus on an argument that is based on analyzing the nature of fundamental reality and explaining dependent portions of reality. So here I present my signature argument from Arbitrary Limits. This is going to be a brief outline just to point to the main steps, and we can discuss this further. So this argument has two parts. The first part seeks to explain dependent things. So if you have a dependent sequence of turtles, and there's a question about how those turtles exist and why they exist, then the idea is that you're not going to appeal to those very dependent things to explain their existence, because that would be circular. So without a foundational reality, there would be no explanation or basis for the existence of dependent things in total. This premise does not depend on the number of things. No matter how many things there are, whether one or many, the idea is that they would all collectively depend on something prior. It's like...
So I think part of the reason he's using this premise is because he thinks infinite regress is impossible, which he mentioned earlier, which he didn't really argue for. And this is definitely an interesting face there. Also, Dave Gar says, AI turtles, cute. I just want to say some people are definitely better at prompting AI than others. He just said turtles all the way down, I bet. But yeah, so without a foundational reality, there would be no basis for the existence of dependent things. So I feel like this is just him claiming a necessary being, right? Saying that there has to be something fundamental that cannot fail to exist and would account for all dependent things, right? Which is fine. I claim a necessary being, right? But he is rejecting infinite regress and brute fact with this, right? And so I feel like for some other people, that would be a good point for them to address. But I do agree that there's probably a necessary. It seems like that might be the case, right? Austin got booted from Restream. I don't know how to fix that.
If you had a floor with brown tiles, and the floor is, you could say, brown, it doesn't matter how many brown tiles there are, even if there are infinitely many, the floor in total would still be brown. Same with dominoes that are knocking each other down on a table. If you have infinitely many dominoes, they only knock each other down on that table if there's a table to support them. Now, for any dependent things, there's...
I don't feel like those are good examples for a necessary thing, right?
The basis for their existence. I'm going to point to 3 types of reasons for this. I think from reason, just reflecting on the nature of dependence, adding up more dependent things does not yield an independent total. I think this is also supported by experience. We've got lots of examples of dependent things. You add them together and they don't form something independent. And then from the expectation of a deeper explanation. I think there's a track record in science to seek a deeper explanation of things. And so we can put this modestly. Other things being equal, expect a further explanation. And from this, it follows that we can expect an explanation of the total of dependent things.
This is definitely an interesting position. So for any dependent things, there is a basis for their existence. So from reason, from experience, from explanation, and he's been covering those. So I guess you could reason, that makes sense, right? To there being dependent things, right? Finding the ground of their existence, right? But I think this is just restating that there are dependent things, right? And then that the base of, it's like restating that there is a foundational reality, I feel like, in a different way. But he's saying from experience. I don't know what experience in which he's seen something come into existence. He does see stuff that'll borrow its existence from other stuff, right? So I don't know how he could assume that the universe doesn't just borrow its existence from other stuff and then say it's God and then not assume that God borrows its existence from other stuff, right? It feels like some interesting lines of logic he's going down here. Let's see what else he has to say about this, though. Maybe he's got a good explanation here.
And this gives us a reason to think there's a foundational reality. Now we can move on to the second part to ask what's the nature of...
Oh, he said in this case there's a foundation. So he's just saying that there's a necessary being, I think. That's what it seemed like to me, but I didn't see much good argumentation for it. Although I do agree, there wasn't even really a syllogism there, right?
This foundational reality. Again, just to give you the outline, my argument is that if foundational reality lacks that supreme nature, it's not a supreme foundation, then it's going to have some kind of arbitrary parameters or limits. It'll have...
I thought this was really interesting when I listened to this the first time, right? So if foundational reality lacks a supreme nature, it would have arbitrary, unexplained limits. I don't see how that follows. It could have limits as a part of its nature. It could... I don't see how limits matter at all either. He's saying it would be infinite everything. I don't think that follows at all. This does not seem like a good premise or a good statement. This seems like a statement of faith more than anything.
Power to some limited arbitrary degree, or it'll have the capacity for awareness to some limited degree. But I would argue that same principle of seeking an explanation as far as you can, other things being equal, expect a further explanation, gives at least some reason to expect a deeper explanation for any particular limits that there are. There's a limited, thank you. if there's a limited set of turtles, then you might wonder, why is there that particular limit? So for example, can you see me through the video, or is it just showing the PowerPoint? You can see me? Okay, great. I love that. So I'm showing here a little piece of reality here. And even though you haven't seen where it came from, you have good reason to expect that there is some deeper explanation of its particular size and parameters. And if I change this piece of reality to a different one with a different shape, different color, the idea here, this is very key, is that the difference in limit and shape and size is irrelevant. I think both reason and experience testify to the irrelevance of the difference in shape and size. I mean, this is where, honestly, it clicks to the level of like, I see no alternative. It just seems like, oh yes, for any particular limit, if one limit has an explanation in terms of something deeper, all the others will too, uniformly. So this is the...
Wow. That seems like a, what's that, a composition fallacy? Composition fallacy, let me see. The informal logical error that happens when you assume what is true for a part of something also must be true for the whole. So I feel like there's been a few instances here where he's been committing composition fallacies. And sorry, I had to double check that was because it's either composition or division, right? But with that being said, I feel like several parts here he's been committing composition fallacy, which is incorrectly assuming the truth of the parts being like the whole, or the whole being like, oh dang it, happens for a part of something must be also true for the whole. Yeah, so he's assuming that the part is like the whole, right? When the whole, in fact, could be totally different, right? In fact, we know it's totally different because it delves into the quantum, right? Or it goes into the quantum, where we're in class, where we like live and operate in the classical, right? So I feel like this is an interesting position to take, but I don't see much that would convince me that his position on this is correct. Uniformity, any difference between any limits on a being, size, shape, quantity, intrinsic value do not imply difference with respect to their dependence on a prior explanation. So now he's just arguing that everything has a, so he's doing like PSR now. This is a weird argument, and I don't feel like it has much force. Maybe it's got more force to humor, but I don't feel like this has much force.
uniformity principle that all limits alike have a deeper explanation, and if that's right, then foundational reality lacks those arbitrary limits, and so has a supreme nature. Okay, now I think I have 45 seconds left, and I want to talk about the greatest...
And just his conclusion was just that it requires a supreme God, which is the maximally everything, right?
challenge to my view, which is that the world is not supreme. There's evil, there's suffering. If the foundation is supreme, how can that be? Well, here's the sketch of an answer. This is obviously a deep and vexing question, and we could discuss this for a long time, but my thought is actually there's a way in which evil and suffering adds additional evidence for a supreme foundation, because all the kinds of evil we find in the world seem to take place within the context of developing conscious beings of different kinds. There are many kinds of conscious beings, there are many ways of developing them, but these make sense in the context of a narrative structure, where beings gain self-understanding, gain expansion. There's a development process, and there's something beautiful and valuable about this. And suffering and its various kinds then would be expected in the context of a great story.
So this is him talking about his story position, right? I think this is such a weird position to hold. I really don't have I mean, I commented on it earlier, but the greatest kinds of stories include settings. Like, this is such a weird position. He's saying that he's predicting that this is like the greatest story, self-understanding and expansion of consciousness. This is where the deepest treasures lie. This is such a weird position to me. He's looking at the world like it's this grand, wonderful adventure granted by God. And oh man, this is wild. This is what we used to talk about a lot. I don't know if I should say it, but this is what we used to, not that there's anything bad with it, but I don't know if I should say it, right? This is like what you guys know I want to say. Pretending to be an imaginary character in a you guys know where I'm going with that. But anyways, let's get back into this.
Something beautiful and valuable about this. And suffering and its various kinds then would be expected in the context of a...
I don't see how you could expect suffering in the greatest story. You don't have to have triumph over suffering to have the greatest story. That makes sense because we're humans and we have suffering and we want to see people triumph over things. But if the world were different and there were no suffering, there could be greater stories. Don't you think the story would be better if it didn't have suffering in it? Don't you think it would be better if everybody got what they wanted? I think that would be pretty cool, especially if you were in a reality that existed like you got everything you wanted, right? That'd be pretty cool. No suffering. That's a pretty good program. Dave Gar says this PowerPoint may have come from a creative writing class. That's funny. Well, no, I think he's like tying it back. So earlier he was saying that this is like everything in the universe is basically like a narration of God's mind, I think is what he was like pushing for. And so he's basically saying this is like the greatest story that could be told, right? And I think that's him like tying it back to his previous statement about all the narration and whatnot, right? And so from my understanding, this is him tying that into all this, saying that this universe is like the greatest story ever told, and so God's telling it or something, right? Yeah, I feel like he's reifying it, Benjamin. I like reifying a story being told. It's really weird, really weird to me.
Great story. So the idea here is that from a supreme foundation, it's unsurprising that great stories would emerge, but the contrast theories don't make that prediction at all.
Yeah. See, he's tying it in right here. So the story is evidence of God from a supreme foundation. It is unsurprising that great stories would emerge. A mindless explosion, by contrast, is not expected to turn into great characters who wonder how they got there. This is... he's just presupposing this, I think. There's no... So I don't even know how to respond to this. This is such a weird way of looking at this. Like, how do you respond to this? He's saying that this is all narration, right? Do you think somebody telling a story would make insignificant specks of life on planet Earth with the grand scale of things? This is a really Earth-centric view, in my opinion.
Either possible or likely. So here are my final summary points in the last 10 seconds. Theism, I think, has great explanatory power. The supreme foundation explains many areas of reality. Also, logical analysis seems to suggest that dependent realities can't just exist on their own. In total, they've got to depend on something non-dependent, foundational, that's relevantly different from dependent things. So they don't have those arbitrary limits and boundaries that call for deeper explanation. And the deepest, most unified account of the foundation that makes that foundation relevantly different, in my view, it would be a supreme foundation.
This is such an interesting opening, right, people? So he's saying that a supreme foundation has greater explanatory power than what we have access to. I mean, sure, it's greater than just making something up could be greater explanatory power than anything. But I mean that you're looking at it with like explanatory power that's disconnected from reality, right? We want explanatory power that's evidenced, right? We don't want explanatory power that's disconnected from reality entirely, right? I mean, and that's a good point. Somebody in chat says, if it's all narration, then there is no good or bad. It's all the author. That's a great point. And then the logical analysis: dependent reality can only arise from a non-dependent foundation, which, to be relevantly different from arbitrary limited dependent things, would have a supreme nature. So I would say that this is incorrect, right? So I do agree that there's likely a necessary being, but I would just simply point to the fact that his necessary being would be arbitrary because he would have to claim my necessary being. He'd basically have to claim two necessary beings. His would become arbitrary, and we would know his God does not exist.
One with a supreme nature. So in other words, in short, God best explains the most. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Josh. I will pass over to Mike.
And I think we adequately defeated his position through the opening, but let's go ahead and see where this goes. I'm excited to see this next portion, as should y'all be.
Michael Huemer. I'll go ahead and give you 16 minutes on that. So feel free to have that extra breathing room
Thank you.
to present your case.
I mean, thank you for passing that along and giving me that extra minute.
Okay, so I'm going to present a little slideshow. Now, Josh and I prepared our statements without seeing each other, so this will not exactly respond, but it might partly respond to what he said because I read a blog post of his about this subject. All right, so is there a God? All right, let's think about that. This is my view, I guess, basically. I see three explanations for the existence of fine-tuning and consciousness and the universe as we know it. There's the hypothesis that there's a creator of the universe, but it's a finite, limited being or an imperfect being. There's a hypothesis of an infinite or perfect creator. And then there's the multiverse theory, which is that there are many different universes, and only some of them allow for life and consciousness and interesting things happening in them, and those are the only ones that anybody ever observes. Okay. I guess my basic view is the finite creator and the multiverse are reasonable theories, and they're both more likely than the infinite creator theory. Also, by the way, as a side point, I think it's even more likely that there's something else that we haven't thought of. We probably just don't know. Probably nobody has thought of what the...
That is a great point. That is such a spectacular point. And I try to bring that up to people sometimes, but people really don't want to hear that, right? But there very likely is just something maybe a possibility we haven't thought of, right? But he's saying that the finite creator and the multiverse are way more likely than an infinite creator, and I agree with that. Now, I think there's other explanations of fine-tuning and consciousness as well, right? I think he left out a lot. So he said there could be others, right? But there's others, right? I don't think it's necessarily multiverse, right? Finite creator, multiverse, infinite creator, something else, finite creator, multiverse, right? So he's just breaking it down here, but he did make some good points there, and I'd like to see where he goes with this.
correct explanation of the universe is. But since I also am one of these people who hasn't thought of it, I can't say anything more about that. Okay. So I'm going to discuss objections to the idea of an infinite being. I'm going to mention the problem of evil, and then maybe I'll talk about how to explain reality or existence in general. Okay, could God be infinite? The traditional God in the kind of like Western theological tradition is supposed to be infinite in certain respects. So sometimes people just say God is an infinite being, but other times they say things that imply that he's infinite. So they'll say that God is all-knowing, which I think implies that God has infinite knowledge. There's an infinite amount of stuff to know, so God is infinitely knowledgeable. They'll say God is all-powerful, which I think implies an infinite amount of power. Also, although this is rarely mentioned, it would appear that God's intelligence must be infinite. Like if he got an IQ test, I suppose his IQ would be infinity. All right, and all of these are supposed to be, you're supposed to think that these are quantifiable attributes. And if they're quantifiable, the quantity that God has can't be just some limited amount. It's got to be infinite or something like that, in the Western theological tradition, okay? It would be fine with me to talk about a God that had a limited amount of these attributes, but I don't think that the traditional theist would be happy with that.
And that's an interesting point, because arguing against them, the limited God versus the infinite God, especially if he claims a necessary being, I think he's going to win out, right? If you claim a necessary being that's more simple and meets a criteria of necessary being, which is simply a state of existence which cannot fail to exist, I don't think his God would, either of their gods would meet that criteria, at least in regards to what a necessary being actually is. But with that being said, let's say that they are comparing their necessary beings. I think his necessary being would be more simple and falsify the one that's already been presented simply through making it arbitrary. As it's more simple, you don't need all the additional stuff, right? And I'm not sure if by limited he's appealing to more like a deistic God or a maybe like bare theism or something, but even bare theism would win out there if he's claiming a necessary being, right?
Okay, there might be other attributes of God that are also infinite. You can think about that. God's infinite intelligence. What would this mean? Like, there's no limit to how many problems he could solve in any time period, or he could solve intellectual problems as quickly as he likes. And his infinite power. Well, it makes sense to talk about one being more powerful than another, and it makes sense to talk about a being perhaps twice as powerful as another. You can think about power in different respects. Maybe there's not a single dimension of power. Maybe there are multiple kinds of power. All of this is fine as long as there are some quantifiable dimensions. One person could be twice as strong as another, which would mean perhaps they could lift a weight twice as heavy as the other person could lift. Okay, but God could lift any weight, and God could create any number of particles, etc. So he has an infinite amount of power.
Thing that is interesting too.
Oh, hang on, I'll fix this. I messed up there, people. I'm sorry. Let me push back up to here. My apologies, people. I clicked the wrong button there. Bear with me for just a second. But he was basically saying that there's not really a way to quantify infinite power besides infinite, whereas everything else seems to be quantifiable, right? Let's hope we get back there pretty quickly. My apologies, people. Hang on. I got this.
Infinite velocity. And suppose it traveled at that velocity for 1 minute. Where would it be possible? How many problems you could solve in any time period, or you could solve.
But oh my, I lost my train of thought there trying to fix that. My apologies, people. But the argument here that he's arguing against is the infinite God claim, right? And so he's going to be covering different infinities and whatnot, but he kind of already has a little bit. But I want you to keep in mind here what I said just a moment ago, that it is, even if a necessary being has to exist by its own nature, right? It doesn't have a bunch of additional properties, right? So people are going to claim that it can be a god. People are going to claim that it can, like a theistic god, it can be a deistic god, right? But the important thing to remember is that if something can classify as necessary being, if it has more properties than something else, then it would automatically be knocked out through arbitrariness. It would be unnecessary, right? And so I think he's already, I don't want to declare a winner already, but I think that if he poses that against the other necessary being, I think he would win the debate there.
I think that these are quantifiable attributes. And if they're quantifiable, the quantity that God has can't be just some limited amount. It's got to be infinite or something like that, in the Western theological tradition. Okay, it would be fine with me to talk about a God that had a limited amount of these attributes, but I don't think that the traditional theists would be happy with that. Okay, there might be other attributes of God that are also infinite. You can think about that. God's infinite intelligence. What would this mean? Like, there's no limit to how many problems he could solve in any time period, or he could solve intellectual problems as quickly as he likes. And his infinite power. Well, it makes sense to talk about one being more powerful than another. And it makes sense to talk about a being being perhaps twice as powerful as another. You can think about power in different respects. Maybe there's not a single dimension of power. Maybe there are multiple kinds of power. All of this is fine as long as there are some quantifiable dimensions. One person could be twice as strong as another, which would mean perhaps they could lift a weight twice as heavy as the other person could lift. Okay, but God could lift any weight, and God could create any number of particles, etc. So he has an infinite amount of power. Okay, now there's some kinds of infinities that.
All right, so I wanted to listen to that again anyway, so that's good. Hopefully y'all got that there. He's just describing what infinite versus limited would be.
That are metaphysically impossible. Right, so to give an example, there's Thomson's famous lamp. This is a hypothetical lamp that it starts out off and then it gets switched on after half a minute, and then back off after a quarter minute, back on after another eighth of a minute, and so on. So that in the course of a minute, it gets switched infinitely many times. And then you have the question, at the end of the minute, is it on or off? And you're supposed to see that there's no good answer to this question. And then that's supposed to make you think, well, that lamp is impossible. Like, that seems to be the answer to the puzzle. There cannot be such a lamp.
And this is a strong point. So here he's going, how infinities can be impossible to show that the God could that claiming infinite God might be something that might just be impossible. And I think that when you apply a lot of the theistic claims, especially the Christian ones to that, you might see that might become impossible, right?
Or consider the conundrum, what happens when an irresistible force encounters an immovable object? And the only answer to this could be, well, there can't be such a scenario. And an irresistible force would be thought of as an infinite force, and the immovable object would be thought of as an object with infinite inertia. The best explanation of what's wrong with this scenario is that you can't have either of those things. Or suppose that there was an object traveling with infinite velocity, and suppose it traveled at that velocity for 1 minute. Where would it be? And there's no answer to that. And the best account of what went wrong here is that infinite velocity is impossible. Or suppose that there are two objects at infinite distance from one another. Okay, one object is here. Where's the other object? There's nowhere for it to be. Okay, there is no location.
Those are all interesting points. So I like these counters to claimed infinities that he's providing. And that's a good way to show that, like, we say infinite is a thing, right? But he's showing that, hey, generally infinities are going to be impossible, right? I don't know if those line up with exactly the type of infinite that's claimed with gods, but I do think that he is doing good groundwork in presenting these various types of infinities that are impossible as an objection to infinity, like an infinite God being possible. Like, he's shown the different types of infinities, some of which the God may hold, right?
At infinite distance. And why are all these things impossible? I think basically because there are no infinite numbers. It is a misunderstanding. It's a conceptual confusion to think that there's a number called infinity. The structure of the number line is as shown in this first graphic, right? It's a line that goes that way forever. There is not, in addition to that, another point after the infinite line. There's just the infinite number line. So there's not like another number after all that comes after all the natural numbers that's bigger than all the natural numbers. Nor is there one that comes after all the real numbers. The natural numbers just go on up forever, and the real numbers go on up forever, and that's it. Okay, there are no infinite numbers. That's why there can't be these infinite quantities, right? Like the infinite velocity and the infinite inertia.
Oh, so he's saying that there's not going to be like an actually accessible infinite quantity or capability. And so he's applying that to God to say that because there's not actually any available infinite capabilities, right? That's not going to be possible for the God. This is a really interesting argument, I think. Do we have any ontological infinites to examine? Well, he's saying that he's saying no to that, right? He's saying that they're not actually a thing in reality.
And so on. Okay, why might it be impossible for being to have an infinite amount of power? So the first thing you might think is this is analogous to how there can't be infinite force or infinite velocity or infinite distance through those other things I gave examples of. It just seems similar to that, to say that there's a being with infinite power. The other thing to think is, if there were a being with unlimited power, that being could realize paradoxes of the infinite, like Thomson's lamp. So if there were a God and he satisfied the attributes of traditional theism, he could create the Thomson lamp. He could create a lamp and then he could switch it infinitely many times within 1 minute. And then you're supposed to think, well, but there's something wrong with that scenario, so there can't be a being with infinite power. The reason why we can't create the Thomson lamp is that we would run out of energy. As you try to switch the lamp, there'd be some point at which you would no longer have enough energy to flip the switch another time. And there would be a specific point at which that's true because you would have a specific amount of energy available at any given time. Also, by the way, if
he is making strong point after strong point. So he's saying that if there was an infinite God, it would be able to do these impossible infinite things, right? But these impossible infinite things are impossible, right? That's a really strong point. I dig this argumentation.
If that didn't happen first, the switch might break because you exerted too much force on it. And there's a specific point in this switching, in the series of switchings at which the switch would break because the force increases each time you flip it, because you have to flip it faster. Okay, but if there's a God, God wouldn't face those limitations. God wouldn't be stopped at any particular point. So there's no clear reason why he wouldn't be able to complete the scenario. The Littlewood-Ross paradox is another paradox of the infinite that it appears that God would be able to realize, but I think I will not describe it because it might take a few minutes. All right, but if you know what it is, that's another thing that I would say, God could realize if he had infinite power. However, you might then think, oh, but there are some kinds of infinities that are possible. So Zeno's paradox gives an example of this. There's an object that wants to move from point A to point B, just a very simple thing that ordinarily happens every day. In order for it to get to its destination, it has to first go half the distance, and then half the remaining distance, and then half the remaining distance, and so on. So that's an infinite series. So it appears that to move from one point to another, just a finite distance, you have to complete an infinite series. And because objects do in fact move, it appears that shows that sometimes infinite series are completed. Okay. Also, it appears that time is infinite.
Zeno's paradox is definitely an interesting one because you do end up moving at the end of it, right? So it's the idea that you have to traverse infinity for motion at all, right? I guess that would depend on your position on Zeno's paradox. I've heard some interesting responses, but you do end up traversing, you do end up moving. Zeno's paradox would pose that something like the movement would be impossible because of the infinite, but you're traversing a distance. So, oh, hang on one second. I got a DM asking to have somebody pop in. Join the open panel discussion. All right, I just put the link in chat. But I feel like he's making some very interesting points here. What's up, Kurt? Good to see you, dude.
Hey, how's it going? Interesting topic, huh?
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more people wanting to hang out for this. I thought this was a great debate. As I told you, I found it the other day. I found it yesterday, and I listened to a little bit, and then I watched it earlier, and I'm like, this is a really good debate. I'm impressed with the argumentation, re-listening to it. I'm like, oh, this is actually stronger than I thought it was on the initial listen.
I have had massive computer problems for the last half hour, so I'm just coming in relatively cold. So if you need to get me up to speed on anything, but what I've seen so far looks great.
Well, yeah. What are your thoughts on Zeno's paradox, the idea that movement is traversing infinity?
So I
And I'm
think
going to run to
that
the restroom real quick while you respond. Thank you for being here. I need to
yeah.
go to the bathroom.
So I think that movement is only possible if there is a minimum distance that either is traveled or is not traveled, and I think that's probably the case. At least, like, it may be theoretically divisible, that minimum distance, but that distance must exist to allow movement, in my opinion. If we imagine that it's infinitely divisible, and yet people can move past that dividing, it just seems to me to create an idea where there's no quantization at all. And so I think that digitizing, like, space and even time to some degree do solve that problem. And we find at least some minor experimental evidence in the Planck distance and the Planck time, where there seems to be units of both time and space that we can't get below. Now, again, that's like tentative. We don't know what the future will hold, and it's entirely possible we'll find other issues. But obviously, digitization is certainly the easiest way to solve either of those problems from my point of view. That said, I still think that, like, there are certain things you just can't do with zero, because zero doesn't work that way. And it's entirely possible that, like, in philosophy and psychology, infinity works the same way. There are just certain moves that we can say the word infinity and use the symbol for infinity, but we shouldn't think that they're operationalizable in the same way that very large or very small numbers would be. I think there's a mathematical proof that, like,
So your objection is basically Planck.
Yeah, and I think there's a mathematical proof that 9.9 with a line over the 9 is equal to 1, which is another different way of, like, getting across that infinites can't be regarded as, like, the same thing as, like, regular numbers.
Gotcha. Oh, man. By the way, Dr. Kurt here is going to be doing a debate here shortly, so I hope y'all are pumped for that. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I think it'll be great. I'm kind of excited. I saw David's debate on the soul with Juan from Modern Atheism, and that's just a great conversation those two had. I would recommend anybody who thinks there's a soul to watch it, but unfortunately, I was sort of out of the conversation from the beginning.
Oh, no worries. I thought they had a good conversation too.
Oh no, I thought it was great. I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with either one of them.
I gotcha. And Hotep
They
says
both-
pumped.
They both accept the self, and, like, I think that's just an as if thing.
Oh, also, if y'all are loving the chat so far and all the review and the Manar conversation and everything, please consider supporting the show. You can do that with a super chat, get in a taco membership, ask a question, whatever you want to do. You can also slam the like button if you barely like the show. It helps a ton. Let's get back into this.
Wait, Minar came up? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
He was bad Minar, not good Minar.
It was rough, man.
Yeah, that's too bad. Did he try to enslave you again?
No.
Oh, well, that's good. He's not a new argument then.
No, he just kept interrupting and yelling and got muted and left.
Gotcha.
Some people dispute whether the past is infinite, but almost everyone agrees that the future is infinite. Also, space appears to be infinitely extended. It also appears to have, it appears to be infinitely divisible. So within a given finite volume of space, you can have infinitely many sub.
The future being infinite doesn't meet. I cannot speak. I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words today. The future being infinite doesn't mean that it's actually going to arrive at the number infinite or complete an infinite set, you know?
Yeah, I think like it's really, a lot of this is really hard to say with the data that we have. I'm just much more like cautious about making claims like that.
Well,
It's
the other guy was building the case for an infinite God, so he's presenting infinites and saying like these types of infinites are not possible, these types of infinites are possibly possible, to kind of like explain the different types of infinite because of the infinite God hypothesis.
Yeah, I completely agree that like an infinite being with a mind is just like, it's not a thing I can sign on to, and I don't have a way to make it make any sense to me. But the idea that like even the future is for sure infinite, I don't know that. I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, it could be Battlestar Galactica, right? Like this has all happened before, and it will all happen again, and it's just like a giant, massive cycle, and everything goes in a circle.
That's just CCC.
That's yeah, I know.
Hypotheses.
I know, but that wouldn't necessarily guarantee that our concept of the future is infinite.
No, I'm with you.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you view infinite, right? Because
well, I was saying,
like, you could traverse a circle.
Ever complete an infinite set, you'll never have it. Right. Even if the future is infinite, you'll never have an infinite set of the future or anything like that.
Yeah, and you could travel a circle infinitely as long as there's motive force. And of course, actually, right, no, you wouldn't even need motive force as long as there's no friction.
You'll never travel infinite distance, though.
Right. Well, no one being would. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
So,
that's really hard to see. It's really hard to see an infinite being at all. Like that's very hard to imagine.
I think the fact that the concept of traveling infinite distance on a circle, you think about Zeno's paradox, I think that would be further argumentation against the infinite, or the Zeno's paradox argument, or well, not argument, but Zeno's paradox. I think that would be maybe not even a guess. I think that would just point that maybe infinites aren't realizable.
Yeah. I think it's entirely possible that we have a useful, very good mathematical concept of infinity, but it just doesn't generalize to act like a number in other locations. I mean, imaginary numbers are like useful concepts, but they don't generalize like other numbers.
And then somebody in chat's asking, you're not doing live discussion then, you just streaming? Well, it's an open panel. If anybody in the audience wants to hop up on the panel, in any
of the poll, but not the link.
In any of the chats, you can click the link, join the panel, come debate, share your opinions, your thoughts on the topic, what's being said on screen. This is a really good debate, though. So if you guys have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them, especially if there was a theist. I like having theists up here, too.
Well, but Taco's on my YouTube interface. There isn't a link.
Oh, there's not? Did I not pin it? Oh, yeah, it's pinned. You just got to hit F5. You got to refresh it on screen.
Well, that's what I would recommend people do then. Yeah, now it should.
I'll post. Yeah, it should just fix it when you hit F5.
Yeah, if you can't get in,
we're live.
Hit F5.
Yeah, Bellavari, we're live right now, man. We're just doing a live debate review.
What kinds of infinity are possible and what kinds are impossible? And my basic view is, well, you can have infinite cardinality. In other words, there can be something that there are infinitely many of. So like there are infinitely many natural numbers. Also, you can have an infinite extensive magnitude. Extensive magnitudes are magnitudes that add up across the parts of a thing. So distance is an extensive magnitude. If you have a given distance, the length of the first half plus the length of the second half equals the length of the whole. It's additive in that way, right? So distance is an extensive magnitude. Okay, so the infinite extent of time and space, those are infinite extensive magnitudes. But you can't have an infinite non-extensive magnitude. This is my theory, which I explained in my book, Approaching Infinity, which everybody should now buy. Okay, and by the way, there's a theory behind this. There's a whole book about this. It would be difficult for me to explain this in a few minutes. Okay, but the basic explanation is to have an infinite non-extensive magnitude requires there to be infinite numbers. It requires you to say that there is a quantity that is larger than all of the finite quantities, or larger than all the real numbers, something like that. And I claim to say there are infinitely many of things does not require you to say that. To have a set of infinite cardinality just means that the set contains arbitrarily large subsets. So for any natural number n, it contains a subset with at least n members. Right? And to have an infinite extensive magnitude just requires having parts that have arbitrarily large extent. So the infinitude of space consists in the fact that there are, for any real number r, there exists a region of space with at least r liters of volume, or something like that. And I claim you cannot give this kind of explanation for non-extensive magnitudes. And so non-extensive magnitudes are impossible. In order to explain an infinite non-extensive magnitude, you have to posit the number that's larger than all the other numbers.
Did you understand that?
Yeah, he's talking about.
Can you explain that a little bit simpler, please?
I mean, I'll do the best I can. I am certainly not going to be as strong on the math maybe as he is. But the idea is that for an infinite single being to like contain infinity, then there would have to be a greater number or greater quantity than the actual infinites that he's describing, like the number line or the set of all numbers or something like that. Because the infinite being has to contain all the other infinities within it to be infinite. So it's a set of all infinite things.
So there could be another set of all infinite things, or it would be all this stuff?
No, I mean, I think he's just like, it's sort of like Russell's paradox turned into the mathematics of infinity, right?
Oh,
Does the set of all things include that set? And if the set of all things is not part of its own set, then that's a huge problem according to the early 20th century math as I understand it. Again, like I don't know where a mathematician would see this or view it, but it's very complicated conceptually to imagine, especially for me, a mind, right? Like again, panentheism, deism, all these ideas are like not interesting because they don't lead to any different predictions. But a mind that interacts with the creation, like that's just very, very difficult right there if it's not physically instantiated. And then beyond that, if it's containing infinities like omniscience, omnipotence, and omnibenevolence, those like require all kinds of bizarre mathematical concepts to be realized. And he's not going to the Landauer thing here, and I don't know that he needs to, but if the mind can ever update, it's got a huge like functional problem with like order and disorder, in my opinion. It's either got parts or it has a lack of perfection.
Right. Yeah, and he did talk about infinite knowledge before you came on, which I thought would have been great if you were here, because the Landauer limit you like to discuss. I know you discuss it a lot, but if you want to do like a quick elevator pitch about the Landauer limit and why infinite knowledge would be impossible, you're welcome to.
Well, there's two ways you can think of. Yeah, there's two ways you can think of knowledge, right? You can think of knowledge as like received, best guess under uncertainty, which is what human knowledge is, right? And so if we know something with a great deal of certainty, what we're saying is we have almost nothing that could overturn our statement about that fact. And then that's like near certain knowledge that's true, justified, true belief. It's justified. It doesn't mean it's like infallibly true, but it's very, very, very true. And that's based on like mathematical ability to predict under uncertainty. But it is uncertain when we make a prediction as a human being. Like even the most certain prediction, like if I drop $500 on the floor in a casino, it's going to be gone in 5 minutes. There's still a possibility that that prediction could turn out wrong as a person who knows something, right? Whereas God cannot know anything that way because God can't ever either. He can't do one of two things. He either can't override a bit, which means he doesn't have knowledge because he's not updating his state after a change in the state of the thing that he knows, which is what we do when we know something. We get confirmation of the state, and then we realize like, oh, we had knowledge of that. We knew that. Or he has a certain level of entropy, and when he updates that state, his entropy goes up. Because Landauer shows that anytime you update a bit, you create a certain amount of energy in the physical universe. That energy is realized as heat, and it's understandable by an equation. But most theists will disagree that God has a body or God has a physical existence.
They'll say no. There's another issue, right? an all-knowing thing justify anything.
Yeah, I don't think an all-knowing. Again, the concept
would
of
it have
all-knowing
knowledge?
may not even be sensible, right?
I don't think
because what is knowledge?
I don't think the concept of knowledge can apply to God at all if it is what they
Right.
say it is. But even then, I don't really think their thing is coherent, which is why knowledge wouldn't be coherent for that, right?
Right, but let's assume all that like knowledge is a potential, and that God has like the maximally low entropy, and then God updates a bit of knowledge at some point, right? Which would A, mean God was capable of surprise, which would be a problem, but B, would also mean then that the amount of entropy went up, even if there's no heat produced, just by the basic fact of how Landauer works, right? If he's overriding a bit,
Right.
if he's changing a piece of information, then that's what we consider knowledge. That's what the word knowledge means for us. And of course, we're surprised. We're surprised all the time. We gain information from interaction with the universe all the time. That's what we think of as learning and knowing. And of course, the Gospels testify clearly that the Jesus character in the Gospels does grow in wisdom and stature, which means he had to be able to update bits. So for anyone who's arguing for Christianity, like this just like fails on all the different prospects, unless you adopt something like skeptical or open theism. But like open theism creates its own set of problems, because under open theism, then God cannot be atemporal or omniscient. In both cases, he loses that functionality.
And then there was a question from Hazel asking, what even is infinite potential? Does physics ever utilize infinite potentials?
I wouldn't be able to say. Leo Filius or someone who's more up to speed on physics would be able to answer that. But
I think he said earlier in this potentially infinite time or infinite potential time, or I don't know how you phrase that.
Yeah, I mean, what he's describing is like the number line. Sure, that's like a non-realized infinite.
He talked about unstoppable force, which would be infinite something, and infinite. One of them was infinite force. I don't even remember.
Infinite motive force versus infinite stopping force.
Yeah. And that would be. He didn't word it like that exactly, but basically, that's a usage of infinite potentials in physics, even if it's just hypothetical, right? So I guess kind of, but not really.
Yeah, and
I don't know. I'm sure Leo would know better, but it seems like at least kind of.
To address Cafe here, who's saying that God's mind is non-contingent and it's unchanging, meaning it already possesses all thought, I would just say if God's mind is unchanging, he's a database. He's not a person. Right. You can't have a relationship with a CD-ROM.
And then Frosty with a very generous super chat.
You could have a relationship with a CD-ROM, it just wouldn't be very productive.
Thank you, Frosty. Greatly appreciated, sir. He says, asks Tacos, do you remember my argument that good versus evil existing anyway is the same reason God exists as the fundamental arbiter between our prior existence and the current existence? It's hard to explain, but in a perfect world, we are doomed. Yes, Frosty, that is a spectacular point. I should have thought of that earlier.
Wow, that's so deep.
Dude, I should have thought of that earlier. Thank you, Frosty. Greatly.
Frosty, come up. We'd like to chat with you about this.
I really should have thought about that earlier, man.
Yeah.
That could have been that's been like the answer all along.
Well, it's a bit narrow if you're using the word "our" to just describe like humanity. If it's talking about like the whole separate.
Well, I think he's saying like us, because we are the universe. So I think he's like talking about the universe as a whole.
Oh, he's just talking about like anything made in stellar nucleosynthesis or made of baryonic matter. I get it.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Thank you, Frosty. Very elucidating point.
Yeah, Cafe, if mystics have discerned the so-called divine mind, give me one fact that they've learned that's demonstrable.
Well, we'll play this while we wait for him to respond.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I say about the problem of evil? So, as you know, there's this problem. It seems like a perfect being would create a maximally good world. This doesn't seem to be a maximally good world. Okay, so what's going on? You might also think, even an extremely good being, you might think extremely good and powerful. Maybe if it was all powerful and extremely good, doesn't even have to be perfect, you would think that the world would be better than this. Okay, it's difficult for enthusiasts of the fine-tuning argument or arguments from design to resist the first premise because their argument requires thinking that they can predict something about what kind of world God would create, right? Like, oh, there's life. It's reasonable that that the designer would want there to be life because life is good or something like that. And it seems like that's very parallel to the reasoning that the creator wouldn't want there to be an enormous amount of suffering.
Oh, did you want to say something, Kurt?
No, nothing specific. I just, this is all based on moral realism.
Yeah. But I mean,
Huemer's
there's
arguing it.
internal critique of their position.
Sure. I mean, I think there are theists who are moral anti-realists, though.
Yeah, but this hits a lot of Christians' positions. And
Sure.
Muslims and probably Jews and
Are there any
I don't
Muslims
know.
who are moral anti-realists? That I'm not so sure of.
I'm sure there's a huge disagreement in philosophy on all sorts of things that aren't backed by
that's probably
empirical
true.
data.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, very cool.
But this is I love the problem of evil when it comes to debating this topic. I think it's a very powerful argument. I think I don't know if it's the strongest argument, but I think it is a very good one. It shows inconsistency with maximally good or all good or maximally benevolent or whatever you want to call omnibenevolent. It shows you inconsistency with that position in the world, and I think it's impossible to deny.
Yeah, it's an Epicurean argument, so it's obviously very strong, at least to the degree that it's not going to be based on any magic or woo-woo, right? But I still think like the idea that a human being can tell the moral valence of a being that powerful is a really big lift. Like, I think if there is a theism, skeptical theism is probably like the best approach to it, but that just means like you can't know any of this stuff. You can't know anything about, like, the whole universe could be fine-tuned for something that's in the middle of a volcano on skeptical theism.
Gotcha. Oh, we got Frosty in back.
Okay.
What's up, Frosty?
Hey, Frosty, good to talk to you.
What's up? What's up?
How you doing, dude? Good to see you.
I'm good. It's just early morning, so I gotta get stuff done usually when you guys are online.
Yeah.
Yeah. So about this whole thing, I think he got it all like completely wrong. But this is what happens when you have like these physicists, scientists trying to do philosophy on mathematical terms. It turns into like all sorts of.
I think these are both professional philosophers and not scientists.
Yep. Pretty sure Michael Huemer is neither a scientist, or a physicist. He's not a scientist. He's a philosopher.
All right, but I don't know. There are plenty of people who do study philosophy and come up with better things than this. I'd say that much, but let me explain my point. So in like if you think about the theology of it, a priest could explain this to you the same way I would, essentially. So they'd say that the knowledge of good and evil is actually what is part of the world anyway. So the light of creation would include the knowledge of good and evil, right? So what happens is, up to a point in time, like after time passes, the kind of the aspect or whatever you want to call it starts to move in a certain direction when things do get fixed, and then people do attain the same immortality as God or whatever you want to call it. So it's like, it's just like whoever it is, we kind of attain that salvation for a momentary time. And after that momentary time, things turn to shit. So this is where God intervenes, basically. Is that God invents a prior state. That's my take on it, at least.
That's a very, very well thought out point, Frosty, and very well put. Thank you for sharing that. And then Hizzle, So much for the super chat, sir. He asked, would Frosty be willing to cast a spell on chat?
Yeah,
Good question, Hizzle.
Christian spells, like, for sure. Like, I can give you a blessing or an enchantment or something. I can't do
Beautiful.
weird shit to hurt
Oh,
people.
that's a big one.
I
Hey,
can't do weird
Frosty.
shit to hurt people.
So is it your take that the set of all things includes the set of all things?
The set of all things was once only the set of all things, and then it changes into the aspect of whatever broad range it can contain. So that's basically how it changes. It changes from like one nothing black void into like a white paper, you could say,
So
of
wait,
like human thought.
you're holding to like not a neutral monism then, but the idea that there are actually novel created things.
By novel created things, you mean like stuff you
Creation
think
of
of,
energy
like
or matter, right?
uh yeah, that
And
would
thank
be
you,
it.
Hizzle.
Yeah, it would
Okay,
it yeah.
because that's like physics. Physics has a ban on that.
Physics has a ban on it, but I don't know. You can't really prove that whatever the aspect thing is actually changes. So as like a telemite, you can kind of say for certain that you know those things from the truth of your own life, right? But if you've not experienced it yourself, you might not come to that same conclusion that whatever it is like I'm kind of like 100% certain on my conclusion about God on this level. So
But how would
at the
your
same time,
personal experience disprove the laws of thermodynamics?
it wouldn't disprove it. It would just come to the conclusion that the quantum state like exists in like a hyperbolic kind of transition from one time to another. I guess that would explain it, because if a refraction of light can multiply or be in and out of its own state, then that would mean that there's some kind of absolute state before, I guess, where everything is null down to a finite state, I guess.
Very well put, Frosty.
Yeah, but I just want to say that I don't believe that this God exists. It can be a God that exists and doesn't exist at the same time, meaning that it is the God of the Bible, but at the same time, it is also uh, part of. I think people should explore that it's part of like our kind of natural world. I mean, some people come to that conclusion, but I don't know. No, people aren't going to take this up or anything. But it's good to know, like, if you believe me or not, it really doesn't matter. But it's kind of hard uh, to grasp the entire idea. Sometimes it comes in a form of like knowing, and it's very difficult when you get to that stage and you kind of have to deal with your own life and stuff. So yeah.
So, Frosty, you know that there's a God, but do you know that he's a good God?
He's definitely part of it's not so much that he's part of an illusory being. It's only the problem that we live in, our collective is part of an illusory structure, you could say. So in that way it is yeah.
All right. So then you kind of agree with the position of the skeptical theist and like my position that if there is a God, we can't know his like valence. Because like for me in English, and correct me if like you know a language where this doesn't work this way. In English, like a good cat and a good hammer and a good stiff drink don't share any characteristics. the word good only modifies the meaning of the noun by intensifying it. It doesn't carry any individual like claims. So for me, the idea of a good God, unless we have a reference class of some other gods to compare him to, like I don't even know how you can say that God is good.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd say that for the most part, it's the concept of omnibenevolence is more likely like it's more like a pre-being, like the same mischievous God that is the other God. I don't want to say Satan, but like Satan is the same as the other God. So they're just one and the same basically. They're neither good nor evil. They're just like a balance of some sort.
So more like the Hindu concept of everything being contained within Brahma.
I'm not familiar with that entirely because I think that that's the embodiment of the entire thing. So God the
No,
Father is more like, yeah,
I mean, there's no embodiment, I don't think, on like standard Hindu cosmology. It's illusory, right? It's all Maya.
yeah, yeah. But God the Father is like a kind of you can think of him as like a divine uh, architect, you could say, you know, in a way. And then Christ is sort of like the deity teacher, and the Holy Spirit is like an angel or whatever.
So, but do you think you can tell the like ethical or moral valence of Christ?
If you do study the Bible and you grow up studying the Bible, you will come into contact with uh, the actual the roots by which Jewish people hold their traditions. You could say it's
Do you
the,
know?
the
Do you know, Frosty, that I did grow up studying the Bible?
yeah, you did, right? But
Yeah.
you eventually what happens, right, is that there are lots of people who grow out and in like into belief and then out of belief, and then you start to realize like it takes a lot of your psyche like containing all that stuff and then disproving it, and all manners
Yeah, I
of
wasn't
things
containing it, it was
associated.
believing it. Yeah, I didn't have
Yeah.
trouble containing it. I had trouble believing it.
Oh yeah, yeah. But still, you had some amount of your sanity, like kind of rebuked by way of having that belief, right?
I just didn't find any way to make it make sense. I think Huemer's argument here about evil and Epicurus's version of it as well were just almost impossible for me to answer once I understood how life really works.
But did you ever have fear of God? Did you ever have like an actual fear
Yeah,
that
I grew
maybe,
up absolutely terrified about all of it. I grew up like believing there was a real devil, and I grew up believing that
yeah.
God
So,
interacted
so,
all the time with people on
so the
Earth. I
thing
believed all
is,
of it.
yeah, yeah. So like kids growing up today, they're gonna like grow up and they're gonna have that fear almost get through to them, but it's gonna stop at a point because then they have to like live in a normal world. And
Why should
very
kids
often,
be afraid of something that we can't demonstrate exists?
I don't, it's mostly due to the conditioning that happens specifically in things like Catholicism and Protestantism, is that they grow up, and if they're at a young age, they don't find their roots that they were supposed to find from like their youth or whatever. And once you take that away, you need to like bring it back, and you need to have like some sort of like some sort of um trend. You need some sort of like trend in your own life rather than an outside trend or something. And you can't have like you can't have that much of a serious belief at that age. And some of us did grow up like we actually had that fear, but we didn't have any outness to it. There was nothing out of the
I just-
fact of the Bible's version of, like the
Can I
you
just
know, you-
yeah,
Yeah.
Frosty, just one quick second because I want to correct this before it gets too far up in the chat. Cathay says that Epicurus was criticizing an anthropomorphic notion of God, and his criticism didn't make him an atheist. I think that's like largely false. For the God concept of his time, Epicurus was an atheist. He believed there were gods, but he did not believe that the gods had anything to do with how the world works or that they took any action within the world, which was the criticism of the Christians in the 2nd century, like 4 centuries after Epicurus, and they were called atheists. So in his time, Epicurus and his movement were also called atheists because they didn't believe in the culturally accepted idea of gods, which is how I use the word as well.
Yeah.
All right, y'all ready to get back into this?
Yeah, I think this is a great
Yeah.
argument.
Spectacular.
Suffering because suffering is bad. Like, if you think that you can predict that the creator would value life, you should also be able to predict things like the creator would disvalue suffering and, a lot of the bad stuff that we see in the world. One solution to this initial puzzle is, well, maybe there's a finite creator. Maybe the creator is not all powerful, as I claim, and is unable to create a maximally good world. Maybe it's really hard to create a universe. Like, there are 10 to the 22 stars, which is an incomprehensibly large number. It's like 10,000 millions of stars, which you can't comprehend. If you were presiding over such a world, you might not, in fact, be doing anything about even the most enormous harms that are occurring on just one planet, around one star in the 10,000 millions of stars, right? Okay.
Wow. That is
Yeah,
a
this is
massive
basically
point.
the argument I was making last week.
Yeah, this is a that's a bombshell of a point, like spectacular point, Mr. Huemer.
Yeah, I
if you're
agree that
infinitely
Epicurus believed in gods with an S, but they had no interaction with the universe like the deist God, which I've already on this stream and many times before said, for me, the deist God and atheism are exactly the same thing. I don't see a difference.
All right, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I just need to go. I have to do my work and stuff. So I'll see you guys
Oh,
later.
no problem,
Take it
Frosty. It's
easy,
good talking to
Frosty.
you.
Yeah, good seeing you, buddy. Thanks for coming out.
Take care, guys. Keep up the good work. See you guys later.
All right.
Thank you,
later.
sir. Take it easy, man. It's good seeing you. I like Frosty. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's actually really fun to talk to.
And his super chats are always super coherent and easy to understand and read.
I mean, they're easier to understand than when you talk to him, but like his voice is very soothing.
Oh man, in tomorrow's debate, I got such a good Frosty super chat that I included in there with Eli. Oh man, in tomorrow's video, it's so
Does Eli
funny.
respond?
Yeah, it's so funny, dude.
Oh,
You'll have to
great.
see it. You'll have to see it. But it's
All
so
right.
good. It's so good. It's like I laughed. I didn't really die, but I laughed really hard when I was re-listening to the video, and I'm like, oh, that's such a funny. This video tomorrow has some really funny lines in it, and it's a good discussion.
Do you know, has Huemer made any claim during this debate about whether he's libertarian, compatibilist, or like
No.
determinist?
He's just been arguing against a infinite God.
Okay.
Yeah, he's arguing infinite God, and then now he's arguing against specifically maximally good God, because that would be one of the attributes of the infinite God that guy is claiming. But should I tell them, Kurt? Should I? What do you think?
I don't have any idea what it is you're
do.
describing.
What I haven't
Do
told
I?
You're the only person that knows so far, besides the other person that I talked to.
You can tell them anything you want, I guess.
Should I tell them?
I'm still not sure what you're talking about. But
Yeah, you are. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I told you earlier.
go ahead, tell everybody.
Oh yeah, Gnostic Informant should be joining us for a debate at some point in the near future. I'm excited. You guys should all be excited. That should be a fun one. I'm not sure who he's going to debate yet. But
okay, well, that's very exciting because I didn't get the confirmation. I was supporting.
Oh
the
yeah,
idea.
no, I had messaged him earlier, and he said, "Yeah,
I
let's do
would
it." I just
love
don't.
to see
He
him
didn't
debate a
confirm
Protestant.
that topic. I'm still waiting on a topic,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
I mean, he
if
said, "Yeah,
Gnostic
let's do it."
Informant is going to come on this channel and debate, I am all there for it.
Yeah, he's awesome. I like him.
Did you see his stream on Joe Schmid?
A little bit of it, yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was very good, and I agree with him. Like, it's really important to look at the history and that like textual tradition. That's much more important for counter apologetics than has been like paid attention to in my view.
I know
think
some
he's right
people
about
don't want to review his video, but don't you think it would be worthwhile to review his video, Joe's?
I'd be happy to do it, except like, well, there's just like I have a couple concerns about. I'm not sure. I shouldn't say anything like that on the stream.
Oh, what you were talking about the other day. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll just skip it.
The part where he.
No, I get it. I get it. He was very happy to be telling us this news.
And also wants to be a saint, which is.
Oh, he said that?
Yes.
I missed that part.
And that's like.
Yeah, we shouldn't go into that. We shouldn't.
Right. It's an interesting thing to say. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I gotcha. I remember what you said the other day.
Well, then you could like fix everything at once. But if you could have an enormous, incomprehensibly large, but still finite amount of power and not be able to fix all of these problems in the 10 to the 22 stars. Okay. The other possible solution is the multiverse. The multiverse explains potentially why there is life and consciousness and stuff like that, but it wouldn't lead to there not being an enormous amount of suffering. The basic theory is, well, there are a large number of universes, and some of them have life, most of them don't. Most of them have nothing interesting going on. Maybe they're just like clouds of hydrogen gas or just radiation in otherwise empty space. But nobody ever observes those worlds by the nature of the case because there's no life in them. So we observe a world that allows for life because that's the only world in which we ever occupy. Okay, that's a
Yeah, I don't think it had. I mean, there's other ideas in the multiverse, obviously, but let's say there were infinite universes and we existed and we just happened to exist in one of the universes that life spawned in, right?
I mean, we definitely do happen to exist in a universe that life spawned in. So that's
so what I'm saying is, like, how can you tell the difference between, besides looking at like quantum physics pointing to the fundamental nature of reality being physical, where else could you like what else can you look at? That's as far back as you can go.
Yeah, I just really don't see like a lot of these conversations are just being made like fully speculatively, no evidence to go one direction or the other. And I kind of do get tired of that. Like, how would you explain what it would make a difference of to describe that there's either a multiverse or there's not a multiverse in terms of the local scale that people live their lives on here? I don't think it makes really any difference. And like to me, this is the kind of thing that takes people like Jay Money and rips them apart. He's spending all his time thinking about what happened 14.7 billion years ago. That has no effect on him.
Right. And have a good night, Dave Gar. Thanks for hanging out, man. Good seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you, Dave. And if Jay Money, if you're listening, you should like stop worrying about the Big Bang.
Also, important point of moderation. We're at 10 out of 20 on the super chat goal. If y'all are absolutely loving the show, please consider supporting with a super chat. Makes all the difference in the world. And if you barely like the show, you can get a taco membership. It has some cool benefits. In addition to that, you can also hit the like button or subscribe button or share this with a friend. That helps a ton as well. And of course, I do appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm reading most of the messages. It's just a lot. There's a lot of messages and we're chatting and it's hard to respond to everything. It really is. But yes, Hizzle's right. You guys should all be somewhat polite. I mean, you want to attack ideas, right? So like if somebody has an idea that you don't like, feel free to go at the idea. Make whatever statements you want towards the idea, right? As long as it's within TOS and you're not like cussing them out, right? if you're going after somebody personally, that's the issue. Don't do that. That's rude. Don't be rude, right? And then Kurt with the super chat. Thank you very much, sir. He says lungfish developed lungs while still in water. Interesting tidbit there, Kurt. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate the super chat. I know you want the memberships to count towards goal, but the memberships are it doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of just like a nice extra thing for people, I think. I don't know.
Well, I've been getting the most banging like hits. It's got to have changed the algorithm, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's because I was offline for so long, and then people started watching. It probably like cleared my watch history or something.
Maybe.
Bible explanation. Okay, and then I don't know, how much time do I have? Wow. Okay. So I got this example from Josh's blog post on the subject. Like, say you found a blue ball in the forest, you would think it needs an explanation. Like, why is that thing there? And then and then you can generalize from there. Well, like, say you see a universe, right? Maybe the universe needs explanation. You wonder why that exists, and maybe it could be explained by there being a necessary being like God, a being who has to exist like God. I think that this is an important disanalogy. So the blue ball, I think, is the existence of the blue ball. That's an arrangement of some underlying stuff, and that stuff could have been arranged in different ways. Any particular arrangement of the underlying material is temporary and destructible. And we just know that from observation of objects. And so it's reasonable to wonder how that arrangement came about. And by the way, it's a very specific and improbable arrangement. Most arrangements don't look like some regular shape that we have a name for. But it's not clear that the existence of the underlying stuff needs explanation. When you ask about the explanation of the universe, just the universe as a whole is not a particular arrangement of the underlying stuff. When you say, why is there something? Why is there anything at all? You're not asking, why is this stuff arranged in this particular way?
So he's basically saying that the PSR may not hold, and it may be too early to make a definite claim on brute fact, necessary being, or infinite regress here, I think, right?
He's making the same move that I made in my debate with Eli Nix, where, like, I agree that our words can describe physical reality, but that doesn't mean that our words, separate from us, have some relationship to the actual physical reality. And because this is such a critical mistake.
Because the laws of logic and language are the laws of logic are abstractions, and then that become prescriptive to a system, and then the language is totally like whatever we decide to name it, right? and then we use the definitions that we provide to those words and build from there.
Right.
So I kind of get what you're saying. That doesn't mean that
those
we're
words
describing it perfectly, and it doesn't mean that we're abstracting it perfectly, and it doesn't mean that the combination of our abstractions, which are prescriptive to the laws of logic, those three in tandem, would apply to reality in tandem, right?
Right. It's getting back to like Immanuel Kant's like view of how we construct reality, which I think is like basically confirmed by neuroscience, right? We now know that our eyes and our ears construct what we interact with. And everybody understands that when you go to another country and you hear them speaking a language you don't know. Like, it sounds like they're talking a mile a minute and you can't figure anything out and you can't even hear any of the sounds. But when you're listening to your own language of speech that you already know how to decode, you can understand even the most rapid speech in like an Eminem rap, and it makes perfect sense to you because you know the language.
Right. I got you.
Right, you're asking like why the stuff exists at all. And actually, I don't think that we have any cases of somebody explaining the existence of the underlying stuff, unless you accept God as an explanation, right? But that's controversial. So maybe just the underlying stuff just exists always. Okay. Also, I'm not sure that positing a necessary being is actually a possible satisfactory explanation. Imagine that somebody said, my explanation of the blue ball is maybe the blue ball exists necessarily. Or suppose somebody asks, why is the sky blue? And you say, my explanation is the sky is necessarily blue. And that's not an explanation. They're like, well, why is it necessarily blue? Again, also, it doesn't seem like that could be necessary. Okay.
So it's kind of like saying, if you claim the PSR, how can you claim that? Because it's not really a real explanation in his opinion. It's just saying that it has to be that way.
No, I have all kinds of problems with the PSR. from what we've previously been talking about. But even if you accept the PSR, it just doesn't strike me that God.
He didn't actually bring up the PSR, but he like said lines in his opening that would imply he's using the PSR.
Right.
The other guy did.
Either like if the PSR is there, then there must be another explanation for God, or the PSR doesn't apply to God, which is like the definition of special pleading.
Right.
That's all I have. Maybe there's a multiverse, maybe there's a creator, but it probably isn't an infinite perfect creator.
That's a really strong conclusion. I like it. I think
Excellent.
I think he did a good job at building his
Great.
case.
Super interesting presentations.
Yeah.
I will mostly be hands off, but I think I'd like to begin first by looking at Josh's case specifically. And so my opening question, and then Mike, you can take it from there as he responds, is it seemed to me that there were kind of two relatively independent halves to the case you sketched, Josh. On the one hand, you have this kind of cumulative case. God best explains or predicts a wide range of phenomena. That's mostly like abductive, an inference to the best explanation. But then on the other hand, you presented what looked like an independent consideration from that, this like deductive argument from arbitrary limits. So am I right in thinking of that? And then how do these two things relate? And then Mike, you can go off of that.
Yeah, thank you. As far as framing the arguments, you could think of the first as probabilistic and the second as deductive. However, you could also think of the argument from arbitrary limits as just an additional leg to explain dependent things.
I'm not gonna lie, it looked like a Chat GPT created argument to me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I didn't see Rasmussen's argument, so I can't say. But I'm like, I think we should just like say, well, if you put the argument
He
out
probably
there,
made it.
You're the origin of the argument. If you used an AI and an AI had an insight that you agree with, I mean, it's still you.
Yeah. I'm just
I mean,
saying.
if you had a conversation
it was
in a
worded
dorm
really weird,
and
dude.
somebody else brought something up, but you're putting forward the argument, it's still yours.
I'm just saying it was just worded really weird, you know?
Yeah, it's possible.
Although it doesn't matter that much either way. You're right. He's still like, okay, yeah, he's got a degree in this and he knows what he's doing, right? So you're right. I'm just saying it was worded really weird.
So what's the deepest fundamental explanation of dependent things? And then if we arrive at some foundational stuff, then the next question is, well, what's the nature of that foundational stuff? And then I use the analysis of explaining and removing arbitrary limits as far as I can. So again, you could think of them as two different arguments, or you could put them under this large umbrella argument of explain the most with the least, or the best theory, where one of the things to be explained is dependent reality.
I just have to say, if you got to go by explain the most with the least, how in the world are you not just going for a physicalist position? Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, parsimony is always going to go on the side of not multiplying entities. It's like, and Joe Schmidt's like argument is like, this is such a simple explanation. How is it simple? Like,
it's not. It's the most complicated explanation.
And the other thing is, like, I believe the pessimistic induction, right? Like, I'm not saying that our current understanding of science is like will always be accurate. And I think it's highly likely that there are broad areas of scientific belief that exist today that will either be updated in some way or like fully changed over time. Like, I'm not like gonna say that what we understand now has got to be right for all time forever, but still. You do have like this long tradition of any explanation that involves a deity or a supernatural being always being abandoned to this point in human history for any phenomenon.
They got some work to do.
So it's like to say that, like, yeah, but this like totality of the phenomenon, when we sum them together, the best explanation is a deity. It just seems like a very, very unmotivated move.
It's kind of like what William Lane Craig did with his cumulative case, where it was just a bunch of weak arguments, you know?
Yeah, I got to step away for a bit. I got a delivery, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's like a bunch of weak arguments get pushed to you, and I don't feel like they really do much individually. So combined, I don't think they do much, right? You don't just get two weak arguments and then they multiply into some super strong argument. If you have two weak arguments, you're going to have two weak arguments, right? That's kind of how it goes. I hope y'all are ready to get back into this. I am, and we have some wonderful debates coming up over the next few days. So I think y'all should all be super pumped up. What's going on, to freak?
Just hanging out, man.
Cool.
What's
You
going on
enjoying
with
the
you?
debate so far? You got any thoughts?
Yeah. This Stickler guy is not presenting anything at all. Like, we've heard this all before. It's like there's nothing there at all, and so like it's terrible, in my opinion. The other guy was at least interesting. That's it.
Yeah. I really liked Michael Huemer's thoughts. I thought he was very well put together there.
The
I felt
Stickler
like the
guy
other
was
one was special pleading and committing fallacies. I didn't hear that from Michael. I heard intellectual honesty from Michael.
yeah, and contradictions with no real explanation. So he's mumbo jumbo, and the other guy is numbo jumbo because he had math.
Numbo jumbo?
Numbo jumbo.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah. I guess I wanted to comment on the arbitrary limits. Matthew Allison said this to me too once in a conversation, and I thought, I don't see how you're avoiding arbitrariness. Like, so suppose that the structure of the numbers was like that picture with there's the infinite line, then there's a point at the end. So, okay, and you say, well, I don't want to be on the line because then the point that I'm at on the line is arbitrary. So I'm going to say, the thing is at the point at the end. But why isn't that equally arbitrary? Like, right? Because there are all these points that it could be at.
It could be if we're talking about a point on a line, but if instead we're getting off the line entirely. So maybe every point on the line, even infinite points. I mean, one thing I wrote down in my notes is I think we have a lot of overlap in our agreement, Mike. Like, so one of them is I do agree that there aren't these infinite quantities. I think that first there's a problem if thinking that we're at the infinite point on a line for reasons that you give. And then second, I also agree that that would still invite a kind of arbitrariness question. Why that point? So to avoid arbitrariness in a deep way, what I want is to get off the line entirely. And a more modest way of putting this is let's explain things as far as we can. I mean, this is where I get that sense of clarity where it's like if somebody says that this bit of reality has no explanation, right? But then they say this bit of reality here does have an explanation. Well, I want some motivation for that. I want some reason to make an exception here. And so unless I have some independent reason to make that exception, it seems reasonable to sort of explain the limits as far as you can. And that's where it seems to me that a supreme foundation would provide that. It would be a relevantly different kind of thing. It's not a quantitative infinite. It's not an intensity of infinity that goes out to infinity, at that degree of quantity. So that's where I think I would agree with your analysis of infinity there. It's a different.
How do y'all feel about this so far? So I think he was missing the point that Michael Schumer was trying to make. So Michael Schumer asked a great question there.
It's humor, isn't it?
Huemer, I'm sorry. Sorry, there's another one. Michael Huemer. I'm sorry, there's Michael Huemer. My apologies. Slip of the tongue. Anyways, Michael Huemer was making great points against him and brought up the question in response to his arbitrary limits, right? And so he's responding here. And I think he's missing that what Michael was, or I think what Michael was trying to say was that all of these different types of infinite are impossible. Even these ones that might be possible, we don't know if they're actually possible. Like you look at Zeno's paradox, and it seems like there's just some base distance to travel or something, right? And so I think he made really good points there, and then Joshua kind of missed that. I don't know, it kind of went past him or he ignored it, but I think he kind of missed that in his explanation, right? Because he's not just saying, yeah, this type of infinity is possible. He's saying impossible. He's saying none of these types of infinity are possible. What makes you think that these other types of infinity are possible? Or even if they're possible, we don't know if they're actually, even if they don't appear possible, we don't know if they're actually possible, right? And so what makes you think these other types are? And he's not really responding to that. He's just saying, oh, this is a different type of infinity,
Yeah, and he mentioned his special foundation or whatever he calls it. Huemer.
He's talking about the God thing, the maximally everything supreme foundation.
Supreme Foundation. He alludes to it, but he doesn't explain this thing at all. So like it's like there's nothing. There's nothing
He did
there.
in his opening. It was maximally everything.
All right.
Duck, dude, we need you up here, man. You should come up here, man. Yeah, Duck has great streams, Kelly. I watch a little bit of his stream every day for the most part. Every day he's live. But I think he's live every day. But Duck, you should come hang out, man. I'd love to get your thoughts on some of this. Do you have any more thoughts on this, Kurt? I'd like to know what you think. No? Okay.
Sorry, still putting away this stuff, but
no worries.
Yeah, it seems like when you're in a debate format like this and you make an argument that makes the other person's position no longer tenable, they're typically not going to be prepared for that, and they're usually just going to pretend as if you didn't make that point.
That makes sense. We're going to get back into this, but we are important point of moderation. We're at 11 out of 20 on the super chat goal with 6 minutes remaining. If you're loving the show, please consider supporting with the super chat. If you barely like it, you make sure to slam that like button. Please consider hitting subscribe, and definitely consider getting a taco membership. It makes all the difference in the world, and it all supports the show.
For kind of infinity. Yeah, so I'm actually curious what you think, Mike, about this way of framing the explanations in terms of we have all these things that exist in reality, and then we have maybe a multiverse, which I think pushes the question back. It doesn't actually compete with theism because you have multiverse theism. You have the unknown area, which is always great to keep exploring. And then under theism, we have finite versus infinite theisms. So in a way, I'm weakening my position by going in for the infinite theism. But I mean, I could say my minimal view is that there's some kind of theism, whether finite or infinite. And then, I wonder if that would remove some of your own skepticism if we just open up theism to include the finite and the infinite. Oh, you have independent reason to doubt certain versions of the infinite, but
is that him just conceding the debate? Because he was arguing for an infinite God.
I mean, I don't even know if he's.
I got to admit, he did now just agree that like this guy destroyed my point, and now he's saying, yeah, but if you change the words that you use, then you can still believe my thing.
I think he just conceded the debate, because if he grants that a finite God is possible, he can no longer claim that his God is a necessary being.
Yeah, and he's arguing specifically for the RC God, right?
Yeah. He's claiming a necessary being. So by granting that's possible, he falsifies his God position, because the other God position has less. It's more parsimonious, has less presuppositions.
Yeah, Taco.
That's
He basically
that's the debate, people. We're gonna watch more,
that's
but
it.
That's
he literally said to the guy. He literally said to the guy,
being.
"Define my thing for me," is what he just said.
Yeah. No, but he claimed a necessary being at the start of the debate. So I know the topic is, does God exist? And they're arguing about God and all that, right? And they both think it exists, so I guess they both technically win. But if you're comparing their positions that they presented at the start of this, that was a concession saying that his God likely doesn't exist if it's a necessary being. And what's up, Duculus?
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Good to see you, buddy. Also, there's a few super chats that came through real fast. Thank you, everybody. Greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Kurt says ancient Egypt was ancient in the time of the Christians. Yes, it was. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciated. Kelly with a popcorn bucket. Looks like she's enjoying the show. Thank you very much, Ducks. He says, Kurt, match. Thank you, all of y'all, for the support. Greatly appreciated. Let me like all those real fast. All right. What are your thoughts on this debate so far, Duck?
I'm like super catching up still, to be totally honest. So I'm just here to listen.
Yeah. Well, basically, this guy right here conceded the debate. The Stifler guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the guy that looks like Stifler. what's his name?
Did he actually
Joshua Rasmussen?
So he actually said I concede or something like that?
No, he granted that limited God could be possible when he's arguing for infinite God, and saying a limited God is possible when arguing for an infinite God necessary being means that his God is falsified because the Highlander says there can only be one.
Okay.
He was very clear there can only be one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's always these weird problems when you're dealing with an infinite being. It's so easy to get tangled up. So I'd be excited to, I'm excited to catch some more of it and stuff.
Maybe I should email Joshua about that after this and see what he has to say. That would be interesting. Maybe he'd like to
Taco,
chat about that. What's up?
You know who you remember who Dr. Greg is, right?
Yeah.
How you guys you had him come on panel after his first initial debate with Jim Bob, and then he like became like, he's like a monster now. He broadcasts now and stuff, and like he's really like like really late night doing political stuff. And I did what you said, like have the guy come up or whatever. It's like you guys are trolling them or something, like Andrew Wilson's thing or whatever. Anyway, go ahead.
They were what?
Like you're like trading these guys to really go for the like if I was this other guy right now, I would say, okay, well, I'll define your God for you and proceed, right? Because literally the guy was like, well, what's your opinion on the infinite versus the multi God? And so now he's waiting for his answer, and it's like, just like you said, it's a concession. Well, if
I just have to say, this guy has the best freeze frames possible, by the way, every single time.
Stifler.
Almost looks like Jay Dyer.
Sorry, it's Rasmussen, right?
Yeah, Rasmussen.
Anyway, I was just on
we can explore that.
Yeah, I mean, they both have their own kind of really cool chic, right? Like Huemer looks like the New Mexico Teos philosopher type.
Yeah, they're doing their own things.
So it's a semantic question whether God could be a limited being, and like most traditions that believed in some kind of God or gods, because most religious traditions were polytheistic, they did not have infinite or unlimited gods, right? So Zeus is not an infinite perfect being, but he's still counted as a god. So it's okay with me if you want to say that it still counts as God, even if it's limited. I don't know. I don't really want to argue about the use of that word, but I would just say like most theists in the Western tradition would not be happy with that. So
I would say the reason why I'm not happy with it is just because of the primarily because of that arbitrariness. It just seems like if fundamental reality has the powers of Zeus, it can make certain numbers of things, but not other numbers of things. That just, to my mind, just cries for deeper explanation. So
when you grant that a limited God is possible and you're claiming an infinite God as a necessary being, your infinite God becomes arbitrary and gets eliminated as a potential explanation. You can no longer argue for your God if you sincerely believe that this limited God is possible. And then if you just granted this for the purpose of conversation, I think you still suffer from the same issue because you're granting that the position is coherent.
My more modest proposal is if there's a reason to add limits and boundaries to the fundamental reality, then let reason lead us there. But my default initial view is the maximality view.
Yeah. So I don't see like again, I don't see how we're avoiding arbitrariness because there's a series of possibilities, and then you say, oh well, maybe it's the maximum possibility. Okay, there's a debate about whether that's a possibility at all, but if it is a possibility, why don't I say, well, that's equally arbitrary as any of the finite possibilities, right?
I think the issue for me is it a relevantly different way of being? So it seems to me that the difference in one size and one color is clearly not a relevantly different way of being, but a difference with respect to being maximal seems like that would be a relevantly different way of being to me. I mean, the classical view would be, the greatest conceivable being would be so great that it would have its greatness across all possible world, and it wouldn't owe its greatness to anything else. In other words, it wouldn't depend on anything else.
I think we're catching this guy using our least favorite argument, the MOA. It's MOAs all the way down. So not only is there necessarily going to be the sufficient being or something like this, but also then it's just justified that he makes it less arbitrary to have a set of possibilities, right? And then so you can just go down the list and say, well, this maximally constrained being, this one assumption basically somehow justifies an entire worldview. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Like, if you claim a necessary being, I don't see how you could claim anything but a physical necessary being, you know?
How? But how though?
It's the most simple thing. Any other, if you're convinced by necessary being argumentation, what's more simple than that?
I don't know. Yeah,
Like a
it could
quantum
be, man.
field or something, right? Or quantum wave function, or whatever the fundamental state is. What's more simple than that? They have to presuppose will and intention and thoughts and.
But the original idea is simpler, though, Taco. The original idea, let me just point this out, fam. It is simpler. So, because the original idea is just that if you do have this maximally great being,
Kurt, dude, if you're not careful.
No, I want to activate Kurt. Yeah, get him up here. Someone kick Kurt off so I can do my Evo save stuff. No, but once you have this maximal being, you do get a worldview. You know, it is in some sense. It's still difficult to justify away from something like that, I think. It must be. There's billions of religious believers, billions of beliefs and faith traditions. Like, it's insane.
There's billions of people who think the pencil bends when you put it in water.
That is definitely justifiable, though, Kurt. It's trippy. It's crazy. No, but Kurt, I don't think that's a response. I don't think it's a response. Because
well, there is the formal fallacy called the argumentum ad populum, if you want me to bring that one out.
Yeah, but it's not an ad populum because I think people are producing unique views and stuff from their worldview still, right? It's not like everything you do is dumb and stupid because you did this dumb, stupid thing like believe in a theistic God, but it's kind of close.
I mean, look, I would argue that intelligent people drop down on both sides of arguments all the time, and that the fact that someone is an intelligent person is like neither like evidence for or against the position that they're taking. The evidence should come down to the arguments and like the fact pattern, right? So when you're talking about a theist God, the big problem is what is the fact pattern? Because like, again, Rasmussen is an adult grown man and he's putting forward a fine-tuning argument. I just can't see how anybody can get a fine-tuning argument off the ground without saying they know divine psychology. But plenty of intelligent people think that they can do that. Philip Goff thinks he can do that. And I personally don't see how, and I've never heard those smart people make an explanation for me that made sense, but it's possible I'm wrong.
Right. But this is moving away from our core argument, right? It's not arbitrary. Maybe I'm missing a connection. It's not that it's arbitrary or something like this. It's but the point is that from a worldview like theism, you still are producing all kinds of meaningful thought and contributions to society. And so because the worldview is what we're talking about, we're sort of saying that, yeah, as a social organism or from any sort of epistemic lens, these beliefs appear to be not unimportant totally. But it almost makes some of those like MOA style claims that this guy's making in the debate more believable. These are what's more believable now. These beliefs are more believable.
What is it about
the case for any of his beliefs
that can even be understood? Because I just don't think any of the terms in the MOA are like defined well enough to even operationalize.
Right. You know, and so like Kurt, I don't think you or I would walk up a staircase that has just a hole in the middle, right? If you and I are smart guys, so we would analyze, we would see the staircase and we would say, well, if there's a hole right there, it's probably not structurally sound. You know, if there's tape and stuff and it's closed off. But I do think there's more religious believers that are philosophically maybe concerned with other things than the level of nuance, as clear as it is to me, Kurt. I don't think that the nuanced argument is effective argumentation.
I mean, if
I definitely.
my response to that would be that like nuance is a way to act like the linguistics is difficult to explain. And that's certainly true in a lot of cases where we're talking about math or quantum theory or calculus like concepts. And so if that's the case, and if it's just a statement that like you'd have to do X amount of work to get to the point where you would understand this, then I'm totally down for all the nuance, right? Let's get it and let's see if I can figure it out. But if the nuance is you have to see words as having multivocal and equivocal meanings, and that they mean one thing in one circumstance and a different thing in a different circumstance, I don't think that's nuance. I think that's equivocation.
Okay. Yeah, and I would be equivocating, right? Because I'm not defending the whole macro worldview. I do think there's a slight shift in balance, though, that approaching the argument fairly, this guy is arguing about philosophical truth. I'm kind of doing a huge non sequitur, but I think it comes to bear that maybe it's the case that the Christian interlocutor here is at a disadvantage. That's my accusation to you guys, is there already is a disadvantage. It seems clingy or needy kind of thing.
Yeah, they're disadvantaged in debate because their position is harder to defend. They're defending a bigger target, but nobody forced them to defend that.
One good thing is he did kind of address the semantic part of what they could be arguing about in the word solid. And so they kind of got past that really fast. So that's one good thing about what just happened in the debate.
Oh, word. Yeah, I mean, and some of it's that emotional connection too. And I'll stop blabbing over the actual debate, right? Because that's what everybody's here to watch. But yeah, I always have such emotional resonance when I can't understand a person. And so just personally, my own intellectia, my intelligentsia sort of personality is a little bit it's being the person who who's like willing and able to go that extra mile to see that person's perspective. That's all I wanted to say, but definitely I hope this guy gets smashed in this debate.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that you should like try to have a charitable position about your opponent's position, but so much of this is just constructed on sand to me. So I think my problem is with the foundations, and that is like rarely discussed. I don't think they're really discussing that many foundational ideas here so far. Maybe the infinity stuff, though. The infinity stuff has been very good.
Yeah, there's maybe a couple, just to be transparent, there may be a couple sort of like a couple points where I'm going to end up being more, you guys know I'm an atheist, but I'm going to end up being more charitable to this other guy still, just because that foundation of sand still, I mean, there's still a community of believers and thinkers who come from that tradition that want to see the best version of this debate. They want to see the best discussion possible. But, whatever.
All right, let's get back into this.
Precisely because of its magnitude of greatness. Like that is a difference-making quality. It sets it apart among the things. And I think what I would be really curious to explore with you, Mike, is these concepts of infinity, because I was happy by your presentation of infinity. I loved your arguments against a certain kind of infinity, and then I found myself loving your arguments in defense of the extensional magnitude. And I was thinking, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I think the fundamental stuff of existence is. And I use that term fundamental stuff because I appreciate your point about the arrangements. Actually, in my view, I leave open the relationship between the foundational reality and then the portions that it's a foundation of, whether the foundational reality creates those portions from nothing or whether it sort of constitutes those portions. I've been in my work developing the hypothesis that there's a way in which it actually does constitute the portions of.
Like, if you don't know this, how can you claim that you know God's infinite? I don't know. This just seems like they're claiming they know, or not they. He seems like he's claiming he knows stuff about speculative claims, like extremely speculative claims.
I don't think he prepared for anything.
I think he prepared for this. I just think that there is some leaps in the reasoning.
Let's hear it. Let's see these guys babble.
Reality, but I think we can sort of leave that open and then consider, okay, well, could your own view of infinity be applied to my own concept of a supreme foundation? And that's where I'm not clear that it couldn't. You can help me think this through, because in my email to you, I suggested that if there's already a kind of infinity, like an infinite ability of the universe to last, right?
Yes.
The universe will last forever and ever and ever. It has an infinite ability to last. that's an ability that exceeds every finite ability to last. But it's not an infinite intensity. It's not a quantity. You can analyze this perhaps in terms of an inexhaustible potential to keep going, right? And then I want to say, okay, that's great. I mean, that is what I mean when I say that the foundational reality has inexhaustible power and ability.
So, I mean, you might say you're referring to the infinite duration of the universe, or it has an infinite future duration, and that's an extensive magnitude. And so we can explain this without positing the number larger than all the other numbers by just saying, well, yeah, like for every number r, there will be a time r years in the future, which there will be the universe. There's never going to be a time at which it has lasted. Well, it has now lasted an infinite amount if the past is infinite. But starting from here, we will never get to infinity. So in some sense, we will never actualize the infinite.
Right. But even now, it has that ability. Right now, it's true of reality now that it has the ability to.
So he's trying to say that it doesn't seem to be the case that actual infinities are possible. And Joshua is arguing against that, but I don't think he knows how to argue against it. And I don't know if you can. I mean, I feel like he's got a pretty strong, Michael has a pretty strong position, you know? You guys got any thoughts on this so far?
Yeah. He's not incorporating linear time into his overall thought on the infinity portion of his ideology.
Oh. When he's claiming God is
Are you talking about Stifler, or I'm sorry, are you talking about Josh Rasmussen or
Josh? When he was talking about the points on the timeline and how they were assigned like a certain value or whatever, he's not including the linear time component of that argument.
So did they, so I didn't see this part. Did they both agree to like B theory and general relativity or not?
That has not been a part of the discussion.
Yeah, because on B theory, you're going to have like the realized manifold of space-time, at least within this universe. And like, I don't know that it's clear on B theory that we are certain it's either infinite or finite, right?
They might be coming up to some consensus rate, like in the next couple of BS things that they say, who knows? But I think they're like just trying to figure it out themselves. Like, but Josh.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't know
of what. Yeah.
Do you think, DeFreet, do you think we know that the future is infinite, or is that just like a Christian doctrine that people accept?
Well, we know from the Bible that it's not infinite. That this universe will be rolled up like a scroll and replaced with a different whole reality, a whole different everything.
So you see the coming age as literally the end of this space-time.
Yeah, as soon as God is done with the purpose of this place, he'll replace it.
Okay, well then you don't think that there's an actual infinite future time, at least for the existence of this like specific manifold of space-time, right?
Yeah, I don't think that this universe, this Earth, this whatever is going to keep going and going forever. There's as soon as God is done with it, he'll discard it.
So you don't agree with either of these guys?
No, definitely not. But it's still interesting to like even the learning process of going through this and in the physics of the mental processing of it, this stuff. It's still good for the overall, humanity and understanding of reality.
Gotcha. Okay.
Last forever. And whatever that ability is, it's real, and it's not.
Yeah. And if you say, yeah,
yeah,
you might say, oh no, I'm not talking about the actual infinite duration. I'm talking about the potential, the ability to last. Oh yeah, so that's a merely potential infinity, which is okay with with Aristotelians, with the Aristotelian view of the infinite. You just can't have an actualized infinity according to Aristotle. So and then you might think, oh okay, so then we can explain God's omnipotence in a similar way. It's a purely potential infinity. It's just an ability to do an unlimited range of things. And then my claim, which you might find less persuasive, is that causal powers require a categorical basis. So there has to be some non-dispositional, non-causal property that is the basis for somebody's abilities or powers to do things.
I agree with that.
And then, my claim is like, well, then that is going to have to be an infinite property in order for the ability to be infinite. So you have examples like, I have the ability to flip the switch on the lamp. Like there's the lamp that I want to flip infinitely many times. And
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Every single thing that he would have to be maximally able to do that. That's interesting.
To be able to flip it, I need to have a certain amount of energy, which will be reflected in, whatever, like the configuration of the chemicals in my muscles or something like that. And okay, so there will be some like quantifiable, non-dispositional physical properties that are the ground for my ability. And it's just going to turn out that in order for that ability to be infinite, I have to have an infinite amount of one of these categorical properties. So like I'll have an infinite amount of whatever it is, ATP in my muscles, in order to be able to, Okay, and the thought is, now I don't know what the categorical properties of God are that ground his powers, but I think that there would have to be something else that was infinite in order for him to have infinite power.
That makes sense to me. I'm on board with that. I think I have this excited feeling because I think we're about to clarify something, and I'm so curious what you think. So
I think that this is like the ultimate end of the human mind that we can gather in knowledge in terms of our physical senses and what we can perceive. Okay, basically he's saying that positive or negative charge, that either you flip the switch or you don't flip the switch, the positive, the negative, like when you boil it all down in your head and you finally like figure out what it's all coming down to, it's just that charge, that positive and negative energy swap, or actionable energy, right? But the only way to get past that, and I don't want to sound preachy or anything, but there's only one way to get past that, and that is to I don't even want to say it because you know how it's going to sound. So, but there is only one way to get past that, because Jesus Christ will actually unbind your mind from your 5 or 6 senses, or your 5 senses. Just wanted to say that.
Okay. You got any thoughts on that, Kurt?
Do I have thoughts about whether Jesus Christ will unbind my mind? No.
Or anything said on screen a moment ago?
I'm curious to see where this goes, so I'll just hold off.
Think about the ability to last forever. And let's say that ability is grounded in something else. Maybe it's nature. Well, here's one idea, which you'll be skeptical of this. Fundamental reality has a necessary existence. So it has a nature that implies that it spans all possible worlds. Well, then that could ground its ability to last forever. But maybe
he just falsified his God position again.
Honestly, this is just so many abstract nouns strung together, and it becomes painful sometimes to hear this. These people have convinced themselves that these abstract nouns have some sort of like manipulable reality that they can then like learn things from, and I just don't see it.
I know what he's saying by that, though, and what he's saying is, imagine a necessary being ground. I think that's just physical, right? That is
to the degree that it has meaning, it's physical.
What I'm saying is that falsifies his God claim.
Right, I agree.
you don't need that. Maybe you just need that it has the property of being eternal or something. I'm not sure exactly how you want to do this, but there's some sense in which, on your view, as I understand it, the universe does have this ability to last forever, and you can analyze it in terms of, this, as you say, something else that grounds that ability, that makes sense of it. And I think that's what
I just have to say, all these theist philosophers are super looked up to, but when I listen to the debates, I'm never impressed with any of their argumentation. Ever.
Is he a ortho bro or whatever, or like
No, he's Roman Catholic. He's Roman Catholic.
Just wondering.
He's the one who supposedly was instrumental, along with Cameron Bertuzzi, in converting Joe Schmid.
That shocks me. That other one shocks me, by the way. Isn't Cameron Bertuzzi the one who had the God probability calculator that he sold? Or am I thinking of something else?
I don't know about that. I know that Cameron Bertuzzi is the one who's like really into the Zaytoon Marian apparitions.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, somebody a while ago sold like a God calculator or probability calculator. It was interesting. I don't know. Was
that inspiring philosophy, or was it?
I don't know.
Or was it Cameron Bertuzzi?
I don't know anymore. That was a long time. I thought it was Cameron Bertuzzi, but I might be wrong.
Could easily have been.
I want to say about reality. I mean, I agree with that. It has this ability to last forever, has the ability to produce particles, has the ability to produce people, has the ability, to keep going. And I think we agree on that. And if you say, well, that's grounded in some nature, well, great. I mean, what is that nature, Mike? I mean, on your view, how would you describe the nature that grounds the ability to last forever?
Well, Yeah, the ability to last is a weird ability. So it's not an ability to do anything in particular. It's just the fact that it won't disappear for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought is maybe you don't need anything to ground that. Right, like it's sort of like if you think the default state is that things disappear, right, that things stop existing, then you need to explain what's going to keep it in existence. But maybe the default state is that stuff continues unless there's something to destroy it.
Yeah.
So it's just the absence of anything that would destroy the stuff.
Well, that seems right.
I mean, that seems like a fair explanation for that, but I don't see how. Do you think that Michael sees that this falsifies Joshua's position?
He seems very bright, but like he's not jumping on it. So
I would jump
hard
on
to say.
it. He's a theist, though, so maybe he doesn't consider it like that. B.S. Lewis says it was Bertuzzi. He was on a Bayesian
Okay.
kick. Yes, it was a Bayesian
B.S. is right.
I don't know the truth about it, or I don't know not the truth about it. I don't know the truth about the claim that he basically repackaged like a basic Python code or something, but supposedly it was like a basic Python code or system or something like that. I don't know the facts behind that though, so I'm just there was some talk about that on the channel by some people a long time ago. Unfortunately, those no longer exist, but it's definitely worth looking into. It was very interesting, I have to say. I thought it was Bertuzzi. I'm surprised I even remember that. That was like a year ago or 2 years ago, man.
Why is that the default state? I mean, this is my view of fundamental reality. Fundamental reality is the default state. And I mean, my thought is that if it has a supreme nature, that nature predicts and grounds all of these qualities. And I guess what maybe is unclear, maybe you can help me think this through, is why would the qualities that are predicted from this sort of nature of a supreme quality have to have an infinity that is quantitative or an infinite intensity rather than that extensional kind? Like, for example, I was thinking that you could divide God's awareness of all into parts and then they add up to the whole, or God's portions of power into parts and they add up to the whole, just like you could divide space and time into parts, add up to the whole. I'm genuinely curious about that. I mean, I'm not trying to say there's a problem with your view here. I just really curious what you think about that, because it seems like it might, just curious what you say.
Well, I mean, I've heard from theists that God is supposed to not have parts, that God is a simple being, in which case it would be hard to understand how his attributes could be extensive.
Dang.
You want to comment
Very
on
good
that?
response. Yeah, no, this is just the Motte-Bailey fallacy. Whatever word will get people to acquiesce on a given point, the theist will use, and then when they're pushed on it, they'll retreat to saying, well, the word may mean that in this sense, but not in this other sense. Like, this is like, it gets exhausting.
Right.
When they're talking about ability, the universe's ability to last and this stuff, like ability implies order or at least structure, and from there.
In this context, I think they were talking about like the fundamental nature of this stuff. I think they were saying like it's just part of the nature of stuff to exist unless it's destroyed, right?
Right, but describing it as an ability is a bit of a like misuse of the word ability.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
In
yeah.
general speech, when we talking about an ability, it's usually an acquired skill.
Well, I think that was Rasmussen saying ability, right?
Right, but that's like not a legitimate word really to use for something that simply is and does not gain skill.
Right. Yeah, I never use it. You're right. That is some theistic presuppositions behind that statement,
I think this is all speculation at this point. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, all God claims are speculative at best.
I mean, think about it. Nobody would really say, well, that rock is able to stay perched on that spot. Like, we would just say that rock will stay perched on that spot, or that rock might move or something like that. But we wouldn't usually describe an inanimate object as having an ability.
Yeah.
No.
Something unacquired.
There's possibilities associated with them, but I don't think it's common in English to call them abilities.
There's God mind behind that statement.
Yeah, I think so.
So of course, there's different views of the nature of God, right? My own view, and I'm sort of starting with, just sort of be honest and kind of putting my cards on the table, I'm starting with a real question about what could fundamental reality be, like really, like whether you call it God or not, like what is it? If it happens that on my analysis it turns out that it has a lot of the classical theistic attributes, then that's interesting. But my goal isn't to like start with some concept of God from tradition and then defend it. It's really is the method of saying, okay, what could this be? And so one idea that I have here is that you can distinguish between the state of the being and the being itself. So like, for example, right now I have a state of awareness, and then there's me that has that state of awareness. Now my state of awareness seems to have like parts. It includes pixels and hands and sounds. And my thought is that, well, what if fundamental reality has a kind of state of awareness of all things? And you can divide that state of awareness into parts in the same way without dividing the being into parts. And yeah, what do you think?
Before he responds, I want to know what you guys think about this thought, because that was a very interesting thought to me.
Dupreek?
Yeah, it was so like kind of nonsensical that I don't even know how to address it. Like parts. First of all, we know that when you put uranium in a gel or a some sort of a medium around it, we can see particles ejecting from the uranium. Okay, we know that there are particles happening. That is like a base foundation.
It's a helium nucleus. It's an alpha particle.
So we know that there are particles kind of making up a lot of this fundamental, foundational type of explanation that they're, I guess, still looking for, right? But that's like one thing that we can actually observe are those traces of the particles ejecting from the uranium. If you can start there, at least you can like build something. But like he's just flopping around like that fish in the that one rock band's friggin' video.
Yes, I mean, like Dupreek, so you're like the idea of like atomic decay ejecting a particle, like that's fairly large scale compared to how finely grained we understand matter to this day. But what I would just say is like I am not certain, like I'm not certain, and I don't think it's logically proven that there is a fundamental ground of reality. Like it may very well be that our explanations are part of a web of like explanation, and that there isn't one spot that you can say, oh, this is the fundamental thing. Because I see in the life sciences, where I do know what I'm talking about very well, that almost all the boundaries that we describe are to some degree arbitrary or to some degree conventional. And so again, if I knew the physics better or knew the math better in physics, I'd like have a better answer to this. But like, I think it certainly seems like over my life anyway, that every time we've thought we've come to a fundamental thing in physics that seems to make up the other parts of physics, then we burrow down and we find another thing that makes that up. And I don't know why it's not possible that that process continues to the degree that we have tools to look at it.
Right.
Okay.
So you think it could just go even deeper? Turtles upon turtles upon turtles.
I mean, we certainly have reason to think that that might be the case from all the investigations we've done up until now, because every time we think a system is explanatorily closed, we find out it's much more complicated than we thought at the next level. But I just don't think you can say deductively like it's certain that there's a ground somewhere.
Right.
Okay,
gotcha.
but you have to. Okay. It's usually atheists who always say that the mind emerges from a biological brain. Okay.
Yeah, well, because we have huge amounts of evidence for that.
Right, and so there's a grounding right there in terms of like the organic biological able to react and interact and manipulate the environment around us. Based on a particle based reality that is made of mass.
No. There's no grounding because there's no mind that exists separate from the brain.
That's what I'm saying. You have a grounding there, right?
No, it's not a grounding. Mind is a word we use to explain things. It's not something that exists.
But Kurt, if you're being witnessed right now, you exist.
No. There's like the idea of the self. It's like it's a convenient fiction. It's like a traffic lane. It's useful to think that it exists, and it's often very, very important to imagine that it exists. But like if there's no traffic at all and something is coming at you, you should ignore the traffic lane. Like in reality, the traffic lane is just a mental construct, and the self is probably like that.
I mean, you can imagine things, or it's just like Josiah the other night was talking about why can't I jump to the moon or whatever. Well, there's laws of physics based on mass, gravity, temperature.
That has nothing to do with the self. The self isn't something that's demonstrated that we can like do a functional MRI and show where in the brain there's a self.
Well, but you have to get to that point first. You have to get to the organic chemistry. You have to get to these cells that make up the brain. Then you get to the emergent parts of the brain that make up.
We
the
know
mind.
how that all works. We know how that all works.
So
and there's no mind there that's like one thing.
I'm not saying that the mind is a measurable thing. I'm saying that what it emerges from is.
Yeah, it emerges from the brain, just like the university emerges from the buildings and the classrooms and the teachers and the students of a university. But when I go to a university and I ask, where is the university? All you've done is shown me classrooms and students and professors and laboratories. Like, that's just not asking the right question, right? The university is just a collection of those things. Well, the mind is just the function and activity of the brain.
What I'm saying is that it's based on particles which have mass that are in the reality because we could observe them, touch them, feel them, and sense them.
Yeah. Everything about the brain can be observed, touched, and felt.
Got him.
I mean, I made my point. So, like, there is.
What is it about the brain that can't be observed, touched, or felt?
Wait, come again.
What is it about the brain? Like, where's the vitalism?
That's what I was arguing, Kurt. That's what I was arguing.
You're arguing there is no vitalism, right? You're arguing.
No,
that the
you
brain
were saying that these are all
things.
abstract concepts. You were saying that these are all abstract concepts or whatever from the mind that or whatever. I was telling you that they're still based on particle physics.
My whole argument is that abstract nouns are just a verbal convenience, that they don't have separable existence. Haven't you heard me ask people if they think that like goodness exists? And then they'll say yes. And then I ask them if crunchiness exists. And they often say yes. And then I ask them if Britishness exists and they get wiggly.
No, actually, I haven't heard you say that.
Well, do you think Britishness exists?
Oh, probably, yeah. Like,
Okay,
yeah.
Well, then you are confused by the parts of speech. You don't understand that we can turn anything that's an adjective or a verb into a noun in English, but that doesn't turn it into a thing.
What are you talking about? You're talking about if you go to Great Britain right now and you have fish and chips that you're not being, whatever you said it was?
I'm not experiencing Britishness. No, I'm just eating some food. Again, it's just a verbal convenience. It's a way we describe things. This is so.
But it's a culture that's real.
Easy. It's all culturally determined. Cultures are not like real, separable from like the extant facts of the individuals who happen to be part of the culture. The culture doesn't have like some separable existence that lives in some eternal form.
Okay, what was the question again?
The point is that there is no mind separable from the brain. The brain is just the thing that gives us the events that we think of as mind when we're talking with one another and we want to talk about things that we happen to think about. We say it just came to mind to me that this, and what happened there is your brain had some neurons fire together and they developed an idea that presented itself to your like speech centers that made you want to talk about it.
Okay, but in reaction to what was just argued on screen in the debate, he's saying that he can't even ground it in anything, even like the uranium particles ejection or anything. Like that's what I was
Right, but I fail to see what grounding even is. I don't know. I've tried really hard to have people explain
because they're trying
what grounding is beyond
they're
an
literally
explanation.
trying to define reality. They're literally
Right,
trying
but that's
to
all
define
that is
reality.
an explanation. If grounding is just an explanation, then we have plenty of explanations.
Kurt's point is that he's saying that the laws of logic, which we abstract from physical reality and form a language around, they're like the prescriptive laws of, well, classical logic, right? So we built a language around these abstractions that we see about reality to coherently organize our thoughts. And he's saying that these abstractions of physical reality in tandem may not apply to reality like they do in the laws
Right.
or in classical logic.
They're not rules that govern the universe. They're rules that govern our way of speaking about the universe. They're discourse rules fundamentally. They're not like necessary features of the universe.
I'm not conceding anything, and I'm not arguing any further on this. So go ahead.
All right, but just so you're clear, like in your brain, when you're constructing like the thing you see in front of you or the thing you're hearing someone say, in your brain, your neurons do not use the three laws of logic. They only use two of them. They use the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. Or actually, no, they use the law of the what are the three tacos? Because they don't explode on an excluded middle. They're counterfactual.
Identity, non-contradiction.
Not law. Yeah, they use identity and non-contradiction, but they don't use the law of the exploded middle. And you can demonstrate that by remember the blue and the white dress?
You can go into it again if you want.
The freak, do you remember like the illusion where some people saw it as a white dress and some people saw it as a blue dress?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
it was like a meme on you. It was like a meme on Facebook for a while.
No, I didn't.
Where you would look at a dress and some people would see it as white and other people would see it as blue. It's the exact same pixels. That's because your visual processing has to make a judgment call about which light circumstance you're seeing the picture in. And depending on which judgment call it makes, the exact same people on one day would see it as blue and the next day would see it as white. And they're getting the exact same information into their brain because their brain's paraconsistent logic has to hold both possibilities alive. And then finally, when it's going to create the image, it just picks one and it gives that to your consciousness. So the brain is not even using the three laws of logic.
I'm feeling like Jack Talcott. I'm feeling complete. Like we can move on to the next, point.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful points to freak. Thank you.
Where is Jack?
Hey, Jack's still jacking, around. So,
Jack, if you're watching, come around sometime. I'd love to talk.
I could see if he wants to debate you. That could be fun.
Oh, that would be fun.
Or maybe more of like an open
I mean, I've debated him before.
It'd be more like I know, but I'm saying more like an open discussion about his theism or something. He doesn't like debates.
That'd be fine. That'd be fun to talk to him.
He likes the one-on-one talks, but not the going at each other.
Who needs Jack Talcott is Minar. Minar could use a dose of Jack Talcott.
Yeah, probably.
Jack's so chill. It's true.
I like Jack so much. He sucks at moderating so badly, but he is so awesome. His panels kind of go off the rails every show. Are they still going off the rails? I haven't really watched much.
Yeah,
recently.
Generally, yes. He had a guest on, I think, today that was, kind of a stable, no nonsense. But yeah, the panel. The thing is, Jack catches a lot of what we call the panelverse, is like residual, like content creators who used to stream, and it would just be drama panels all over the place. And so Jack picks up a lot of the residual of that, and he's trying to move beyond that, but it still shows up at his door. What are you going to do?
Right. He wants to meet Trump and change the world, so he's got to get out of the panelverse to do that. I get that.
think about that model.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Well, yeah, I was thinking. So you might think about God's omniscience. So if the being knows everything, then you might think, oh, but yeah, is that first of all, is that a quantity? Are there quantities of knowledge?
Well, I might be. It's not.
Okay.
It's more of a kinder category. It's a mode of being. Yeah.
So like there's this information theory, like they quantify information, like the information that's stored on your computer is literally quantified. Like you could have 50 megabytes or something like that. And okay, so there is a way of measuring it. And what is the quantity of information in God's mind? Oh, it's infinity, because the universe is infinitely complex. By the way, it's not by counting the number of propositions, right? Because if you have a set of propositions, and you take the logical closure, all the entailments of it, you can list an infinite number of entailments. Okay, it's not the number of propositions, but it has to do with the number of the range of alternatives that were possible, and then when you get the information, how many alternatives are left. Okay. Anyway, but nevertheless, I think
that was just a quick side note, but that was a direct response to one of the claims that he made in his introduction about a lot of things pointing to something. I forget exactly what he said, but that was a direct response to something that Joshua had said in his opening statement. That was a very well placed response as well.
It would be uncontroversial that God would have an infinite amount of information. You might think, oh, okay, but maybe that's just an extent of magnitude, and information in the way that it's measured is additive. Like you have a 2 megabyte file here and a 2 megabyte file here, and you store both of them, you used 4 megabytes. Okay, yeah. Additive. But my thought is, all this information, the theist would probably want to say that all that information is available to God's use simultaneously. And so I think that prevents you from saying that it's just you're just adding up separate pieces of information. Okay, so God would be able to presumably would be able to answer some questions that require drawing on the entire infinite amount of information. So yeah, something like God knows the.
Yeah, I have a huge problem with the idea that God can answer a question.
You want to go into that?
Sure. I mean, to answer a question, he has to hear the question and he has to respond to it, right? So he has to have gone from a state of not hearing the question to the state of hearing the question, and then the state of not responding to the state of responding. All of that just seems nonsense on all the infinite things they're talking about. Also, did he learn anything from the question? Did he learn that he needed to respond? No, I'm talking about Huemer's granting the idea that God could answer a question, but I don't know that even makes sense on omniscience.
I think he's processing the linear versus the eternal part of God's knowledge and how it is stored and accessed and physically possible.
So, but how would, again, let's assume God knows all things. So he's not going to learn that you asked the question. And he's not going to decide to answer the question because he already knows all things. He either knows whether he decided to answer or not. So there's really no way to have a relationship or a dialogue with a being like that.
Well, knowing isn't doing, and he still doesn't violate our free will to choose him or not.
The God of classical theism certainly couldn't violate free will one way or the other, because the God of classical theism couldn't take action in the world. He would have to update a state, have to modify a previously held belief to even take an action.
I mean, all that is summed up literally in Jesus Christ.
Again, Jesus Christ is complete nonsense. The incarnation is fully impossible on classic theism. And again, classical theism is again, a much, much better evidenced case than Christianity, because of course, all claims of Christianity add to the conjunction possibility of the failure of Christianity, whereas classical theism only posits the three omnis and no other characteristic. But even classical theism, to me, just fails.
When you say classical theism, does that include the God of Abraham, or you're talking about the Greek gods and stuff?
It's neither the Greek gods nor the God of Abraham nor any other named specific God. It's just the idea that there is a God who has the triomnies. And again, you can narrow classical theism even further to make it just a deistic God who's not even a necessary being and doesn't have an ethical valence.
Okay, so almost agnosticism.
Well, no,
but
because
maybe
if you're going to be a theism, look, the minimal thing for me to like say that someone is a theism is that they believe in a God who has some sort of infinite characteristic and who has taken at least one action in the history of the universe subsequent to setting it off. Like that's the two propositions that you need to establish. And then anything beyond that just makes that likelihood go much further down.
okay. So what can you say that God did before this whole thing kicked off that the Abrahamic God of Christianity didn't do?
Well, I don't believe in either one. Like I don't say
All
God
right.
did anything because I don't believe there's a God.
But you just said that you would say that the one is more likely than the Christian God. But what is
Yeah,
that based on?
I can say it's more likely that there are gnomes than there's a tooth fairy, but that does not mean that I believe in either one.
Kurt, you need to debate somebody, bro. I think you're pent up. I think.
We got one scheduled.
Yeah,
Good,
we got a
good.
scheduled debate coming up.
Good.
Yeah, with David Palman.
I'm not sure who that is, but I'm sure Kirk will, be prepared, present his case, and probably, whoop some butt. So
Maybe. We'll find out. Maybe we'll all be convinced of the resurrection after the debate.
you never know.
Complete decimal expansion of pi.
He could show up.
That would certainly be the
and
much
then-
more interesting outcome.
Yeah.
It'd be very
Oh, yeah.
interesting
Oh,
if
yeah,
we all
for
became
sure.
convinced of the resurrection.
Absolutely.
And I suppose you can formulate questions that require knowing the complete decimal expansion in order to answer them.
Yeah.
Is there ever a series of 1,006s in a row in the decimal expansion? Okay, well, there's probably a better example than that. But okay, so then I think that requires, that means there's something like infinite information density. And not just like a total amount of information, but it's like integrated in a single point in a certain sense. But it's not a spatial point, it's like a single mental point. You see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this is very interesting to me. So I'm sort of tempted to defend not just my own view, but to kind of keep options open. But for sake of focus here, let me just make a distinction between the infinity in the reality to be known versus the infinity in the being.
Hey, and I am going to have to speed this up. I do want to get through this tonight, so I'm bumping this up to 2x. I'm sorry if you guys have a hard time hearing some of this, but we do need to get through this.
That's knowing it.
We're
So,
only halfway through it.
one option is that there is no infinity in the reality to be known, at least not this quantitative infinity. And this is an option that you and I are in the same boat on. This is the dialectical space I wanted to point to because others might not be convinced by these arguments. They have different ways of responding to the paradoxes. So for them, they're not going to be worried about the awareness of infinite realities because they don't have a problem with infinite realities of this kind. Well, now you and I do have a problem with infinite realities of this kind. So we don't think there are these infinite, the tall trees or infinitely, the decimal numbers aren't actually expanded out to all that infinite level, even in Plato's heaven. It's not there. So you and I agree with that, right? So then the question is, well, is there a mind that sort of is aware of all that is? And well, there's no objection to the existence of a mind that's aware of all that is if we agree that all that is not infinite in that way.
What do you guys think about that?
Kurt?
Well, Huemer's points to me seems very strong, right? The idea is that God has no parts, God has no temporal components. And so the idea that the information density is infinite would just be a necessary fact of this existence of this being. But like that, again, information in like standard parlance, using the term information implies like a medium that is storing the information. And if God has no parts and has no medium, I just don't know that these words carry any meaning at all. I think they're words that people are using to make themselves feel good about an affinity fixation that they had previously, and that they can dance into the deepest levels of abstraction to avoid having to explain.
And real fast, there is a Pluto in back. I see a Pluto, but can you please type something in the YouTube chat or message me on Discord? I just want to make sure you authorize on the rules in the Discord before pulling you up.
Wasn't he here the other day and didn't show up, or?
No?
I said it was Titan
What are your
Uranus.
thoughts in response to what Kurt said, Defreak?
I think he's generally right. They're actually looping right now. They're trying to disqualify certain parts of what they're trying to figure out what infinity is and certain aspects of infinity, and kind of trying to boil it down to information, how it's stored, how it's accessed, who accesses it, and what does that mean? But they're really not making any progress.
I mean, if it's genuinely Pluto, I think Pluto is the one who can't talk. It's Goofy that can talk. So I don't know if Pluto will be able to answer in the chat.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Was it that one guy that was he was also Christian and he gave his testimony, and he's 23 when he turned Christian? Was that him?
That was Believer, wasn't it?
That was Believer. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that whole time I was thinking Imagine Dragons when he was talking.
It's funny.
Okay, so we might not agree. So actually, there could be an infinitely tall tree because height is an extensive magnitude. So,
Well, like you mean like there's a top of a tree? And it's
no,
infinitely
not
tall?
top.
It doesn't have a top. Okay.
Just go on forever.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't thinking of that as a tree. Okay, no, that's just terminology. Right.
But, there is an infinite decimal expansion pi, right? Like it's an irrational number, right? It never terminates, so I believe that. And pi is a real number. Like,
Can I ask you a question?
Ratio of this happens to the diameter of a circle. Yeah.
Yeah, this might not be appropriate as a moderator, and I'll put Josh in a gotcha moment too. But it occurred to me that, like, if you're a Platonist, which I believe you are, Mike, irrational numbers exist as abstract objects. So pi like exists despite its infinite extension. So I wonder if like the abstract object pi can exist as an abstraction, all right there, despite the fact that it is infinitely extended in this way. Then why can't God know the infinite extension of pi in a way that's not invalidated by your argument? I mean, if the very existence of the abstract object pi can withstand.
This is weird to have the moderator jump in like this. Like I do it on
It
open
is.
panels. I do it on open panels sometimes when I'm messing around, but like in a formal debate, this is kind of weird. This is something that you'd have to have like a question prepared for both people. And Pluto did DM me actually. Let me pull him up real fast. They're a theist. What's going on, Pluto?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So
What do you think about this whole debate so far?
what's going on?
Or
Yes,
review
I
the
just
debate.
joined and
What do you think about the whole
I have
debate so
not
far?
completely watched that. I have not watched this completely, so and I just joined.
Gotcha. It sounds like you have a pretty bad connection, though. So just a heads up on that.
Okay, I'll try to fix it. I will just mute myself for a bit.
Yeah. Might want to mute when you're not talking, but let's go ahead and play this a little bit more.
Your argument. Why can't like an intuitive grasp of pi also do it? There you go. Okay, I'll stay back.
Well, that is my question as well, so thank you.
Oh, I should've just been quiet.
Yeah. So, well, like first, okay, why can pi exist? In some senses, it has some aspects of infinity to it, but well, in what way is it infinite? So it's not an infinitely large number, like it's between 3 and 4. So it's not infinite in that way. In what way is it infinite? Well, there's an infinite long decimal expansion, but that isn't really like an attribute of the number itself. That's an attribute of the way that we would represent it in our system of representation. And that, by the way, that could be described in terms of an infinite cardinality, like the set of digits of pi. Right? There's like an infinite number of digits. So infinite cardinalities are allowed in my view. But then why would this be a problem for somebody to know it? Well, the person who knows it would have an infinite amount of information. If the person knows the decimal expansion, conceivably you might say, well, maybe God knows the value of pi in a way that does not involve the method of representation we have. So it doesn't involve knowing the decimal expansion. It just like directly grasps this quantity. The quantity, like the decimal expansion, isn't inherent to the quantity. That's just inherent in our way of representing it. So God represents it directly without having a system of numerals. So that's possible. But also, I think the theist would want to say yes, but he can produce the decimal expansion, and he can answer questions about the decimal expansion, right? So I think that requires him having the infinite amount of information in his mind.
Well, yeah, I think it's helpful to make a distinction here.
And that's where you get into the land hour limit issue, right?
Yeah,
I've
absolutely.
never heard
Like
that.
all of this, just like I just think again, if you accept general relativity and you accept like energy can't be created or destroyed, all of these concepts are incredibly ornate to imagine that they actually have real existence, right? And like Huemer's point about like infinite information density is actually one I've never thought about, and it's incredibly powerful as just like a basic intuition pump, right? Because imagine the amount of heat that produces if it's real.
You get a big bang.
I mean, maybe, but again, at the end of the Big Bang, there's not going to be any being left, right? And
Well, no,
again,
it'd be
like
the universe.
Yeah, right. But again, this is just back to the whole pantheism business, which I just find like so unproductive. Like, it was a great move when you were going to get killed for being an atheist, but I just don't see how it solves any problem today.
So, does Pluto consider himself a planet or a whatever they try to classify him as?
Planet or a dog?
Yeah, something like that. Guess we're not
Sounds like
gonna
you
know.
might be a car. What do you think about all this, Pluto? Can God know infinite things? Oh, this is an interesting response. Sounds like plates and cars. Pluto?
Yeah.
Hello, Pluto? No, he's in back. Okay.
Between the ability to access it and the actual access. So some theists do have an analysis of knowledge in terms of the ability to access. So I think we can sort of leave that open in terms of my model. As I said, I'm understanding a supreme nature is a maximum consistent set of great-making qualities. So in a way, there's sort of a kind of like a dialectical game where, okay, well, let's just follow your view and see what it implies about the nature of fundamental reality. Does it imply that fundamental reality doesn't have a supreme nature? Well, I'm not saying that it implies that. I'm saying that it would imply some constraints on how you analyze that nature. On the other hand, I want to just kind of put my neck out here and say, I myself have been convinced by some of these puzzles of infinity that these infinite scenarios can't.
Did you see Michael's eye twitch in response to that?
I missed the eye twitch. If you
Oh,
want to
he's
rewind it and show me, or
Yeah, he's like, that doesn't make sense.
Be produced by any
Uh-oh, I think I broke it by doing that. We'll see. I might have broke it. Maybe I should have rewound it.
You know, that shirt is a little sus. I don't know if that's his grandmother's blouse or if that's just like polka
here and
dots.
say, I myself have been convinced by some of these puzzles of infinity that that these infinite scenarios can't
Very
be
less.
produced by any possible power. So in a way, I agree with you here, Mike, that if there were a kind of power that could create an infinite set of points, then it could rearrange them into, I've written about the Grim Reaper paradox of rearranging things to produce these impossible states. And it does seem to me that there's a deep puzzle there. So in my view, there is no possible power that can do that. And this leads me to think that whatever it is that's in fundamental reality, it has whatever power allows it to be aware of whatever there is. This is why I'm saying, like, if you think that there are certain kinds of infinity that exist in the abstract realm, then my thought is that, well, those infinities exist. Now, you're saying there's an extra problem for an awareness of that infinity. I think that's the part that's the least clear to me. Like, why couldn't there be just an awareness of, say, the conceptual foundations that encode that infinite? Now, if you say, well, it's not just that, it's that God would be able to actually just create that, God could create that infinite number with all the digits and write them in the sand. Well, I mean, I already got persuaded that that's impossible, so I don't think there is that kind of power. I don't think that kind of power.
What do y'all think? I'd like to hear what Pluto thinks about this. Pluto said he was a theist. Standard theist that believes in a maximally good, maximally knowledgeable, and maximally powerful God.
so maximally powerful could like immediately write out the sequence of pi on a beach.
Survey said.
I got a phone call. I'll be gone for a second.
All right, I guess they're not responding. What are your thoughts on this, Defreak?
It sounds like he's trying to be a Buddhist physicist.
Which one?
The gentleman in the jacket.
Why do you say that?
Well, because it keeps going back to this, like, this or that, but I don't know. Plus a little bit of physics sprinkled in, and it's saying a lot of nothing with a bunch of words. Unfortunately,
I feel like Michael has been addressing each of his points, and then he just keeps retreating to other not so useful points.
yes, I would
It's
agree
like
with that too.
you know how you know that meme where people are moving the goalposts across the field.
Yeah, I do know that
I feel
one.
like he's been doing that the whole open discussion portion. Because remember, he started out maximally everything God, then he moved to limited God, and then he granted a necessary foundation, and then also he's been moving it the whole time,
Yeah, and really, what's the point of trying to know infinity if you're just going to be counting numbers all day or whatever? Like, at a certain point, like, all of this became irrelevant. They're not talking about physics and how
It should just be like, that's
they're
good
not getting
point,
into
you're
the
right.
meat and potatoes of what is actually caused. They're not getting to the meat of the matter. They're not getting
What
where
is
the
the
rubber
meat and
meets the road.
potatoes of the matter to freak tell us?
Well, I mean, it has to do with the particle plane, what we are calling the quantum fields, and how these different particles, like photons that create light or whatever, seem to be, traveling independently, but yet it's still in the same space as these fields that are physical electrons and protons and other things and quarks or whatever. It's very difficult to untangle the whole mesh of what the heck is just going on here around here. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't. But there seems to be some sort of fabric of different phenomenon and gravity mixed in with that, mass, particles. They have their different purposes. They have their different properties that are inherent to what they are. But then you have another set of stuff that is also interacting with them directly and indirectly. That's part of the lake, but doesn't necessarily doesn't necessarily adhere to what those physical mass particles do. So it's hard to untangle that fabric, and that's where the rubber's meeting the road, and they're just talking about like decimal points at this point.
Gotcha. But you would have to have infinite knowledge to know every decimal point of pi.
Okay, but you're not going to phase matter by a decimal point.
But you would still have to have like an infinitely large brain or computational thing to support that.
I mean, I guess, yeah, capacity helps, but you're not going to phase matter by a 16th, a 16th of a decimal point versus a 15th of a decimal point. You've got to be able to untangle the fabric and keep it stable and be able to remanifest it how you want. Well, maybe it does. Decimal point matters. Maybe decimal point does matter, but I still think that they're like it's what the direction that they're going. I feel like there's no direction, and it's kind of irrelevant at this point. They're just kind of like talking about, I don't know. They're just trying to I don't know what they're doing. It's not productive.
He's saying that part of it is that to calculate the circumference of a circle, you would have to have infinite power, infinite size, all sorts of stuff, right?
Oh, well, how? Okay, wait. If pi was something that a human made, conceived, how that person didn't have infinite knowledge, right? I mean, they didn't have infinite knowledge. They just came up with a concept and arbitrarily assigned a number to it, and that's the equation that's the universal equation that we all use to make it actually what it is.
If there's infinite decimal places, how much knowledge is that?
In our world, it to the second decimal place, because that's how we count money.
Interesting. Okay.
Power is required by
Hopefully
a supreme nature. But for those who think that there is that kind of power, well, then they're not going to have. They're already going to have independent reasons to respond to those puzzles of infinity.
Oh, hang on for a second. Sorry for the interruption, y'all. We got Pluto in the back again. You on PC now, Pluto?
Yeah, now can you hear me clearly?
Oh yeah, this is way better, dude.
Okay, thanks.
So you believe in a maximally everything God, just like Joshua here, huh?
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's quite similar.
What do you think about the debate so far?
Yeah, so I mean, my general thought is that I'm not very interested in, taking the attributes of God to literal mathematical infinities and so on. I just sort of think that Joshua Rasmussen's argument from arbitrary limits is quite convincing. So the basic I think method he takes is that if there is some property in the necessary being that is non-zero magnitude or something like that, so he has some, for example, causal power, and so Joshua asks, to what extent is it? And so he says that we cannot have it to some arbitrary degree or something like that. And then he takes it to infinity. But I think what I would say is that I would not take it clearly to infinity. I would say that however, or, to whatever extent consistency or, sort of logical consistency is there, I think to that maximal degree, the necessary being would have the causal power. I think that's what my take would be.
So, what are your thoughts on the fact that he granted a limited necessary being and a physical necessary being in this conversation, which would falsify his position?
I mean, if, by what I say, which is, maximal causal power to a degree as consistency allows, if that's not infinity, then obviously that's finite. And, I'm okay with that, but it's maximal anyways.
But he falsified his position, it seems like, in this. So there can only be one, as the Highlander says, right? And so when he presented his position, he claimed that it was maximally everything necessary being. Unlimited, infinite, all that.
Yeah, so
and he granted in the conversation that a limited God is conceivable. Then he also granted that a physical necessary being is conceivable. Both of these, granting these in conversation like this, should falsify his position of a necessary being, because that means they're conceivable.
I don't clearly see how. I mean, you can have a physical necessary being, right?
You can only have
There's
one,
no-
right? And it's going to eliminate all the others through parsimony, right? Anything that a necessary being that's not maximally parsimonious is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, sure.
But if there was no God, could you even conceive of him not being? So the fact that we can conceive of a God means that there is a God.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I don't think you
a
can
good
actually
argument.
conceive of a God, but what I'm saying is that he granted both a limited God and a fundamental state, and both of these would falsify his claim because he granted them for conversation.
No,
He's saying
it's
they're
not directly the case that there is a, for example, he conceived of an infinite God and then he conceived of a finite and a limited God. So that would ultimately or directly falsify the unlimited God. We must see like which of the types of gods sort of have no arbitrary limits or which of them have no unexplained cutoffs, and then we will eliminate the others as
none of
unparsimonious.
that argument is just getting lost in the sauce. Ultimately, he granted other conceivable necessary beings, which would falsify his as they're more parsimonious. So, regardless of the argument he presented, the situation remains that he claimed a necessary being. And he's granted conceivability to other necessary beings. This is going to falsify his position.
Only if conceivability implies possibility, right?
Does it not?
I mean, that's not obviously true. Like, I can, for example, conceive of a necessary being not existing. So, does it not exist? I mean, I don't think that's a good way to think about possibilities.
I mean, yes, if it's a necessary being and you can conceive of it not existing, that does mean it doesn't exist. If you really mean both of the terms in the way they mean in modal logic.
Yeah, obviously, but I don't think that conceivability is a good, marker of possibility.
So then that would mean that a disembodied mind that contained all knowledge would also need to be demonstrated.
He's just saying that he wants some type of demonstrated nomological possibility before he grants something is possible. So you'd want some type of extension off of the nomological, right? So you'd want some good evidence for the position then to claim this stuff. So claiming that conceivability is impossibility is going to absolutely destroy your position, because you're no longer going to be able to get to maximally all this stuff, because that's just off of conceivability. That's like a required premise for his limits argument, and that's going to defeat his limits argument.
No, that's a sort of requirement for the ontological argument. If you can conceive of it,
He's
then it's
saying
sort
that
of
if you
equivalent.
can, he's saying that if you can conceive of this, then it's going to follow that this maximally position exists.
Yeah, I think that's false.
Oh, okay. I don't know how else to help him here, Kurt. You got any ideas?
Okay, let's try this. Can you conceive of the Star Wars universe?
Yeah, I can conceive of it.
All right, and then can you conceive of it not existing?
Yeah, obviously I can conceive of it.
Okay,
I
so
can
we've just
see that it
established, yeah, so we've just established that the Star Wars universe is not a candidate necessary being, right?
No.
So you think the Star Wars universe is a candidate for a necessary being?
No, we haven't established that. We can stay in agnosticism about it. I'm just saying that if you can
Yeah,
conceive it, it
so
does
you're
not
saying it's a
just
live
have
candidate. You're saying it's possible that the Star Wars universe is a necessary being.
epistemically, yeah.
Well, but you then said that possibility isn't like necessarily modally gonna activate, right? So
Yeah.
since
Because there's a
the Star
distinction
Wars
between
universe
metaphysical and
definitely
epistemic.
possibly doesn't exist, it's not a possible candidate for a necessary being, is it?
And I don't think we should talk about metaphysical possibility because it's so vague and varies person to person so dramatically, and there's not like a set standard for that. It's indistinguishable from speculation.
So I think I like the way modality is taken by Graham Oppie. So I think if you know Graham Oppie, he takes a sort of way of modality that
Yeah, I like Grandma B. He claims a physical necessary being.
Yeah, I mean, there's no problem in that. But the thing is that his way of thinking modality is, I think, what I think is plausible. No, but we are not to take God as an idea that, he's maximally great without, like, he's non-physical and so on, and then go to prove him. We are to look at what evidence takes us to, not like have an idea, further in our mind and then try to prove it.
So are you saying God is non-physical or God is potentially non-physical and potentially physical?
I leave it open. I don't know.
Okay, so well, if you think that it's possible that God could be physical, then you have destroyed your position. Because a physical thing couldn't know all the things in the universe because it would create an incredible heat problem.
No, that would not, obviously.
Do you know why data centers are expensive? Do you know why AIs cost huge amounts of money to set up the data centers?
Yeah, but that's not a good understanding of what physical is. We are taking the physical as
you
having
just said
mass,
it's
but
possible your
really
necessary being is physical and he's omniscient. That was
yeah, but do you think that being physical entails having mass?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not true because a photon, for example, is physical, but it does not have mass. Like we have, things that are very much physical, like the wave function. If you're a wave function realist, you can think about that being obviously physical, but that in no way has mass. So I'm not saying that I'm saying that we are not even clear what physical means. So I leave it open. That's why.
Okay, first of all, photons are causally active, right? Photons can run a solar power and generate work, right?
Yeah.
Can photons create heat?
Yeah, they are heat.
Okay, so photons can create heat, they can generate physical reaction, and they can do work. So your candidate example of a thing that is non-physical still does generate heat, which means that if a physical thing had omniscient knowledge, it would be an unbelievable amount of heat to maintain that knowledge. That's why AI data centers are so costly, because knowing things creates a huge amount of heat, just as happens in your brain, by the way.
But what would you do? Like, for example, if we just keep all of these things aside, and then, for example, if you get to a
What
necessary
would I
being
do
which
if my
is all
argument that
powerful.
destroys your position were ignored? Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to, tell you further things. That, for example, if you think that the argument from contingency succeeds and somehow you get an all-powerful, all-good, and all, knowing being, but you are unsure about what his physical nature and everything is, do you think that automatically your entire argument would be just, false? I don't think so.
I don't think there's any demonstration that we can know whether things are contingent or necessary. Do you have a way of telling?
Sorry, of telling what?
Whether something is contingent or necessary.
Yeah, I mean, that's as obvious as you telling that this exists or not.
So if something exists, it's necessary, or if something exists, it's contingent. Which one?
No, I'm telling that the level of obviousness that there is, that the fact that this chair is contingent is equally that this chair exists. That obviousness level is equal. If you think that this chair could possibly be necessary, or if you think that you are not sort of acquired with the knowledge that this chair is not contingent, then I think the same applies to you being skeptic about whether this chair actually exists or not.
Well, it depends on your terminology for existence. I mean, there are certainly levels of analysis in which the chair does not exist, right?
Yeah, obviously, but at least in a very meaningful way it exists, like
Only meaningful
macroscopically.
to people. Only meaningful to people.
In what way does it not exist in a very meaningful way? I mean, you can go to the microscopic scales of it and say that there are just electrons and protons, and I would say that their aggregate just is the chair, and I don't want to sort of have a substance called chair.
But that's
I
a
am
linguistic. That's a linguistic move. That's not like a mereological or necessary move.
Yeah, but I'm sort of a bundle theorist, so you can have that, right?
Yeah, but again, bundle nouns are just human abstractions to make conversation easy. They don't have separable existence.
But in what meaningful sense? Like, am I not very much separated from the chair?
You've been to a university, right?
Yeah.
And where was the university?
In India.
Okay. And then when you went to that city in India that had a set of buildings and teachers and students and like administration and laboratories, when you went there, where did you find the university? What was the location of the university within all that?
I was in the university.
Yeah, where was it? Were you in a lab and that was the university, or were you in a classroom and that was the university, or was the university
the
just
whole
the whole
aggregate
thing? The whole
the university
thing,
was
right?
the whole aggregate thing. Yeah.
And if you removed one classroom, did it stop being the university?
No, it is the university still.
And if you added a laboratory, did it stop being the university?
No, but it's not a type identity, right?
So
I'm
it's
not
a
saying that
bundle noun,
exactly.
right? It's just it doesn't have separable existence. It's a way people can talk about a collection of things that have certain characteristics that allow us to speak more easily than saying I went to this place where there's a small border and there's a bunch of buildings that have dormitories and administration and faculty and students and laboratories and classrooms. That takes a lot of effort. We just say university instead.
But how is that going to take away from me to say that the
That's exactly
the
what a
university
chair
is contingent?
is. That's exactly what a chair. I don't think the university is necessary or contingent. I don't know that it even has like analyzable characteristics like that. And it's exactly the same for a chair.
Okay, then we can just, sort of take away, because we don't share a sort of intuition of things being contingent equally. So we can just think about dependent things.
Well, no, I'm asking you, tell me how you demonstrate that something is either necessary or contingent that isn't your personal intuition.
And I tell you that tell me if something exists.
So from your point of view, existence is a primitive that you can easily discern.
Existence is as equally as a obvious thing as a contingent thing. Right?
Okay.
That's what I'm just trying to say.
Okay. So 250 years ago, when people would drink a glass of water, the bacteria in that glass of water didn't exist, right?
No, it did exist.
So it existed even though they didn't know it and didn't have a word for it? How is that possible?
But what does it have to do with this argument that I'm presenting?
Well, you're arguing that contingency and necessity are immediately available to the mind, but here are these people with these things all around them that have like some separable existence, and yet they were completely unaware of them and didn't even have like a mind to like discuss them at that time. And yet you're saying they existed. How did they exist?
No, but what I'm saying is that if you know something that is very much obvious, like it is plausible to think that that thing exists. But if you don't know very much plausibly if that thing exists, it does not make it automatically non-existent. And that's not a valid thing at all to say. There's not a very valid symmetry.
Is existence something that where you can establish an identity as contingent or necessary using an actual like teachable technique, or is it a cognitive, intuitive heuristic that is individual to each person?
Yeah, I think both existence and contingency are.
Are which? I just gave you a dichotomy.
If you take it obviously true, then they are existent. They are true as much as any of them.
Let me say it again. Are you getting that from your intuition, or are you getting that from something you can teach other people?
I'm getting it from intuition.
Okay, so then it has no validity beyond your mind.
But what is the validity, for example, of the law of non-contradiction?
I don't hold that the law of non-contradiction has any actual like reality separable from minds.
Yeah, so I think that's where the conversation must finish, right? I mean, I just take it as much evident as anything. Like, it is more evident.
Your brain's processing equipment does not utilize the law of non-contradiction.
How is that?
It doesn't know. It doesn't use it does use the law of non-contradiction. Sorry, it doesn't use the law of excluded middle. Sorry. I'm not a dialetheist. That's correct.
Important point of moderation. It looks like I'm going to be up for a while. So if y'all are loving the show, please consider supporting it with the super chat. Makes all the difference in the world. If you barely like it, you can slam that like button, get a taco membership, hit subscribe, share it with a friend. It all helps. I greatly appreciate you all. Sorry for the interruption there. We're getting through this tonight, people. I'm not reviewing this tomorrow. We're talking about this tomorrow.
Okay,
all I would say is that the laws of logic are rules of conversation. They're not some like rules that are baked into the system of the universe. The universe doesn't owe us an explanation.
Yeah, but laws of logic do not need an explanation. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the laws of logic are a part of it.
You don't think they need an explanation? That's another intuition.
No, I think that laws of logic are not themselves which say that things need an explanation. I'm saying that.
In 1 second. Thank you so much for gifting some memberships, Kurt. Greatly appreciated, sir. We had a few great hits, couple. We had Jay Chilton and Cafe. Congratulations on your taco memberships, y'all. We had Juju Penguins. Congrats. Is that Juju from Discord? If so, that's a pretty good hit right there. Haven't seen them in a while if that's them. Sally Purcell, congrats on your taco membership as well. And Chicken Pork Adobo, congrats on your taco membership as well. Also, all 5 of y'all, if you're not already, I think 2 of them are for sure, but make sure you go into the taco Discord off the link in the membership option because it gives you a special rank in the taco Discord. Sorry for the interruption, y'all. Also, you like the background? Does this look good like this? Is that better?
I like it.
This is better than the last one, right?
Pluto, first and foremost, like, thanks for being so good faith. This is a really fun conversation, so I appreciate that.
I love that too. Yeah.
Okay, but what I'm trying to access is, if you think that your intuition is like an immovable certainty, like, then we really are at a sort of an impasse, because you can't demonstrate that your intuition is accurate to other people. And when you come across somebody who's, say, a dialetheist, which I'm not. But I don't think that, like, the law of excluded middle necessarily explodes, like, and I'm willing to hold to the possibility that that's, like, not a fundamental law. And I don't know that even the law of identity is a fundamental law, because it depends on the levels of analysis, right? So
yeah, so
like,
let me just say one thing. I'm not sort of saying that intuition has an immovable authority over everything else. I'm just saying that when you have an intuition very strong, if you don't have defeaters for it, if you don't think that there is any reason to exclude that intuition out of you, then I think take that intuition as something that is very plausible, is, I think, itself plausible.
But I've just given you like a freighter worth of defeaters for the position that intuitions can reliably determine whether something is contingent or necessary, I think.
Yeah, but there is no defeater that you have given that sort of tells me that my intuition about the bag in front of me being contingent or not existing, for example, is something,
like,
false.
Your intuition can always take the quantity of my defeaters and add n+1. That's true. Again, if the rules are that your intuition is decided entirely by you, then I can give you all the defeaters I ever want, and you can always say, yeah, but n+1, this bag still looks to me like it has contingent existence. But I don't know how you're making that call.
So let me just be very clear. I think that the bag is contingent. I will believe that until and unless I think that there is any good, reason to not suppose that it is contingent. What is that reason?
Well, there are intelligent philosophers who are necessitarians, who think that everything is necessary. They accept one necessary being and they extrapolate out, and they're determinists, and they assume that then therefore everything is necessary.
Yeah, but I think that's false, because I don't think that.
Well, you think that's false based on your intuition. That doesn't have any force.
No, but they also think that they are determinists based on their intuition. So I think it's not about just intuition. It's about It's about having consistency in shared intuitions.
Let's go back to the beginning. What I said was, I don't think there's a way you can confidently demonstrate that something is either contingent or necessary. That's what I said. And I think it's held up pretty well through this conversation.
Okay, I ask you, I cannot, I cannot show if something is very much existent or non-existent. You cannot demonstrate it. So is it true?
Again, I think existence is a linguistic term that we use to describe meaningful things to human beings that we want to share information about.
So let's first define what existence is. So simplistically, I can just think about existence as, for example, if something exists, then it's causally efficacious. Now, what do you think is a sort of problem with this?
I mean, if you think that things that are causally efficacious are the only things that exist, then that rules out God, right?
No, that obviously does not rule out God. If you think that God is causally inefficacious, then you think that God does not exist.
I mean, you can't hold to like an omnipotent being who's causally efficacious, who doesn't have an interaction, right? You have to have physical interaction. So how do you solve the interaction problem?
No, that's what I just told earlier. You're taking a top-down approach. I'm not taking that. You are supposing an idea of God in your mind, and then you're saying that let's think about how to prove this type of God. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that let us look at the reality and let us look what the evidence leads us to, and whatever that is, whatever properties that we can derive out of that necessary being would be God. So I think that's what my way is. I'm not saying that there is a specific idea of God, right?
I'm
so
not
we don't
taking
have
a
to talk
top-down
about.
approach at all. I'm not taking a top-down approach at all. In fact, I'm taking a bottom-up approach, right? So rule one.
Yeah, so
of
think about a
thermodynamics.
necessary being, not a God, right? Think about necessary being, not a God.
Well,
Let's think about what properties would it have.
I'm not convinced that it's possible to demonstrate that anything is either necessary or contingent, but I'm perfectly comfortable with the existence of a physical necessary being, and so is, I think, like largely everybody on the panel, right, Tacos?
I mean, I claim a necessary being, but the only thing you get out of necessary being is a necessary existence, right? What exists? This stuff, right? What's a more simple form? The prior state, right? You get a necessary existence, but I mean, in my opinion, you can extrapolate from that. But y'all are having a one-on-one, so I'm not trying to like interject and like I'm just trying to let y'all talk, right?
Pluto, do you think that E equals mc squared is describing a fundamental reality of like the general relativity that we live in, or do you think it's malleable? It could be different.
It's what?
Do you think that the general relativity E equals mc squared is fundamental and it cannot be altered, or do you think it's like alterable by a powerful being?
I think it's physically alterable, but I don't know very much about that.
So you think it's alterable? Then how? Then again, I don't. I see no evidence that it doesn't apply in all frames of reference at all times. But if that's the case, then the law of conservation of energy, like, basically dictates that nothing can be created or destroyed.
Do you know that law of conservation of energy does not hold in general relativity?
Did I say the law of conservation of energy? I said energy can't be created or destroyed.
That's what the law of conservation
MC. No, because E equals mc squared means that energy can be converted into mass and converted back out of mass, so that not all the energy will be energy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, do you know that the general relativity implies that law of conservation of energy does not hold?
So I don't know that. That certainly wasn't what I was taught in physics. Is there a paper you can demonstrate that with for me? Because I'd love to read it.
Yeah, so Emmy Noether in, I think, the early 1900s actually demonstrated this, because the law of conservation. Emmy Noether.
I'm sorry. I really want to, like, I'm trying to make sense of that. Can you spell it?
EMMY, right? So let me just sort of give you an example. So for example, there is something called a redshift, right? So as things move away from us due to the spatial expansion, what happens is that their light becomes more red as it comes to us, right? So if there was a blue star, as it gets far and far away, it appears red to us, right? The reason why it appears red to us is because the blue light that was emitted from it due to the spatial expansion, what happens is that it sort of gets more stretched, right, as the space expands. And in effect, what is happening is that it is becoming red. So we know that blue light has more energy than the red light. So where did that energy go from being blue to red? It did not go anywhere. It just got lost. So energy conservation on global scales is not applicable. It's only applicable on the local scales. So it's not that energy cannot be destroyed at all, or it cannot be created at all. I'm just saying that these are good heuristics.
Are you suggesting it didn't get converted to heat?
No, it just got lost.
And how you know this is how?
Yeah, because there is nowhere it can go.
There's no place for the heat to dissipate to?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And you can look up to the redshift, thing.
And what is this experiment? Wait, what is this experiment? there's an
I
experiment
think
that
it's called the
demonstrated
redshift of.
that
You can look at the
but the
redshift of
redshift is
stars.
astronomical, right? The redshift of stars is
That's where
astronomical.
global scales of
So,
what?
but that heat has like literally the whole universe to dissipate in. What I don't see how you've like demonstrated that the heat isn't created.
No, it's destroyed. You can just search like where does the heat go of the redshifted photon, and you will get answer that it is not conserved in global scales.
I'm not seeing any of that in this like Emmy Noether mathematical theory. Can you?
Okay, maybe. Wait, let me just search upon.
Are you talking about the work on angular momentum?
No, wait.
Look, it's fascinating if you can demonstrate that the law of like conservation of energy is flawed. I mean, I'm eager to see that. I'd love to see that. So I'm looking through this though, and I'm not really seeing anything that like specifically mentions that. And I feel like she was working in the 1920s and 30s, so maybe my physics professors by the 1980s would have known this.
Okay, so look what I've got. So there is something called Noether's theorem, Emmy Noether's theorem. So it was basically.
Yeah, I'm looking at all that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was basically the case that energy conservation specifically requires time translation symmetry. And, on a dynamic space-time, there is, it lacks what is called the time-like killing vector field. So basically, it is something called the case that space-time lacks the time translation symmetry on which the conservation of energy was based upon.
Yeah,
so it lacks.
There is, since there is an important, I don't know if it's important or not, but an interesting chat in relation to this, the discussion y'all were having. Bong and stuff says when light is cosmologically redshifted by the expansion of the universe, loss of energy does not go anywhere and does not turn into heat. It simply vanishes because global energy conservation, I'm stumbling over myself today, does not apply in a time-dependent expanding space. And then he cited Reddit. Thank you, Bong and stuff. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, that's from Reddit, and that's fine. Like I don't know how much to hold to that.
As a result,
yeah, but the
mathematical framework of general relativity dictates that global energy conservation is not defined or required for the expanding universe as a whole, meaning photon energy can decrease without being transferred into heat, work, or another form of energy. Once again, Reddit.
Yeah.
So let's not get into these things, but what I'm just trying to say is
this is very much in the weeds. But let me just be clear: like some energy is expanding the universe, so some energy is being spent expanding the universe. I don't know exactly what the latest theories are on all that, but like obviously that's going to have to be sourced from something. So are you trying to argue that the thing that causes this redshift's energy to go away without costing any heat is God?
No. I was just trying to say that, energy conservation does not hold. It was not related to God in any meaningful way. So let us not think about those things because we are all not physicists. But I would just like to present an argument, which is not an argument from contingency, because we don't sort of share that intuition at all. But let us think about this. So premise one, right? A realm cannot be self-sufficient without any independent layer.
I didn't hear the first noun in that sentence. A what cannot be self-sufficient?
A realm, or anything like
realm.
that. A realm.
Realm.
Yeah. A realm cannot be self-sufficient without any independent layer, because independence is the root of self-sufficiency, I suppose. The premise two is that the blob of everything is self-sufficient because there is nothing beyond everything. And therefore, the blob of everything has an independent layer or an independent foundation.
I don't know. I don't know what's your definition of realm. Because Like this is terminology I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, a realm can be just a sort of described, count of things. Like you can think that my house is a limited realm upon which we can talk, and we are taking the realm of everything, or whatever exists, everything
Again,
that
it
there is.
just strikes me that that's like a human created like terminology. Like it's not going to have separate like existence.
What do you mean? I mean, the realm of everything. How is that in any meaningful way a human construct?
If you're saying the set of all things, fine, okay, sure.
Yeah, so that's what I need in, so the first thing is that nothing can be self-sufficient without an independent layer. Premise two, the blob of everything
Okay,
is
wait. How
self-sufficient.
so how do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate premise one? That's what I'm curious about that.
That nothing cannot be self-sufficient without an independent layer.
Wait, nothing cannot be self-sufficient?
Sorry, nothing can be.
Okay, so nothing can be self-sufficient.
Without an independent layer.
And what is your definition of nothing?
So nothing, just take not anything.
Do you mean nothing like I opened the cupboard and there was nothing in there, like the absence of a definable thing? Or do you mean nothing like a complete absence of all activity and material and interaction?
Yeah, so I was just taking the absence of anything right there. So
like the cupboard is empty.
Yeah, there is nothing in that
like
cupboard.
The set of things has no like specified thing within it.
Yeah, if that set is empty, yeah.
Okay, and then you're saying that all sets of things, whatever they are, cannot be self-sufficient.
Yeah, I'm saying that take everything that there exists, and there is nothing beyond everything. Obviously, that's I think very clear. So
this just sounds like a principle of sufficient reason to me.
No, I haven't taken anything about explanations and anything like that. I'm just saying that if you take everything that there exists, then there is nothing beyond that everything, right? And because by definition, everything is everything. So we are taking that everything.
That's the question about whether the set of all things contains itself, right?
No, that's not a question about that. I'm not using a set kind of thing. I'm not even using a conjunction. I'm just using
the
a
word
plurality.
realm. How is the word realm different from the word set?
It is a plurality. It is not a conjunction or a sort of something that contains members. I'm just taking a plurality. You can look up what the concept of
plurality. How something that's plural is different from something that's a set. Like a set necessarily has members.
How can that Russell's paradox be in this case?
Well, again, I see these mostly as language games that people are making with abstract nouns. I don't think they touch
that's I think that's the problem, right? If you don't agree that there is something called the everything, then I don't think that there is nothing more obvious than that, right? I mean, just
there's the conceptual, like I can talk to you and say out of my mouth all things that exist. That's really, really easy to do for me to make that idea and for us to work with it as if it's like a mathematical thing that we can like abstract out or bracket away or do things with, right? That's fine. But our like actual knowledge of the extent of the universe that we inhabit is not complete enough to make like broad claims about any of that stuff from my point of view. This is what's so weird when people come to me about my worldview. Like, I don't know that I have like a really defined worldview. I just am very skeptical about a lot of really like seemingly ornate claims that people make.
Yeah, and I think that if you like, there is nothing sort of, I don't need to know everything in the universe or everything in science or everything that there can be known. I don't need to know that in order to claim that there is everything that there is. I mean, this is not something that needs any knowledge at all.
Let's grant that there's a word that we can both agree on for all things that have ever existed. Now, do you want to use the universe or do you want to use the cosmos for that term?
Yeah, you can use anything for that, but that does not matter. You can use the blob of everything, right?
So we'll just use the cosmos to describe everything that has ever existed, ever exists now, and ever will exist.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Okay. So we have a word for it. What does that mean?
Yeah, that word means that which, that everything that which exists. Everything that which
Right.
exists, sorry.
Yeah, but what does that imply that we have a word for that concept? What
It
necessarily
implies that it implies that we are talking about everything that exists. That's what the only implication of that word is.
Right. It implies you and I have a word that doesn't necessarily have any existence beyond you and I having communication about the idea we both have of a maximally great set.
No, bro. No. I mean, we can like dodge this forever, but I mean, there's literally nothing. I mean, that concept does not even
How
need
do
to
you
exist on its own.
Like, how do you deductively demonstrate something beyond that? Or are you saying you can make an inductive demonstration of it?
I'm saying that there is no such need to make it, right? I'm just saying that take this, that everything that exists, and do you agree that there is nothing beyond everything that exists?
That's just like tautologically true.
Yeah, so if there is everything that exists, then it is dependent on nothing, right? It's an independent or it's a self-sufficient thing.
I don't know what you mean by nothing.
Okay, let's just not go to that, but let's think about it's self-sufficient.
Again, I don't know that we can make that claim one direction or the other. I don't know how you would be able to tell. What test would you run?
Yeah, but if like, let's stay agnostic about that and let's check two possibilities. There are only two possibilities. Either it is self-sufficient or not, right? If it is self-sufficient,
No, I don't
then
know. I don't know that that's an exhaustive dichotomy. There might be some third condition or some multiple number of conditions that I'm simply unaware of. I don't have the kind of knowledge of the grand scale that you seem to think that I might have. I just work at a local scale on a planet that's one of many in a galaxy that's one of many. How
okay,
could I
then,
possibly
I don't
make
think,
generalizable, provable claims about the set of all things?
yeah, so, I don't think that we can have any meaningful conversation in the case that if you don't even agree to the law of excluded middle in that sense. So for example, if you're an agnostic about, most of the things that then, you are an agnostic, right? That itself is the evidence of the law of excluded middle. You are an agnostic. You're not non-agnostic or
I
something
am
like
not
that.
an agnostic when it comes to God. I'm an atheist.
Right, but for example, you're an agnostic about the law of excluded middle, right?
Yeah, I'm agnostic about a lot of philosophical terms because they don't have demonstrable, like, cacheable
Yeah,
value.
so are you sure? Are you like agnostic about that? Do you think that that's a certain position, or are you agnostic even about the case that you are an agnostic? Because that would regress up to infinity. Like,
Golden rule argument is
I don't hold to the idea that the word agnostic is anything other than a descriptive term that people use to apply to one another. I don't think it has some
yeah, but
real, like,
yeah, obviously, I do
again,
not think either. Yeah, but either are you
I'm
an agnostic
saying that
or are you not?
I keep not knowing what you mean by a bunch of terms that you're very confident of. And when I try to get to beneath them, what I get is intuition. So that's fine. And your intuitions may very well turn out to be correct. There are many people in human history who've had intuitions that turned out to be correct. But I would say that the vast majority of times when something was not built on experiment, but merely on intuition, the pessimistic induction would say that intuition is not a great signal for the intuition being true by and of itself.
But you cannot even be clear about your position because either you are an agnostic or you're not about the law of excluded middle, right?
You sound like Darth Dawkins. You either believe in the God world or you don't believe in the God world. Like, which one is it?
Yeah, I think
Like,
that's
I definitely don't believe in the God world. That's like a certainty for me. Like, I mean, I'm to the degree that I have fallible knowledge about everything, and it's obviously defeasible. I'm quite confident that the Christian God specifically, and in general, the monotheistic gods based on the Abrahamic faiths, which are the dominant ones that exist in my culture, do not exist.
That's what I would
How do you say
like to
Jesus ain't or is easy? Kurt.
How do I what?
This ain't easy. This ain't
I don't
easy,
know what
bro.
you're saying. I'm sorry. Jesus
ain't
ain't easy?
easy.
You said Christian.
Why would Jesus say neezy? Why would he say that?
Easy.
I don't know what neezy is for
You said
Jesus.
Christianity is easy to debunk for you or whatever.
Oh, it's incredibly easy. Yeah, it's wrong.
Rubbish.
You're not even like you're like not even someone who holds like traditional Christianity. Almost all Christians would find you heretical.
I am the freak.
So like I just don't see like why you would be loyal to a group that would never have you as a member, but like that's your call. And my argument is absolutely not nuh-uh. My argument is I'd like to see things demonstrated with evidence or some kind of strong argument before I believe them.
But you said that you could jam out Christianity easily.
Yeah, because Christianity is pretty plainly like not a likely case. It's got way too many ornate propositions that people have to believe. For instance, the Exodus happened is a central fact of Christianity that is like provably not real.
From the Copenhagen biblical minimalist point of view, sure.
No, from the point of view of anybody who's actually looked into it and read a few books.
From the Copenhagen biblical minimalist point of view, sure.
Freak. Have you read the books?
Do I know what they are saying? Yes. Have I read them?
You haven't read the books. In other words, you've been warned away from reading them by people who have a confessional bias that wants you not to interact with the actual information. The books are long because they make a cumulative case that deals with a lot of facts. And those facts, when held together in your mind, will show demonstrably that there was no Exodus. But if there was no Exodus, then Judaism is incorrect. The story of the Abrahamic God is incorrect. And Jesus was incorrect in saying that Moses wrote the Torah and that Moses got laws directly from God. And Islam is incorrect because Islam is based on the continuation of the religion of Moses.
Sorry to interrupt, but are you all aware of Joe Schmidt converting to Catholicism?
I'm fully aware of it. I think he's got no legs to stand on.
I mean, yeah, I would have been very happy if he would have said some argument or something like that, but he was convinced based upon miracles. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
And terrible miracles of low quality that are easily like shown to be fake on simple examination. I know he didn't yet bring up the shroud, but he's gonna bring up the shroud. Get ready for it, people.
Yeah, I mean, that was ridiculous.
Morning, all.
Hey, John. You came up just as I'm getting ready to turn into a pumpkin. It's good to see you, though.
Yeah, well, I'm interested to know how a 250 to 300 kilometer journey with the assistance of God managed to take 40 years, but still,
absolutely. It's
I mean, you could walk that in a week.
Also, did you know that you can develop an anti-venom by looking at a copper snake on a piece of wood?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's wild.
God knows.
Anyway.
I mean, they must have circumnavigated that mountain like 4,000 times to make that journey take 40 years.
John, if you want to keep talking to Pluto, he's a delightful interlocutor, and he's like very good faith. So.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard any of this.
Thanks, Kurt.
It's been a pretty good conversation so far. It's been pretty good so far.
It's been great.
No,
he's a classical theist.
Well, it was just basically, Kurt, my position very, very similarly mirrors yours. With respect to the deist position, it's a non-disprovable hypothesis and basically has zero content to it. So not only can I not disprove it, I don't care.
Right.
With respect to the Christian position, almost any Christian position, it's so full of internal inconsistencies that I don't think it can be true. So with respect to Christianity, I'm an atheist, but with respect to the theist position in general, I'm an agnostic because it depends on how much dogma is loaded onto the position.
Like there are very smart people who are Christians, and I understand that they're very smart and they are still Christians. I totally get that. But the reasons that they give for being Christian are not smart.
Yeah, usually they're not intellectual. They're usually interpersonal or some, like cultural or some other
Yeah, I
reason.
mean, the sort of trend that I've seen is that when people sort of transition from agnosticism or atheism to theism or something like that, they have, I think, at least personally, they have very plausible, good argumentations. But the transition from theism to religiosity, or from theism to Christianity or something like that, the level of critical thinking or the level of rigor is so dramatically lost. I mean,
Oh, you're
that's
so
just
right.
not. It's, I think,
It's
unbelievable that the thing that you were going to, aim your life upon, that miracles are obviously false, and now you're a theist, and now you are just very lighthearted upon that. Yeah, like maybe miracles are true or something like that. I just think that is a transition that I think is very absurdly wrong.
But it's
Do you
it's
guys
back
think
to
that
David
you are
Hume, right? The
open-minded
reason is the
people?
slave of the passions.
Well,
I think myself as only as open-minded as I need to be to understand something.
I mean, it kind of depends what you mean by open-minded. I mean, I'm skeptical, but that doesn't mean that for me, with respect to knowledge, I'm probably actually not that open-minded. With respect to things that I claim to know, then I would actually potentially be quite rigorous. But with respect to things that I believe to be true, so things that I can't necessarily, things that, so for example, I believe that my wife and my children love me, but I have no way of testing that. Their experience, their emotions are first person to them. So
Except
it depends.
Like the moment to moment you're alive in the house, you kind of are always testing it.
Yeah, but I guess in terms of being open-minded, I would like to think so. I would like to think that if somebody presented sufficient evidence of a position that that was counter to a position that I held, and that evidence was sufficient to convince me, that then I would be convinced.
Fair
But
enough.
I don't just.
So
I don't. You don't just disregard positions out of hand. Like if somebody makes a claim, then you need to listen not only to the claim, but you also need to listen to why they are making the claim and why they believe it. Now, being open-minded, I think, is listening to the explanation. But that doesn't. Being open-minded doesn't just mean that you have to take on the explanation, accept the explanation, and then accept that person's position. That's just somebody trying to dictate to you what you should believe, and that's very different.
Okay, but when I believed in God and I went to church, it was not unusual. In fact, it was reasonably common for people to claim they had gotten information from God when I went to church.
Mm-hmm.
It was not unusual. And when I believed there was a God, and I believed that he had like come down and lived on earth as Jesus Christ, and that he did send messages to people with some regularity, believing all those things, I thought 99.99% of the things people said they thought from God were complete crap. And I gave them not a second thought, even when I believed in it. Because you could hear how transparent their goals and needs and like personal wishes were coming through on their quote message from God. And I would be willing to bet most Christians who attend a church and hear God was telling me this immediately internally roll their eyes and think, oh, this again. Because
maybe that was
it
God's
just isn't
gift to you.
It isn't particularly convincing even from within the tradition.
Maybe that's God's discernment gift to you.
Yeah, I mean, but it does depend how ludicrous the claim is as well. Like if somebody told me that they if somebody told me that they came to work in like a brand new like 6.5 liter Mustang, well, I know people buy Mustangs, I know they exist, and I know people go to work. If somebody told me that they flew into work on a winged unicorn, obviously, the some things have more credence than others and require less evidence for you, less effort, sorry, for you to interrogate them. That doesn't mean that you're not open-minded. It just depends how ridiculous the claim is compared to.
Well, I'm just saying that people that are scientifically oriented and atheists, whatever, don't know. Like I think there's a lot of good people that are that hold of that ideology. But what I want to say is, what could possibly be more open-minded than believing in Jesus Christ?
Again, that's like excessively credulous.
Yeah, well,
Again, and it depends on what you mean. Do you mean that you believe that the person existed in history, or do you mean that
exactly
he
what I was about to say.
took dead people and raised
Just
them
based on just based on how you feel about Christianity or Christ or the Christians, what could be more open-minded than to believe in Jesus Christ? I don't think anything. Anyway,
I don't even know how the word open-minded would even interact with that.
Yeah, well, the problem is, so I'm not a mythicist, for example. Do I think there was a character in history, a person in history, an actual person from history called Jesus? Yes. Do I think that he was probably a very, progressive, like mild-mannered Jew who was traveling around like proselytizing to people, trying to modify, his Jewish religion based on like their religious history? Yes, I do think that's likely. Do I think that he was the son of God, or like there's like some Trinitarian thing going on? No, I don't think that's likely at all. Do I think he was raised from the dead? No, I don't think that's likely at all. Do I think it's possible that some zealot stole his body and buried it somewhere else, and that's why he disappeared from the cave? Yeah, probably. There's all sorts of explanations that make more sense to me than God, like, descended from heaven in the form of this like mild-mannered Jew, stomped around the place for 33 years, and then let himself get nailed to a piece of 2x4, and that somehow saves our souls. No, I don't believe that at all.
Okay, let me just give you this thought experiment. We are now, right now, in history, about exactly as far from the death of Haile Selassie as Christians were at the time that the like general consensus is the first gospels were being written. We are now living in an era where like the amount of information you can get about Haile Selassie is unbelievable. And we know for like a full fact that he existed in history. He was literally a head of state. He was like a member of the UN. Like we know he lived. But read what Rastafarians write about him. And you'll just be like, this has like nothing to do with Haile Selassie. Like they have an entirely different understanding of who Haile Selassie was. Now, that's the key point. The fact that a religious tradition will like cause you to believe things even against like what the facts are, what is provable in your era, is very good reason to think that the things that we think we know about the historical Jesus just may not do anything other than tangentially touch the actual set of facts that existed back then. And unfortunately, we're not in a position, unless we find a new document or we find something that's like been buried underground for a long time and has all kinds of information that like gets corroborated along other stuff and isn't a forgery and all that. Like, again, right now, if somebody found something that seemed like a game changer, you'd have to assume it was a forgery before you assumed it was real. So like that's how far that Christianity was from Jesus, and in an evidentiary situation in that era where there was much less to know.
Well, I mean, just imagine if the I have a dream speech, right? Imagine that speech happened in an era where there were no recording devices, nobody was writing it down. It was just an audience of people, thousands and thousands of people who heard, Martin Luther King's I have a dream speech. And then let's say that my grandfather was actually there. And then my grandfather tells my father about it. And then my father tells me about it. Am I going to be able to, as like a third party, 3 generations away from the actual event, be able to write down word for word the I have a dream speech? The answer is absolutely no. So how on earth do we know that we've got?
You might get a phrase or two. You might get a phrase or two.
Yeah, but how you might get a phrase or two, exactly. But how on earth am I supposed to ratify or verify the Sermon on the Mount speech based on we have the exact same conditions as with respect to my hypothetical? I
would do the Christian challenge, which is to have like people who went to church last week reproduce the sermon.
Word for word. Yeah.
Yeah. Show me.
Impossible.
Show me.
You know, outside of somebody with
Oh,
like an
we
eidetic,
know.
but outside of
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
with an eidetic memory,
sure.
it's impossible. Yeah.
There are people like that, but most people, what they heard 2 minutes ago is gone.
Kurt, I just want to say, you talked about growing up in the church or whatever, and then tradition and whatnot, and then you say that I would be considered a heretic, to those people or whatever, but yet you talk about Christianity and what I believe as that dogmatic type of Christianity, and I just think that you saying that not being open-minded and believing in Jesus Christ was a bad argument.
Well, did you?
I didn't say it was a bad argument. I said I don't even know what it means.
Okay, well,
this is an example of people not remembering what they heard 10 minutes ago.
So you've got three. When Pluto was up here, you had three different, variations of what they believe is the God thing that we conceive of as, humans, and we use that word, right, or whatever. And the only thing that you're certain of for sure is that Jesus Christ and Christianity ain't real. How's that?
No.
How's that possible?
No. Do you remember what I pointed out? I pointed out that the Exodus for sure didn't happen, and the rest of it's all built on that.
Okay, so how convenient is that? Sure, if there was someone with an agenda and they wanted to take out the whole thing, discredit a whole culture of their history, what would be a
Here's
way
the
of
other
doing
things
that?
that I'm sure of. I'm sure there was no flood. I'm sure there was no Genesis. I'm sure there was no Garden of Eden. I'm sure there was no Adam and Eve. I'm sure of all of those. So I don't have just one thing.
Okay, but you can't be sure of those things because according to you, Moses didn't exist because the Exodus didn't exist, and Moses wrote the Torah during the Exodus.
No, Moses didn't write the Torah, and there was no Exodus. That's the point.
Right. So, why? Of course, you're gonna not believe it or whatever, right? So, according to you, they wrote the Egyptian part of the Jewish history when they were in Babylon, and when they were coming out of Babylon, they wrote about the stuff. Or when they were Daniel was in Babylon, they wrote about Babylon. When they came back, or whatever
Daniel
the whole Copenhagen thing is.
50 BCE. We know that not from some weird thing that we're just guessing. We know it from the vocabulary he uses, which is Hellenistic.
Yeah,
dude, you're not going to sit there and tell me that someone with a Tennessee accent is writing stuff differently, and that discredits what they were saying about
it's like Torah, having Abraham Lincoln use an iPhone
in Florida.
Freak. We know it couldn't be the case that Daniel writing in that era would have used those terms.
It'd be like William the Conqueror, instead of speaking in Germanic,
Norman French.
It
literally says Daniel.
It'd be like him landing on the beach and and going, "Hey dudes, let's pillage this place."
Yo, dude, let's take England hard.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we do need to get back into this review.
I gotta go, but John, enjoy.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Good evening, Kurt. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Talking to y'all.
Yep, we do need to get back into this review. This has been very interesting. I think you'll have fun with the rest of this, John.
Infinity. It seems like it's the puzzles of
Jesus.
Infinity that are doing the work. Either there can be that kind of infinity, or there can't be. It's not the kind of knowledge of them that seems to be an additional problem.
Oh, okay. So this is in the neighborhood of, a traditional puzzle for omnipotence, then God created a stone so heavy you can't lift it. And then a traditional and reasonable response is to define omnipotence as the ability to do anything that's logically possible. And then you say, well, it's not logically possible for there to be a stone that God can't lift. So God is not able to make such a stone, and it's not a limitation on his power to be unable to do the logically possible thing. Okay. And then you say, so, God only has to have the maximum metaphysically possible amount of power, not a metaphysically impossible amount of power. And then Huemer says, these paradoxes of the infinite are impossible scenarios. And then Huemer is saying, oh, well, then God can't exist because God would be able to create them. But no, God wouldn't be able to create them because they're metaphysically impossible. Okay, but what I want to say is, the problem is, God can't have the maximum possible amount of power because there is no maximum possible amount. Right? This is analogous to the spaceship that travels with the maximum velocity. There's no maximum velocity. Right? If there were infinite velocity, that would be the maximum. But there's no infinite number, so there's no maximum. There's just possibilities that go on forever. And okay, so God creates this lamp and then he tries to flip it an infinite number of times.
Well, hang on, except there is a maximum velocity for a spaceship. It's 99.99% the speed of light. So not the best analogy, but I get.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, to be fair, they're not physicists, right?
Yeah,
They're
yeah, fair
philosophers.
enough. Yeah.
But I mean, he's making some good points there, though.
I get what he was making. It
The,
was, that
the
was probably a
core
bit
of the
pedantic on
point
my-
stands.
At some point, he's unable to flip it again. Okay, well then there's a metaphysical possibility of another god who would have been a little bit more powerful and would have been able to flip it one more time. Right, and then so right, there's no limit, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, and I agree there's no limit in the range of quantities of power. That's why my view is that God's power is not a quantity, it's a kind or category. And I mean, this is sort of how I think about dividing up space. It's like, yeah, God could always create one more division, but he can't create the paradoxes of infinity because that would require a power that is not even possible. So what kind of power does God have? Well, in a sense, I want to say, it's like whatever power, fundamental stuff of existence would have to have in order to continue to be able to last forever, in order to be able to lack arbitrary limits and boundaries that call for deeper explanation. And I mean, I almost wonder if we can make progress here by even just kind of leaving open what sort of limits are embedded in fundamental reality. I mean, like, I like to explain limits as far as I can, but I mean, if you have independent reason to think that there are certain limits built in, okay, well, let's go from here. I mean, is fundamental reality more likely to have some kind of mind or consciousness in order to explain some of those things we talked about, including a life-suitable universe?
What do you guys think about this so far? You got any thoughts?
Well, again,
John.
the concept of there being a maximum amount of power, there not being a maximum amount of power, I think is probably wrong as well. So, for example,
So you think there's like a minimal amount of power, and then
I'm just thinking of it from the perspective of like Kelvin, for example, with respect to Kelvin is the temperature expression with respect to low and high energy states. The lowest possible amount of temperature, the zero, it would be 0 Kelvin, which is like zero movement, zero vibrations of any kind. And then the maximum possible temperature with respect to Kelvin is kind of at the Planck length, which is 1.4 by 10 to the 32nd power. So I think within physics, there is a
Celsius or Fahrenheit.
It is finite in both directions with respect. That doesn't mean that the universe is finite, but with respect to the amount of power that can be expressed, even from the point of view of Kelvin. I mean, if we had like an actual physicist, they'd probably be able to tell me if I'm right or wrong. But based on my my A-level physics, I don't think the concept of there not being a maximum amount of power tracks.
Also, real quick, he was talking about like the fundamental thing, whatever, like having a mind or whatever, and I don't think that's true. I mean, the physical realm, anything that's non-organic, as far as we know, that's not biological, couldn't have a mind that thinks, so far as we know. Like, maybe AI changes that perspective here, very soon, but otherwise, what we know is the biological imperative is what makes the mind emerge out of the brain, blah blah blah. God being able to continue that is a different story, but God himself is not the universe with a mind or something like that. He has created this universe, and he creates many universes.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you that it seems that the mind is the mind seems to emerge from the physical. Now that doesn't. I think we require the physical in order to have this concept of mind, but I don't take that extra step that you seem to be taking, DeFreak, which is in order for the physical to exist, then there needs to be like a mind or a god that's sort of instantiated in the first place. I just think we're just another example of what the universe does.
Yeah. Well, they're talking about this infinity concept, expanding whatever, and kind of trying to attribute a mind to that is what he's just doing right now, and I just that's not plausible. That's not feasible.
Well, I mean, I don't think the infinity there's a problem with the infinity concept. Like the infinity concept with respect to either like a limited three-dimensional space, but that three-dimensional space existing in both directions forever, never ending, or so that would be infinity with respect to time, or infinity with respect to the universe just continuing forever in all directions. And obviously we've got our local space, which is the visible universe in which we live, which is the 13.8 billion light years across. Either would give you the infinity required. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, the God mind isn't floating around in dark matter somewhere, waiting to emerge out of the black hole or something. So
Yeah.
when this guy here with the jacket is trying to make an argument for his supreme fundamental or foundational, whatever, his supreme thing, it's just bad reasoning, in my opinion. I keep,
I mean,
saying how terrible it is, but
obviously,
nothing
I've not
personal, but it's just, like, the guy just doesn't seem prepared to me.
I've not seen the front half of this, so I'm trying to get the context of it. But yeah, what's been said so far doesn't, like, the concept of the power can just continue ratcheting up forever doesn't seem to make sense to me. Eventually the component, like, if you ratchet the power up continuously, you end up with this black body, a high energy state where you can't even get, like you need muons, gluons, and quarks to be in a low enough energy environment that they can form matter. Once the energy
kind of
state,
saying that earlier.
once the power state gets high enough, then it just turns to energy soup, and not even photons can escape, so.
All right, you want to see a little bit more?
Yeah, go for it.
Than to be fundamentally mindless. Because I mean, if at the end of the day, and your own view, there are some limits, so this is not a maximal being in every respect, but you still think that it would more likely have some kind of intelligence. I'm still happy to call that a kind of broad or minimal form of theism, and it seems useful to sort of explore that. I'm curious what you think about.
Yeah, I mean, like clearly the atheists would think that intelligent design is in the same, with a limited greater is in the same neighborhood as theism. They would clearly not be happy with that, right? So whether you want to count the limited greater as an example of theism, I don't know. Yeah, that would be fine.
Limited, I mean, there's a difference between limited as in like Zeus, versus limited as in there's this foundational reality. It has the power to last forever. It's eternal. It is in some sense conscious in a fundamental way, and maybe has certain constraints derived by logic itself. Some of these constraints with respect to paradoxes of infinity, and we can explore what those constraints are. We might disagree about what those constraints are and what they imply, but let's say we leave that open, then we just ask, well, does it have awareness? Does it have the power of thinking?
Yeah. I suppose there's a fundamental reality, right? It's not like an infinite series of stuff going on forever. And I think it's eternal. I guess it's eternal, right? And by the way, I think the past goes back forever, so it always existed and will always exist. But is a fundamental reality conscious? I don't know. I'm also a mind-body dualist.
So they moved out of the infinity kind. I guess they're still working on that. But what do y'all think about this portion here? Because this is definitely an interesting question. I know you both have different opinions.
Sorry, it's going so fast. I was struggling to keep up with it. I know you got it ratcheted up to try and get through the video, but
I turned it down a little bit. They were just talking about fundamental reality. He was just saying, I think reality is there's a fundamental reality. I don't know if it has a consciousness. Another one is saying he does. They were talking about infinity a little bit. I guess we can watch a little bit more, but it seems like DeFreak has an opinion here.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm a little encouraged now because he did mention eternity, which is, the ability to access any point in time instead of the linear infinity. And so maybe they're going to make progress now.
So what's the distinction between eternity and infinity?
Well, infinity has a start and it doesn't have an end, but it has a start and it's linear. Okay. It's measured linearly. And eternity is the ability to access any point in time, whatever that might be.
How can infinity have a start?
Everything has to have a start in a particle plane.
I think the biggest discussion on infinity in this has been, are infinities actually possible in that way?
Well, I mean, in a very real sense, we don't know. We can math it out, but whether they actually exist, whether they have an ontological status, whether they actually exist, whether the universe does go on like forever and ever and ever, or we don't know. But they certainly, infinity certainly exist as concepts in like mathematics. It's just whether those mathematics actually map on accurately to the universe in which we exist. But there's no reason, just because there is an infinite, even if an infinity did actually exist, let's just assume that it does for a second, there'll be nothing to stop you from traveling up and down that infinity. Calling it an eternity, like making a distinction between infinity and eternity, I don't think.
I think the point they're trying to make, though, is the set would never complete. Or if you were there's no completing the set. It's always the set.
Well, it depends. It depends how you define the set. So, for example, a set like
No, I don't want to get into that too much. They were discussing that earlier, and they're still
what
unlimited power now.
Well, what I mean is you could a set has a set of criteria, and anything that yes, you couldn't like the set of prime numbers. You could never count all of the prime numbers because they just go on forever. But all you need is the criteria to determine what is and is not included in the set, the inclusionary and the exclusionary criteria, and that is the set. Yes, you can't travel all the way along it, but you know what the criteria are for the set, and that's sufficient.
Gotcha. All right. And if y'all are loving this show, please consider supporting with a super chat, ask a question, make a comment. You can mute one of us, whatever you'd like. Also, if you barely like this show, make sure you slam that like button, subscribe button, share it with a friend. What else? Don't forget to get a taco membership. They're awesome. All right, let's get back into this.
Also, super quick, but is it? Do you find like it does seem that infinities from a Christian point of view should always be something that we're viewed with skepticism. I mean, doesn't the Bible isn't the first word of the Bible like in the beginning? I always found that a bit odd. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we think about infinity. We think about it in terms of even pi, the equation or whatever, or those infinite running numbers of decimal places that go out or whatever from some equation, or the splitting of the lines, that they kind of give us examples of, or having two mirrors kind of refracting into each other and looking, and seeing like the infinite number behind you or something like that. And that's all true. But the thing is, the infinity, when you say that, well, you'll never see the completion of it. What you have to do is you have to wait and see, which proves that it is linear. Now that he's talking about eternal, now you're getting to a place where you can actually stop limiting the time constraint of the infinity and start getting into solar system, into universe building instead of universe living in. If that makes sense, probably doesn't, but.
Yeah, I'm struggling to track that, but I don't think we don't need to spend much time on it. I know Takes wants to rattle through this video. So.
All right, let's get into it.
I think your soul exists and always existed. Yeah. Actually, so before you're born, you were disembodied soul and will always exist. Okay, but that doesn't mean that there's a single consciousness. That's the fundamental reality. Also, is it necessary? No. I think there's contingency. There's this possible world and there were other possible worlds. And why are we in this possible world? Well, there couldn't be any answer to that. There's just multiple different possibilities that could have been instantiated, and you can't explain the total.
I'm just going to go make another coffee. I am listening.
Right? And if you were to try to do that, then you would be implicitly saying that it's not contingent. That there's really only one possible world. Right, right.
It sounds like a theist right now.
Contingent fact has an explanation. You must think that actually nothing's contingent.
He is.
Because the contingent facts would have to be explained by necessary truths, but if they're explained by necessary truth, then that makes them necessary. So
they both are.
But I don't think everything is necessary. Some stuff just happens to be the way that it is.
No.
It's like, well, this may not be obvious. Like in ordinary life, you explain contingent things, but you explain them by other contingent things, right? But the move made by the proponents of the cosmological argument, like Samuel Clarke, is but what if you take the entire series of contingent things? Okay, well, maybe that doesn't have an explanation. Right? Each particular thing in the series has an explanation, but the whole series doesn't have an explanation.
Right. So, my view is that the best.
That's a good point. They're trying to argue that. Well, he's trying to argue that there's a necessary thing, and he's like, I don't know if there's a necessary thing. It could be a brute fact, it could be an infinite regress of stuff, or if there's a necessary thing, it could be fundamental substance, but it could be a mind. He's leaning, I think he leans more towards some type of weaker theism or deism. And he believes in a soul, so there's that too. I think that's interesting too. But he's making some pretty good points. He's definitely not a Christian. He's leaning away from Christianity for sure. I think he's more like a philosophical God type of person, some weaker philosophical God than anything that he's probably arrived at through whatever methods. But neither of them are scientists, so they're not really debating the physical facts about reality. They're more so debating philosophical topics, right? And so yeah, some of the philosophical stuff does dip into reality, like does stuff begin to exist and stuff, but it's not really like the scientific explanations for those that they're providing. It's more just the philosophical, which is good, but I would like to see where they're grounding their positions, right? But at least he's honest, and he's like, I don't know if there's a mind, you know.
They're Buddhist philosophers.
I don't know if he's a Buddhist.
Will be in terms of something non-contingent, but my case was kind of a minimal case, so I focused on dependent things to arrive at a foundational reality. And of course, as you know, theists disagree about the modal status of that foundational reality. There are different concepts of necessity. I go in for the strongest concept. Seems like that actually fits well with its having a supreme nature. So I mean, one thing that I like about your view, Mike, is that you already identify in fundamental reality several attributes that I think are independently predicted by supreme nature. So it's got eternal existence. You know, it will last forever. It has at least some power. You know, and then you say you don't know if it's conscious. Well, it seems like if it has a supreme nature, that will predict that it's conscious, which will raise the probability of a fine-tuned universe for life. And
how would oh man, because it's like maximally everything, maybe it would, but I don't see how that would raise even if it was conscious, I don't see how that would raise the probability that anything would be conscious. I think it'd be more likely that it would be the only consciousness.
You know, right? Like that Pluto's...
It's not like it's talking to anybody. It's too great to talk to anybody. It already knows everything. You couldn't tell it something it doesn't know.
Pluto had a good line of reasoning when he talked about sovereignty and independence and applying that to the everything concept, right? So I did like that kind of the syllogism.
Syllogism.
Yeah. So I did like that. It might need a little bit of work, but it made sense in terms of you can't be independent mind thinker without sovereign without independence.
Gotcha.
Which kind of, you know, but then later Pluto, he said, well, I don't know if I believe in the law of identity anyway, or maybe that was Kurt, but one of them said that. I was like, huh? Anyway.
Gotcha. Okay.
And since I think you like the fine-tuning as at least some kind of evidence of some kind of mind behind the universe, I wonder if this way of thinking of the Supreme Foundation could amplify your own view in a way, because it independently predicts that fundamental reality would have a kind of arrow of intention to like and prefer a universe with life in it. So add a little bit of weight to your own view by filling out the nature of the foundation.
So I think this is a good place for me to ask a question as it relates to your case, Josh, just to make sure we cover it, because I think it's interesting. If we step back from the problem of arbitrary limits and the problem of infinities, we're naturally tending in this direction. But Mike, I wanted to get a comment from you on what you thought the merits of this kind of broader inference to the best explanation to theism might be. So here is where Josh compares two hypotheses, this like naturalistic, I think you said mindless explosion hypothesis, compared to what a supreme reality hypothesis might predict about what we would likely observe. And his claim is that, under this general theistic explanation, that leads us to expect a universe with order, with fine-tuning, with mathematical structure, with consciousness. And that is a case you could...
Moral sense.
Right, our sense of morality. And that's a case you could give independently of these other things we've been talking about. So I just wonder if you'd grant that premise, that theism is more explanatory than this kind of specific version of atheism, and what your thoughts were there.
Yeah, like there was a traditional version of the Big Bang Theory where the Big Bang was the beginning of time. This is like what Stephen Hawking said in A Brief History of Time, which I think this used to be the orthodox view. That the view was the first thing that ever happened was that there was a huge amount of mass energy concentrated in a tiny region moving outwards for no reason. It was just like that, and there could be no explanation because that's the first thing that ever happened, and that was the beginning of time. So nothing happened before. Okay, I think that's extremely implausible. Right? And my way of illustrating this is, imagine an alternative theory which is a better theory.
I think that's very interesting that he thinks that about time, that it will go beyond that, and he rejects what they say. Although it's like the beginning of our time, not necessarily like some, I don't know if there's quantum, I'm sure there's change in quantum, but like it's the measure of our space time that they're talking about there, from my understanding, where that began to exist. But that doesn't mean like there's not some other deeper type of change that's happening without space time or whatever's going on at the fundamental level, But that also wouldn't imply a consciousness of any sort. That's just stuff doing stuff,
Yeah, they Star Trek has the Stardate, logs or whatever. They have,
Right.
So it's not based necessarily on the rotation of the Earth and the around the sun orbit. So
I gotcha.
there's that. Yeah. So there's that, which if you're
Right,
measuring
it's
from
polar
the Big
eclipse.
Bang, right, you'd have to kind of have to be able to kind of make a you'd have to come up with some sort of method of having that start, and then
That sounds like some Joe Biden dumb luck kind of stuff.
maybe, but you definitely need that, because if you're measuring everything by the rotation of the Earth and the orbit around the sun, then we could be wrong. Like, we could be seriously wrong about a lot of different things in terms of the
That's
time
definitely
concept
how
that
I
we're
measure
aware
my
of.
feet. I don't know about that one, the freak.
And I mean, we do know that the higher up we go in terms of like the space station or space travel, like the slower time becomes. So it's a relative thing. It really is.
Yeah, but all I was saying is that the fundamental level prior to the current state of space-time, we just don't know. I mean, I'm sure they have some way they could measure that if they could do the math or whatever, but I just don't think they know if there's deeper. But once again, these guys are not physicists. If there was a physicist,
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd give a more coherent answer towards that, which might change some of their opinions. I think these guys both need to talk to physicists, to be honest with you.
Probably Dr. Blitz or whatever, but if they could come up with the 13.6 billion, they could probably, we could probably figure out a way and agree to it and then go from there.
Gotcha.
Maybe the universe began in the year 1950, and it just was in the state that it was in 1950. It was just like that for no reason, and there was no time before that, so there was no explanation. That is a more likely theory than the traditional Big Bang. And the way I know that it's more likely is the entropy in 1950 was higher than the entropy of the universe in 14 billion BC, at the time the Big Bang is supposed to happen. And the fact that the entropy is higher means that it's an intrinsically more probable state. Right? Okay, so if you were going to start out in some state for no reason, it's more likely that you would start out in the 1950 state. So okay, anyway, so I don't think that it was just like that for no reason. By the way, it's not that I think everything has to have an explanation. It's just that the state the universe was in at the Big Bang is
Yeah, it's kind of like last Thursdayism right there.
Yeah, but with respect to time, we don't. When I say we, I'm using the royal we. Like there's physicists. There's no evidence in either direction if time existed prior to the Big Bang. The same is with quantum fields. Like, we don't know if quantum fields existed prior to the Big Bang. There's no way to know. We're blocked from interrogating it. And if you think about it, like how do we measure time? There's what the freak said a second ago. Well, the unit of measurements that we use in our day-to-day lives are seconds, minutes, hours, days, years, and that they're all dictated by the rotation of our planet around the sun. Well, that unit of measurement with respect to prior to the Big Bang might be completely incoherent. Even things like the most precise measurements that we have for measuring the passage of time, like the very, very steady and regular decay of radioactive isotopes, like in atomic clocks. Well, those radioactive isotopes didn't exist. Neutrons, protons, and electrons didn't exist prior to the Big Bang. The energy state was too high; they couldn't possibly exist. So, even if time did exist prior to that state, how the hell would we measure it? All of the tools that we use for measuring time don't apply in that state. It's such an alien environment to us that making any kind of conclusions about it whatsoever are unbelievably difficult. So I don't know if it's but again, just because we can't make any intelligent claims about it doesn't mean that time didn't exist. It absolutely could have done. It was definitely high energy.
But your method of measurement now goes out. Goes out the window.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Very interesting. All right, let's get moving.
Extremely improbable state. Like, according to Roger Penrose, the probability of that being the state, if you picked a state randomly, is 1 over 10 to the 10 to the 124 power. Okay, so like that's why I think that's implausible, right? As it was just like that for no reason. Okay, so look, there are three big mysteries about the universe as we observe it. The first is the fact that we're not in thermal equilibrium, or in other words, the fact that there's a lot of order in the universe. The fact that we have low entropy, because the overwhelming majority of possible configurations of the universe have higher entropy, right? Basically our thermal equilibrium. Okay, second mystery is that there's life, and the third mystery is that there's consciousness. Okay, and the hypothesis of an intelligent designer increases the probability of all of those things. And I'm not saying that it renders it probability 1. I'm not saying it deductively entails that. I'm just saying it makes it more likely. So
can I just add something that amplifies what you're saying? There's also the very specific forms of consciousness of moral experience as well. I mean, there's many other types of mysteries within these mysteries. And so what you're pointing out is that there's a way of raising the probability with some kind of intelligence hypothesis. I just wanted to add that, not objecting.
Here's the thing I don't.
The question is, what does it raise the probability?
Why would there being like low entropy in the universe dictate or increase the probability of there being some kind of deity?
Or morality.
I'm not sure. I think it would point more towards like natural processes happening.
Well, it's just non-parsimonious. Like you either that just is like, firstly, gravity for a start. You know, the reason that stars exist is because of gravity. The reason that black holes exist because of gravity. And stars and black holes are very low entropy states. And then once you've got the star that's jetting out energy into this terrarium, this little gun bubble that we live on called Earth, you're dumping all of that energy into another high entropy state. And it is the universe is, because of the rapid expansion, we will eventually end up in a sorry, the Earth is a low entropy state, stars are very low entropy states, and we will end up in a very high entropy state. Once you need an energy gradient, it's like the positive and the negative on a battery. If the amount of energy, when a battery is what we call flat, it doesn't actually have no energy anymore. It's just the distribution of energy between the cathode and the anode, the positive and the negative, is the same. And once the energy is the same at both the positive and the negative, there's no motivation for anything to move from the positive to the negative or the negative to the positive. You need to reduce the entropy of the battery by dumping more energy into it. You put more energy onto the positive. You transfer energy from the negative side to the positive side, and that stores the energy. That's what the energy density is. So as soon as the universe ends up in a state where the energy is completely flat, it's uniform across everything, then there is no energy, there's no spare energy remaining for any kind of chemical reaction to take place, of any kind, physical reactions to take place. But I don't understand why it's non-parsimonious just to insert a god at the front of that. That just might be what the universe does.
And morality too, he inserted too, like that. You're not going to be able to measure that and insert that in there as well. So I want to point that out.
Well, I mean, energy, I mean, that could just be an expression of being in a low entropy state, because you need low entropy in order for human brains to exist, and then human brains start conceptualizing, right?
Oh well, okay, yeah. If he's talking about consciousness, but even still, I think that's a weak argument.
All right, let's get going.
Enough to outright believe it, and I think not, or at least I don't outright believe it at this point. Why? Well, there is the alternative possibility of the multiverse, and there's also always the alternative possibility of something that I haven't thought of yet. Now, you might think that last alternative is kind of unfair, because how do you ever eliminate that? And so how does any theory ever get established if you could always say maybe it's something we haven't thought of yet? But usually
because
in the history of science, the evidence that you have,
their theories have sigma scales to them, so they have confidence scales. So we always.
Yeah, but he's talking about a metaphysical claim when he says that, and he's about to go into it. But I mean, that makes sense, right? Because it very well could be, I guess, kind of the way he's looking at it, right?
Sure.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
from string theory to quantum fields.
But that's just an exercise in humility. Is it possible there are things that I don't know? Yeah. Well, what don't you know? Well, I don't know.
And that's the point. He's like, maybe humans just haven't thought of it yet. He said that earlier.
It's more closely tailored to the theory. Okay, so the example I like to give is when Newton argued for the theory of gravity. And the issue was, okay, there's something that makes objects fall towards the ground. It's not that people didn't know that objects fall when you drop them, but also the moon's going around the Earth and the Earth is going around the sun. Okay, and the theory was that it's the same force. And it's keeping these things in their orbits and is also making things fall to the ground. And the argument for that is, well, using Newton's laws of motion, you could calculate the force that's required to keep the moon in its orbit around the Earth. And you get a number, right? So they knew the distance and they knew the speed of the orbit. So you could get a number for the force that's required on the moon. Okay, and then you can measure the force of gravity when you drop things towards near the surface of the Earth. And then you could say, well, if this force decreases with the square of the distance, how much force would it have at the distance that the moon is at? And that number is the same as the number that's required to keep the moon in its orbit. So that's a very compelling argument that it is the same force that's keeping the moon in its orbit. Okay, so like arguments in the history of science are kind of like that you have some really specific quantitative prediction of the theory and then it gets verified. Okay, and so like I'm unsatisfied with these sort of vague hypotheses that we have, like intelligent design or even multiverse, because they don't have such sharp, precise predictions. And that makes it plausible that there could be multiple other theories we haven't thought of that would also like about equally vaguely imply the same predictions.
Yeah.
That's
So
a very strong point.
Yeah, because anything that's got cross confirmation, like for example, radiometric dating, cross confirmed with like one of Kurt's favorites, which is like owl droppings, and then there's like dendrochronology and stuff like that. The radiometric dating is cross confirmed, so we deem it to be accurate. As soon as you've got that cross confirmation, it just increases the probability that your theory is correct, and it increases the sigma scale of it. And obviously, with respect to, I know what he's talking about with respect to metaphysics as well. Like, you can't really test some of these things in that way, like the multiverse theory. Like, how even in principle would we test it? Can you math it out? Yes, but what methodological experiment could you, given current technology, could you create that would allow you to confirm this? None. Absolutely zero. We just don't. Maybe one day in the future, possibly, but as it stands right now, not a Scooby. Not a chance.
Yeah, you'd have to like physically be able to tear like the reality that you're in.
Rip a hole in your universe and go, oh look, there's another one over there. Yeah.
Yeah, but
you can't do it.
It's just a concept.
All right, let's go. Let's get it.
I want to think more with you about the multiverse. I mean, let's say that I have some drawings that I discover on a piece of paper, and then I have this hypothesis that my kids were here. They look like the kind of drawings that my kids might produce. Now, I don't have the kind of specificity. I mean, I have multiple kids, and they have varying abilities, and I can hardly even track what their abilities are. Let's say I've never seen drawings before from them, or nothing like these, right? So I don't have that specificity. But what I do have is sort of an extreme improbability of the alternative, that there was just sort of random motions that produce those things. And what I'm thinking, Mike, that you're thinking is that the multiverse, together with the idea that there's something else you haven't thought of, which I appreciate, the multiverse doesn't strike you as generating an extreme improbability of there emerging conscious life forms that can have these kind of conversations. And I guess that's where I would want to sort of press on that. And I mean, even seeing some of your own writings on.
I think if you had every possible option available with a multiverse, and that's one of the possible options available, you get it. Consciousness, I think you just get it. Yeah. I don't get what the objection is. They're like, doesn't that seem improbable? No, that's one of the scientific ideas, and what's up?
If you have every possible, like if there is a universe for every possible,
you have no choice but getting this universe.
Yeah, it will. It's not only probable; it's a certainty.
Yeah, I don't get what the objection is to and it's one of those things that physicists think it might be. So like, I don't get what the theistic objection to it is. It's so wild to me that theists always object to it, because it's just like, it's just what the scientists are saying. Like, what do you want? It's like, if this is the case, and you think about it philosophically too, I mean, if this is the case, everything has to happen. But I don't know if multiverse is the answer. I'm just saying, right?
Well, I mean, like even if multiverse is actual, then the conception of us being in this universe. Firstly, this is the only verse that we know, even if there are other multiverses. So I don't know how it helps. The only one that we can test is this one. And even this one, we're limited in our ability to test it. So it's an interesting thought exercise, but that's about as far as it goes. Right. I don't know if it's going to inform us much.
I think that we could get from, real quick, well, won't be real quick, but I think you can get from the Big Bang to solar system formation theory to Earth to biological carbon-based life forms, all through physical science, right? But what we would say as theists or whatever is that there had to be something in place to be able to design the thing from emerging, other than the Joe Biden dumb luck, random chance bingo lottery card every step of the way.
Yeah, but So the only reason, like, let's say there was some tiny change in the, let's say we could make some spin one tiny wheel with respect to the just after the Big Bang, and we like increased or decreased one of the fundamental forces that govern our universe, and that ultimately resulted in humanity not existing. There might still be life, but it ultimately resulted in humanity not existing. Well, then we don't exist in order to have these, metaphysical, physical, and hypothetical conversations about what could or couldn't have existed. But we do. That doesn't mean that somebody was there twiddling the knobs to guarantee that we existed. We just do exist. And the thing is, we don't even know if it's, given the constraints, given that high energy state, if it's actually possible for the universe to be different. It might just be the case that once you get energy and matter in one place, that these are the fundamental constants, that this is guaranteed to happen in all places at all times.
That would imply design.
No, it wouldn't imply design. It would just be the default position. It doesn't mean that there is a designer. It could just be what it does.
Okay, but if we go from the Big Bang to galaxy formation and solar system formation, what atheists generally say is that it's all mindless, random chance, and that even the laws of physics are descriptive, aren't necessarily the ordered, intelligent, logical reasoning that things happen, and that's where that's our contention, is that no, there has to be something. That's because just stars and everything colliding and in space, and I don't care, billions of years, it's just not likely when you're every step of the way getting to the human form.
Yeah, well,
you have to win a Joe Biden dumb luck, potluck, whatever, lottery ticket.
No, because let's say, obviously, if you've got like the lottery, you've got 39 non-repeating candidates in a machine, and the machine picks out 6 balls, right? Well, that means there are millions and millions of potential combinations. But what if it's the case that there are only 6 balls in the lottery machine? The only way, but the lottery machine, all it can do is pick out 6 balls, but it's going to pick out the same 6 balls every time because that's the only option. And if that's the only option, then probability with respect to the ground state of our universe, the fundamental state of our universe, it's not certain that we were going to exist, but it's certain that the rules that govern our universe are the rules that govern our universe. There's no other option. But that wouldn't imply a designer. That could just be that's the only way that it can be.
Okay, but if you go back to the lottery thing again, you have the numbers on the balls, you have the air blowing up through the thing, you have that's implying design or organization and intelligence.
Obviously, my analogy here doesn't include. I'm talking about the probabilistic nature of it. You're expanding my analogy beyond its intended purpose. Obviously,
but wait, John, you did say that governed the universe. You also said that in terms of the physics.
Again, this is exactly where I was going to go. The problem here is religious people especially try to imply a telos, a purpose, a meaning, where there is no justification for that. And a big problem of that is language. So like what Eli Nix was doing the other day, like he seemed to be taking the position, well, because we observe our universe and we create human concepts which are laws or patterns, etc., that we notice in the universe. And then he goes, well, because those patterns exist, then they must have been, patterns are only something that minds can generate. Therefore, the universe must have been generated by a mind in order for there to be patterns for us to notice in the first place, for then us to create the imperfect concepts that are the mathematics, the laws of physics, laws of logic, etc. But that's non-parsimonious. There's no need for the mind, the entity at the front, the designer at the front. It could just be that there's the ontological state of our universe. We form part of that ontological state of the universe, and because we've got enough complexity and neuronal infrastructure sat between our ears, we notice patterns. And we are the origination of those concepts, but the concepts are a product of the ontological state of the universe. That's much more parsimonious than there is some entity that we don't know what it looks like, tastes like, smells like, knowing no clue what its purpose is, what its intent is, but we're just going to assume that one exists anyway because it's psychologically comforting to us. There's no evidence of that. There's no way to demonstrate that it's true.
Well, what you say is not true, because what actually is more parsimonious is when God says be, and it is. Why go from all those billions of steps of the random lottery to just one God, one command, one concept of His mind making the creation, just like when we make a painting
I
or
do
something.
have to say, I thought I was going to make it through this, but I do have to go to bed soon. So
sorry,
I guess let's go ahead and finish this up, and I'm going to have to go to bed. We'll have to finish this up tomorrow. There's not much left. There's 15 minutes. I guess we could finish. Let's power through this. Actually, we're almost there.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, we got to stop the long-winded explanations.
It's difficult because obviously the concepts that they're talking about like are open-ended with respect to people in like panels.
Yeah. There's like 15.
I don't think they're going to.
20. There's 20 minutes left. Okay. Let's go.
Seems like, a multiverse by itself does not compete with a theistic hypothesis, right? Because a classical view is that God produces many universes. But what we have here is a mindless first multiverse. So there's no intelligence to guide or direct the multiverse. And then the question is, well, why would any universe have any chance of having life in it? Right? We need a specific type of multiverse in order to get your interesting complexity. If I see something strange and perplexing, let's say that there's some face on the moon or something, and we get our cameras in, and it's not, it really is a face. It looks like a face. And then somebody says, well, there's either design, chance, or multiverse. It's like, well, it doesn't seem like the multiverse is going to raise the probability that we find that kind of complexity there. And I wonder what you want to say about that.
I mean, this reminds me of one of the objections to the multiverse theory, known as the this universe objection, right? Which is okay. So
which I'm not relying on that, but I did kind of throw that one in there too. Yeah.
Okay. For the audience, they don't know what I'm talking about. Let's say I'm flipping a coin. I flip the coin, it comes up heads 5 times in a row, and I go, oh, that was improbable. Maybe there's some explanation of this. And then I say, oh, maybe there are just a lot of coins being flipped, and so it's likely that one of them would come up heads 5 times in a row. Okay, so do I now have evidence for thinking that there are more coins being flipped? The answer is no. If that was true, then no matter what result I got, I would have evidence that there are other coins, right? Because the probability of that result occurring increases, the more coins there are. Okay, and the reason why I don't have evidence for the other coins is, well, what I observed was that this coin came up heads 5 times in a row. And the existence of other coins doesn't increase the probability that this coin comes up heads. Okay, and then this universe objection to the multiverse theory is, well, the existence of other universes doesn't increase the probability that this universe has life in it. And your evidence is that this universe has life in it, not that just some universe or other has life in it. Okay, but then
I think that would be a good objection in response to the theistic ones as well, though, because, well, for the same reason, you have one universe.
So I used to think, when I first thought of this, I thought that was a compelling objection, so the multiverse totally fails. But then later I thought, no, actually, my evidence isn't that this universe has life in it. My evidence is something about myself, about my own experience. So my evidence is that I'm having such and such experiences. By the way, if you're a direct realist in the theory of perception, you can phrase that. You can still phrase it in subject-specific terms. Like my evidence is that I'm seeing a table or something. Okay, but it wouldn't be I'm seeing this table. There would be a qualitative description of what I'm observing. Okay, and the probability of that increases if there's a multiverse. That is assuming that I could have been in another universe. If there are multiple universes that this universe hadn't allowed for life, it would have been possible for me to have been in another universe and had experience there. So it does increase the probability. Okay. Now I don't know if I answered your question. Oh, okay. I said that because of your example of the moon having.
Yeah, the moon slipped.
I don't know if that other side applies to it, though. Wait, you lost audio to Freak? Oh, to Freak just lost audio on his end. I got you. What's everyone saying in chat real fast? Oh, it looks like they're arguing. That's good. Looks like you guys are having fun debating. If you guys love this show, please consider slamming that like button. It helps a ton. Also, please consider supporting with a super chat. It helps support the show and keeps it going. And if you barely like it, make sure you get a taco membership, you subscribe, you share it with friends. You guys know the program.
Into a version of this universe objection, which you have a response to. And kind of in my recent thinking, the best defense of this universe objection ends up translating into just that you need sort of the right type of multiverse for you to get the life in any of the universes, or even in the sort of enough percentages of the universes to make it more likely. Enough percentages, what I mean is, what the theory wants to do that's going to help you is it's going to make it more likely that for any particular universe, there's life in that universe. That's the way that I like to put it. And so if you have a mindless explosion, that's not going to make it as likely that for any particular universe, there's life in that universe as a kind of mind first theory. And that doesn't require this universe objection.
Oh, I don't think I have to argue.
What do y'all think about that? Okay, well, I don't like the straw manning of the mindless explosion universe that or whatever he keeps calling it. I don't like that straw man. I'm not gonna lie. It's not very good faith, I don't feel like. And he keeps bringing it up, and I don't think it's like stating it like that makes it ridiculous.
yeah, it's kind of implying that well, it's like it's just a degree of incredulity, isn't it? You know, like, oh, come on, this universe, you know, it just came, use your damn eyes, man, you know, type attitude. Doesn't really seem to align with the like the reasonable conversation that they've been having so far in its like approach.
Sorry, you normally talk for a really long time, so I ran to the restroom real quick, and you didn't talk for a really long time that time.
That the theory makes it more likely for any given universe that it would have life in it, because this thing that your evidence is specific to you. Your evidence is like this consciousness is experiencing such and such, and so I think it would be more likely that this mind would be having these experiences if there were many universes. All right, so and it's not super improbable prima facie, or just like a priori. It's not a priori very improbable that there would be these different universes that have different values for the physical parameters, and if there's a large number of them, then it would be likely that some of them would have life in them, and then some of them would have conscious life, and then you would be one of those conscious beings.
See, that's where my understanding is that, both from reading physicists on this as well as just thinking about the logical space of possibilities, that there are many infinite multiverse scenarios. Like, for example, where all the universes have dots that scatter out, and none of them have life in them. Like, for example, you could have a universe where dots scatter out at a certain speed, and another one where they scatter out at like twice the speed, and another one where they scatter out at 3 times the speed, all the way out to infinity. Yes. And so it seems like what you would really need is some kind of simple theory that like all possible universes exist, but then I think that leads to contradictions, because there's a possible universe in which it occupies all of reality. I mean, conceptually possible universes. And then there's a conceptually possible universe where there's other universes. And then
Oh, you see that? He jumped from like what's going to actually be possible within the limits of reality to conceptually possible to try to combat this. So you can try to say like, oh, there's a contradiction. That's a sneaky snake move right there. That's why he's smiling.
Yeah, I mean, so just like, just so the audience knows, like, there actually are physicists who believe in the multiverse. This is not just a thing of philosophers. Right. Yeah. And they're real theories. And all of the universes in the multiverse will have some common structure. So they will have quantum mechanics and general relativity, I think, in the theories that people actually have. So it will not be all logical possibilities. Okay, but then usually people posit that there will be different values for some of the physical parameters. Like maybe the gravitational constant will differ, right? But they'll still have quantum mechanics and general relativity, but different gravitational constant. Okay, and why is that helpful? Well, because like in the fine tuning argument, it said that, for example, if the gravitational constant were a little bit different from what it actually is, then life wouldn't have been possible. And like the universe would have recollapsed after the Big Bang long before life ever formed, long before there were even heavy elements, or it would have expanded too fast for stars to form, in which case there would never be heavy elements. There would only be hydrogen. Okay. Okay. So anyway,
this guy is just getting educated. Jeez. He's just sitting there educating him. Now he's going to deal with the question.
Like, yeah, where were we?
Yeah. Well, so the thought that I wanted to add here was that having a multiverse might increase the probability of there getting certain kinds of material complexities. Merely having an infinite number of universes is not enough. You need the right kind of range. And so it seems like there is still a version of the fine-tuning that gets kicked back step at the level of specifying the multiverse in order to get universes, any universe with life in it. But more fundamentally, I just wanted to add here that this is why I think of that supreme foundation theory as a kind of unifying theory that explains many different things or raises the probability of many different things. Because even if you...
He keeps calling it a unifying theory and supreme foundation theory. This is speculation at best. He's claiming that there is a necessary being God at the foundation of reality that's maximally everything. At best, this appears to be a speculative hypothesis. I don't understand why he keeps calling it a theory. This is like a colloquial theory. This is a misuse of the what people want to say when they say theory.
Well, he's misusing the word theory, and I would suspect that either intentionally or unintentionally he's using it to try and give his position more like credence.
Yeah. You know, I don't know about that, but it is a misuse of it.
Sandwich theory has a lot more backing than this.
At best, it's a hypothesis.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good point. If we hit the 5 super chat goal in the next 4 minutes, we might be able to play that ham sandwich theory song.
Get complex life forms, it does not thereby guarantee that any of those life forms would have conscious awareness. And then if you get conscious awareness, that doesn't thereby guarantee that the conscious awareness can include mental states that can make a difference to the physical world, a kind of mental causation. It also doesn't guarantee a kind of moral awareness. And none of those things are guaranteed at all. And merely adding up all those physical universes, I don't think solves those range of questions about the kinds of consciousness that exist. And so this is where, if the choice is between a multiverse or
real fast, I don't know how he knows how many types or what kinds of consciousness exist, or if other types of consciousness exist beyond what's possible in this universe, and we don't know that. Like, these speculative conversations are very interesting, and I like having them, but sometimes when people are speculating about stuff, they're overdoing it a little bit, and I feel like they might get a little bit lost in the sauce.
Some form of theism, even allowing for some kind of limits to be, I guess, added per reason, if you have reasons to add those limits, some form of sort of intelligence or foundational consciousness, or, the other option where we don't know what it is yet. I would just say that the multiverse seems to me to be more like that explosion that is just really big, maybe infinitely big. It just strikes me as crazy that there would be a conversation like this. Even the puzzlement of like why we're here seems like that's the kind of thing that shows up in a character developing drama, consciousness expanding experience. That's very interesting. It strikes me as like ridiculously crazy that making the explosion bigger, so it includes infinitely many things, is going to raise the probability across all those different categories. And I wonder if you feel some of that yourself.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good point. I thought about, could there be an empirical test of the multiverse versus intelligent design? I thought, okay, maybe this is an empirical test. So if there's intelligent design, we should expect ourselves, either way, we should expect ourselves to be in, roughly speaking, the average universe, or we should expect ourselves to be an average observer. So if there's intelligent design, you think, well, what kind of life would the intelligent design want there to be? And then we look around and see if this is the kind of life that there is.
That's a great question. If there was intelligent design, I don't think there would be any life. I think it would just be, I don't know, whatever the thing wanted, right? Why would it have stuff? Why would anything that's maximally everything want things to like rebel against it and like dislike it? And I don't know. That doesn't seem like a coherent position to hold. That type of thing is possible, and we'll do that. Let's see what happens, though.
But then also, if there's a multiverse, you'd think, okay, so there's a large number of universes, and there's a large number of living beings. Non-conscious beings won't observe anything. So there's a large number of conscious beings. And what would the average conscious observer be like, and then what am I like? And then you think, in some respects, it seems like, actually, I'm a very exceptional conscious observer. Like you were saying, oh, well, we have awareness of morality, and most conscious observers don't, I take it, right? Because they're non-human animals, they're non-intelligent animals. But then on the other hand, you might think, but if there weren't intelligent design, we'd expect life to be a lot better than it is. And so, like, if you look at sort of the amount of suffering, it's like the amount of suffering that you would expect in the mindless multiverse world, right? You expect just like, random.
I wouldn't expect any suffering. I wouldn't expect any states of consciousness, let alone the specific kinds that contribute to.
That's a wild claim. He's saying I wouldn't expect any suffering. If you have every possible universal outcome and you say there's no possible suffering, that's a wild claim. He's just rejecting that. And the fact that there could be universes with less suffering. I think that's why he has to say there wouldn't be any suffering, because if he does, he has to imagine universes with less suffering, which would basically stick him with the problem of evil again, which was brought up at the start of this. I think this is all to avoid the problem of evil.
Plot devices in grand.
If the multiverse is big enough for there to be conscious observers at all, because it has to have that, then what would you expect most of the conscious observers to see? You'd expect them to see like the suffering basically randomly distributed. Like good people and bad people get it. Just like
why would there be suffering? Why would there? So there's material complexity, and then there's consciousness, and then there's specifically suffering. I guess I can imagine evolution by natural selection operating on even conscious beings that are moved by pressures of hot and cold and motions this way and that way without agony or suffering. It seems like that's a very specific kind of thing that is included in the best movies we ever watch. I'm just telling my own intuition. I wouldn't expect suffering to ever exist just from a multiverse.
I would think that is used by evolution to motivate us to do the things that are required to maximize reproduction and stuff like that, to avoid the things that are going to destroy your body or destroy your reproductive.
Well, there is that sort of harmony.
So we have one side. We have Joshua saying that. His name? Did I just mess up? Yeah, Joshua saying that he can't imagine multiverse with suffering or anything like that. Any world without intelligent design has no suffering, right? And then we have Michael over here saying that evolution uses suffering to prompt survival in the next species, right? This is an interesting setup we have here. You guys have any thoughts on this? No thoughts on this. Okay. Well, I definitely think that the person saying that, this guy right here, Joshua, I definitely think that this guy saying that he can't imagine suffering in that example is wild. I think that's such an intellectually dishonest thing to say.
Sorry,
Especially,
I was just on the phone.
don't worry.
Well, yeah, either it's a massive lack of imagination, or again, he's being a bit disingenuous.
I feel like it's very intellectually dishonest. Very. It's like when somebody says they can't imagine a world with slightly less suffering.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like you just need to remove one tiny aspect of how humans suffer. Like,
you
just
don't
get rid of headaches or
get rid of
migraines,
colds, right?
or
Boom,
colds.
no more,
Yeah,
no more
done.
colds.
Less suffering. Job done.
No more
Yeah,
hay fever.
It's trivial. Yeah. Oh God, I wish that'd be amazing. Hay fever
But
crucifies me every year.
right, and just slightly less suffering, right? And then you got a better world, and it's not going to impact anything that negatively, right? It's going to improve most things, I would think.
Yeah, it doesn't even you can still have like your your deity, etc. It doesn't it's
Maybe
just an example.
one less medicine, one less type of medicine on the shelves or something, right? But
yeah,
but no, the God thing wants to do. I just think that the God, if it had all this power, could easily do that, and not being able to imagine something like that is very strange.
Between, in fact, the way it actually works, that pains provide motivation, and then that pain can actually translate to motivation to move. My own intuition, I wouldn't expect suffering to ever exist just from a multiverse.
I mean, I would think that is used by evolution to motivate us to do the things that are required to maximize reproduction and stuff like that, to avoid the things that are going to destroy your body.
That seems to call for an explanation. And if I just start with the multiverse mindlessly exploding, I don't have any expectation that there would ever be consciousness, but even if there were, I don't have expectation that it would include pleasures and pains as motivating forces. I mean, why couldn't the emotions be directed mechanically through other processes? I actually created an evolution simulation years ago to simulate the power of natural selection in a randomized system. And it didn't result in anything sort of interesting unless I had some kind of design specification or an arrow directing kind of the goal or the target. And so this is where I really do find myself very skeptical that even if there were complex beings, and even if they were conscious, there's nothing in that would lead me to think that there would be suffering.
He's arguing. He's arguing
personal incredulity.
Yeah, but he's arguing for the absence of hierarchy. Like, everything that humans do is like every single motivation that we have is motivated by a hierarchy of some kind. Like things that we prefer, things that we don't prefer, good, bad, positive, negative, prefer, don't prefer. Pleasure,
it
pain.
also sounded like personal incredulity in that he ran a program on evolution when there's the whole scientific consensus on evolution, and so he's rejecting it because he knows better than science, which is weird. I don't know if he actually rejects evolution, but that sounds like an evolution rejector to me.
It definitely does, because he's basically arguing for, like, in the same way as in order for the complexity that we see in our universe to exist, in order for it to exist, we need like a gradient between energy densities. Like, so we need low entropy. You also need low entropy with respect to hierarchies. Like if like, what possible motivation would there have been for any motivation is probably the wrong word, but what possible mechanism could there be for biological and social evolution if there was no positive and negative hierarchy with respect to our survival for self-replicating molecules? If a molecule gave not a single damn, like a self-replicating molecule had no motivation with respect to its survival, then why would it give a tinker's damn about surviving and death? If there's no hierarchy there, then it would have no motivation to do anything, conscious or otherwise, right?
Right. All right, let's get back into this.
Suffering that seems to be part of the epic narratives that cause people to come to the edges of themselves and expand in various ways.
Well, let me interject here because we're nearing the very end. First, I'll ask, this would be when we do closing statements, or we can have 8 or 9 more minutes of the open conversation. Between the two of those, which would you prefer?
I think I need to go to a closing statement. I would love to hear Mike's thoughts about what I just said, and then any further closing statements. Mike, I mentioned that you're one of my favorite philosophers, and one of the reasons for that is what I...
We're going to go ahead. It sounds like they're going to the closing statements, so we'll just move to closing statements real fast.
see you doing is seeking an understanding of things according to like this, if I could just say it this way, sort of pure intuition without being bullied by crowds of opinions that tell you sort of what you should think. I've always appreciated that about you, and you have a style of presenting that feels commonsensical and persuasive. And so I feel very grateful for this opportunity. And I guess just in summary, I think that this inquiry into the nature of fundamental reality does require a kind of cooperation from many people from many perspectives. And it is my core belief that as different people from different perspectives come together, we can actually get a clearer understanding of foundational reality by making some distinctions, right? So, maybe a lesson that could emerge from this exchange is that there's a
I think you'd have to use science. I don't think you could use much philosophy to actually get. It's like you could like reason around. I guess you could reason around it with philosophy and get a clearer understanding. But I think to like find it, you'd have to use science.
sense in which the foundational reality is not arbitrary in certain respects, is not limited in certain respects, but that leaves open whether there could be reasons to posit other types of limits. And I think that's an important point of inquiry to explore. So thank you.
Okay, well, I didn't exactly prepare a closing statement, but I want to thank you also for.
Well, that was easy enough. So he had, the last guy, Joshua, had, I feel like, presented several fallacies, which I pointed out throughout the debate in the opening. There were many points brought up by the people on the panel directly addressing his points. Most of his arguments would easily be countered by various things the panelists said tonight. Now, I know that, in fact, the gentleman on the screen right now himself, Michael Huemer, managed to provide some wonderful, wonderful counters for a bunch of different positions. He seems very well read. I'm excited to see this closing statement. I think it's going to be a very, very powerful closing statement. See what happens.
For having this debate. This is obviously a great conversation. There are some things that we agree on which are, substantial and more than you would agree on with a typical atheist that you'd be debating. So I'm a mind-body dualist, and I think that we have an immortal soul. It always existed and will always exist. And I agree that there's sort of, I guess, some traditional versions of the naturalistic story are totally implausible, right? Like the idea that the Big Bang happened for no reason. It's just totally implausible. Although I don't know what the reason was. I assume that there's some process that decreases entropy. I don't know how, and is currently unknown to science. Why? Yeah, and I agree that there is evidence for intelligent design. I just don't find it strong enough to compel outright belief. And partly because I just think like the predictions that you get, if you want to call them predictions from the intelligent design theory, are sort of too vague and uncertain. Like there's too much room for people disagreeing about what we should expect to see if there were an intelligent designer. And so like you can give sort of arguments that we'd expect to see this and this, but like people can give other arguments that are sort of like comparable plausibility that you would expect to see something very different from what we're currently seeing. It's like when you look at the history of science, there are times when.
So those are pretty good points there so far. Do y'all have any thoughts on his conclusion so far? CKB or DeFreak?
I would just say that they're trying to explain physics more than really make a case for God, as far as I can tell. And so it seems like he's holding a position that he can argue both science and God with, and so he's trying to take the best from both worlds for his position, right?
Well, there's definitely what is just said with respect to there being evidence for intelligent design. It always has frustrated me when people say there is no evidence for a God or there is no evidence for intelligent design. There is some. It's just not convincing to me, and there's precious little of it that is that would exclusively point in that direction. In order for a piece of evidence,
Right.
It depends what type of evidential case you're trying to make. Is it a preponderance of evidence case, or is it a beyond a reasonable doubt? Beyond a reasonable doubt would be a piece of evidence that points to the existence of God and excludes all other possible realities, like causes, of which there is no piece of evidence that I have ever seen that reaches that standard. So the best case you could make is a preponderance of evidence one. But the problem with the preponderance of evidence one is that every single piece of evidence has as far as I'm concerned, a better explanation to it. But that doesn't mean that there is none. There is no evidence. Even like the witness statements that people make, the claim to have witnessed miracles, statues bleeding, etc., etc. They all count as evidence towards potentially some kind of deity or magical being existing. I just don't think it's very good, and it doesn't convince me.
Hey John, what about your argument just now that you made that the molecules follow some sort of hierarchy and otherwise wouldn't have the motivation to evolve or whatever, but even that is an intelligence or a implies intelligence.
Well, no. So with respect to a hierarchy, what I mean is that the hierarchy is either continues to exist and procreate, or doesn't continue to exist and procreate. That in and of it is a hierarchy. The molecule, the entity, the self-replicating molecule doesn't need to be aware of it. It just that hierarchy just needs to exist, right?
Okay, but that would still imply that something had to set that as a design for the thing
Why?
to serve its purpose.
Why does it?
If it's
that?
following a hierarchical motive plan or something.
No, I just think outside of a perfectly high entropy environment, hierarchies always exist. That's just how the universe functions. It like with respect to energy, with respect to matter, gravity, hierarchies, proto distributions just exist. I just think they're a state of nature, and it doesn't. There's no reason to. It's non-parsimonious just to like insert some kind of telos or entity at the front of that and claim, oh, well, this must have been intended. I don't think that's justified. It's not testable for a start. We can't test it.
That's a good point. Let's see where this goes.
I mean, if it exists, if you think that it exists and that it is a thing, then it doesn't necessarily need justified, but it does show that there's a plan or design or intelligence backing that up.
No, but that's just an assumption or an assertion. There's no. How could we possibly test that?
We can address that tomorrow. There's going to be an open panel debate tomorrow. You guys can both come back tomorrow and address it tomorrow. Let's stick to the points he's covering here more. I mean, it kind of is, but let's keep going.
The theory got established.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And it had to have much more clear predictions, I guess, where there would be more agreement on exactly what you expect from this theory. About, I know, last comment about the problem of evil. Like, imagine, okay, I have this story where, you learned that there was this serial killer who was, up in the mountains and was near you and he was murdering people and you just didn't do anything about it. And then when the FBI eventually catches a serial murderer, they ask you why you didn't do anything about it. And then imagine you saying things that are said by theists who are giving theodicies. Like, imagine you said, I didn't want to interfere with his free will because free will is really good. Like, that is totally unacceptable, right? But now, okay, imagine that you said.
He's making a very powerful point right there. That's just pointing out that the theodicies aren't going to be able to get them out of what they think it's going to get them out of, right? Because they're like, God can do anything or whatever, right? And then if you apply that to a normal person, they're going to be a monster, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's special pleading with respect to God. Like, the morality that we're supposed to aspire to the perfect morality of God, but God gets to not intervene where something heinous is happening. Whereas if one human was judging another human about, not intervening because you didn't want to infringe upon somebody's free will, you would think they were an evil son of a bitch. Yeah.
And let's watch the language, please.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, like there were these good stories that were being created that were really dramatic because of the serial killer, and so I had to let those stories develop. Like, that seems like totally unacceptable. That is not okay. So then it seems like the supreme being wouldn't be doing it. But again, like, I don't really know. I don't really know what the supreme being. Like, you might think, well, maybe the story of the universe as a whole is better if the supreme being doesn't intervene or something. But again, that's sort of like, that's not a clear enough or precise enough prediction, for me to say that this is a good theory. So okay. So I'm agnostic about that. Right? Not agnostic about whether it's intelligent design or it's the multiverse or it's something that we haven't thought of. And it's usually something we haven't thought of. Like in the history of science, when you're in a state where people are having the kinds of arguments that we're currently having, usually what turned out was that the true theory was something that nobody had thought of at that point. So, okay. That's all.
So there might be a version of theism that.
That's a good point. That's a really good point right there. But I don't know. I like his thoughts. He's an agnostic, I guess. I thought he was theistic, but he seems very intellectually honest and very smart. I actually really enjoyed listening to him. I'm going to see if there's anything else here. There's 2 minutes. I bet you there's just closing down, though.
Nobody has quite articulated.
Yeah.
As an example.
That's right. No.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you, gentlemen. This was an.
That's it, folks. All right.
Hey, you know what he reminds me of, Taco?
On that debate. What do you guys think about that debate?
Oh, that guy reminds me of a white Leo.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Shout out to Leo. Feel it.
What did you think about that debate, DKB?
Yeah, obviously I missed the front half of it. The guy on the left, I quite liked him.
Michael Huemer.
Yeah, his positions quite closely mirror my own, to be honest, and how he approaches stuff. He's quite accurately encapsulated why I am agnostic, because I like to think I'm honest about what we can interrogate with respect to the claims of theists. And that's not to say that just because I put myself in the agnostic position, that's not to say that I get the impression that he and I wouldn't mean that it's like the flip of a coin. It's 50-50 as to whether a God exists. I think it's very, very unlikely. I just can't demonstrate it to the degree that I would like sufficiently to say that I believe that it's not possible. So yeah, like, he seems pretty honest. He's perfectly happy to go, no, we are limited here. We don't have a methodology or knowledge or justification to state this, and this is why. So yeah, quite like it. And the guy on the right, with the exception of a couple of things that he did, seemed quite reasonable, and it was a nice, calm debate. It wasn't a dumpster fire. It was good. I liked it.
The guy on the right did concede. He basically falsified his own position. He didn't actually concede, but he basically falsified his own position in the debate, which was interesting. He also, I felt like, was using a few different fallacies, which I named when he was doing them. I forget what they were offhand. And then the guy on the left, Michael Huemer, I'm sorry, was actually spectacular during the debate. He responded with all the right answers and responses. He had the guy agreeing with him a lot of the time. He got him to pull back his position from maximally powerful to a weaker position. I mean, he did a really good job. He didn't even try. He was just being smart and conversational, and I think that's the power of being just a smart and quick on your feet person. In a debate like that, if you're smart and quick on your feet, you'll have them agreeing with you, because he was just providing good answers to everything he was asking and saying, and he's like, he had no choice but to agree with him because they were good answers to everything. Like, he agreed with him the whole time. That was wild. And he was an agnostic.
Yeah, it's interesting when you see debates like that where one of the interlocutors agrees with the other person 100% of the time but doesn't concede the debate at the end. You're like, well, hang on, have you agreed with everything I said? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I think that it was mostly unproductive. Nothing was even really learned. They just kind of looped about 3 times. They didn't bring up anything that we all didn't already know. I think that they were just
there were some good arguments
jerking each other off, basically.
Let's not say that. Come on, I thought that was a pretty good debate, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for something novel in every discussion that happens around these topics, I mean, they've been discussed to death. Yeah, it's very rare to get like a novel take or a novel concept.
All right. Now, before we go into long conversation, I do appreciate everybody hanging out. I have to go to sleep. I got to do dad stuff today, but I will be on this evening. I've got it set up. It's going to be an open panel debate. We're going to discuss if God's infinite, or is an infinite God possible, or I don't remember what I put. It'll be something like that today. So I am excited for that. We set up some debates. We got Kurt versus somebody. We got, oh man, I'm sorry. I've been going all day. I've been working since I woke up at like 1 or something, 11, something like that. Kurt versus David Paulman. We've got Leo Filias versus Catholic Thinker. We've got Jim Bob versus Austin Sims. We should have Gnostic Informant joining us soon. We've got Speakeasy. I think he's going to do an open panel debate, so all the atheists will be able to come and debate Speakeasy on the panel. I'll have him be like the raid boss. We've got a lot of stuff.
Wow.
People. I'm doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get you guys good debaters to listen to. So if you guys love the show, please make sure to slam that like button. I thought this debate was spectacular. We're going to keep doing debate reviews. I want to keep learning. I want to keep watching these debates. I think these are spectacular. I know they're a little bit more boring than the open panels, but I like having a little bit more education going on. There's no cussing. I have a little bit of education. Maybe we'll be able to get some good, really high quality names here coming up soon, right? So we'll just keep pushing. We'll try to get some good debaters in here. We'll try to get some fun conversations going, and hopefully everybody enjoys
Bro.
it. What?
Austin versus Jim Bob is going to be epic, dude.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. We've got some good stuff coming up. Hopefully, I don't know if Rachel Wilson still wants to debate Maya Atkinson or whatever her name was. I don't know if they still want to do that. I have to reach out about that. That would be cool. Dragon Fist TV should be coming back to do another debate soon. And I reached out to a lot of people as well that I'm not going to name. And then what else? There's a lot, people. There's a lot. We are going to take off. We're going to have some pretty amazing debates next month. And then the following month is going to be even crazier debate-wise. I hope you guys are excited for some fun stuff. This is going to be a wild ride this next month and a half debate-wise. So you guys be pumped. I know I just got back from a short break, but the game plan is to go hard. We are back in it and ready to rock and roll. So everybody be pumped up. We're going to have a lot of fun debates and stuff coming up. Once again, we kind of already covered the debate here during the debate and kind of did a conclusory remark, a conclusion for everybody there. But basically, this was a really good debate. I really enjoyed it. I listened to it a couple of times now. I thought that both sides presented arguments, which was great. They did present arguments, which is great. You rarely have both sides present arguments, right? Well, I guess this was a legit debate, though, so maybe that's a little bit different. So, but being a legit debate, we got the best arguments on both sides, although I didn't feel like these arguments... I want to be convinced by theism. I did not feel convinced by theism at all there. In chat, I see 77% said this debate did not prove God, which is pretty significant. That means that at least 77% of the people were not convinced by this debate. So even though it was a good debate, we didn't have anybody get convinced. In fact, I felt like if we were to talk with them, maybe we could address, some of the people on the panel could address some of the stuff that they said and actually change some of their opinions. I appreciate you all. You all have a wonderful, wonderful evening.